Declaring there is a quorum at the meeting, I will open the executive session.
Okay, thank you. So welcome back. It's been about 6 weeks since we last met. Welcome to the new chair. I don't know if you want to open up the meeting and say anything to.
First of all, thank you very much. That's very generous. It's great to get a chance to meet everyone in person. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, and I appreciate all the work that the staff, Saville and Sean and Grace and everybody have completed and helped me get up to speed. I look forward to this. I think it's really important that we establish a good working relationship, and I look forward to hearing what everyone has to say.
Thank you. I'm going to go through the agenda. If you remember at the last meeting, we went through about 8 of the items on our scope of issues, and I prepared draft text based on those discussions, which I sent to you, and then got comments from some of you, which I then integrated into the draft that is sitting on the desk before you. Before we look at that, we're going to go through the remaining charter issues. You can see on the agenda there are 5 issues that we haven't workshopped, in the sense of just opening up what each of those issues includes and what your interests are relative to them. Once we go through those, I will again draft in the way that I did the last time, and then we'll start reviewing the draft charter language for the issues that we already workshopped. And I'll say a little bit more about that when we get to the language, the draft language. I also put on the agenda, just consider outreach and consultation activities. If you remember in the process design work plan, we talked about an opportunity to go to staff and the executive leadership to get their input on, remember, it's two-way feedback, to tell them what you all are thinking in the draft and to hear their response to it, so that when it becomes final, they're already in the implementation of it because it's not brand new. So we may want to think about when that should happen, and in our ground rules, you all said it will happen when all of you agree by consensus that it should happen. So I'm just raising that to basically get a little conversation about when that might begin. And then just next steps after our meeting and future dates. So any questions about the agenda or anything anyone wants to say before we get started?
Okay. The one question that I did have, only because I haven't been privy to these conversations and discussions, is if we can devote just a little bit of time today to maybe get me up to speed to the things that the other commissioners have had the benefit of workshopping and having a conversation about. I hate to make us go back when you've made so much progress, but it might be helpful to maybe get a little bit of flavor and input from some of the other commissioners, because I haven't obviously had a chance to talk to everybody. And I'm still, as I explained, still getting to figure out this open meeting law thing, having been in public service for a long time and never been subject to it. So this is something new for me.
Well, you'll enjoy it. All the commissioners do.
I told Sean I'm going to do a referendum petition and make the legislature subject to open meeting rules, and then see how quickly they amend it to make things a little bit easier to do. So.
I think the easiest thing for that is that we usually ask each other, hey, have you spoken to another commissioner about this?
Yeah.
We're always in that.
Yeah, it's just trying to get used to it, because building consensus is a much different process in the legislature. So,
which is nice, why we're here.
Which is why we're here.
Yes. So yes, thank you, and I think that's very important. I think you're coming in. This is the best meeting for you to have walked into, as opposed to the next one further down, because all we've done is kind of workshop those issues, and the language is fluid in the sense that nothing's been decided, and I think it will be helpful for people to help explain why the language says what it is, and also to understand that the new chair may have different opinions, and we need to make space for your thoughts and questions on that. Okay, so I'm going to start with the workshopping the issues. So if you go to the document that says scope of issues and turn to the last page, which starts with communications. So it looks like this, scope of issues. Oh, okay, and then the last page is communications, which is where we're gonna start. So what we did was, I had spoken, just to give you some background, Chair, is that I had spoken with all the commissioners and Sean and some of the staff to find out what the key issues were for the charter. And then I put together a draft scope, and we went over that scope a couple of times to clarify it. And so while the agenda just lists them, the scope of issues gives a little bit of definition to what those issues contain. So that's why we're going to look at that. Okay, so communications, what was embedded in communications was who speaks on behalf of the commission with regard to external public communications, and also commissioner outreach, if commissioners are speaking to people outside but not as the official spokesperson. So I just want to open the floor to conversation and discussion about what your thoughts are. Let's start with who speaks on behalf of the commission and what does that look like?
Does that satisfy your question too, though, Chair?
I think so. I mean, I have a lot of listening to do, and so we're starting, so I really want to hear what everyone's saying, because I'm coming late to this, coming late to the sort of, I know that this process has actually been on longer than you've been involved, and I didn't really know that until the other day, so anyway, just trying to sort of get up to speed to what everyone's saying.
And so please feel free to ask all of your questions, because they're all going to be helpful.
Yeah.
So don't feel like you can't ask questions.
Okay.
All right, so external communications, who speaks on behalf of the commission and how?
I mean, it falls into two categories. There's always the opportunity after a public commission meeting of the press round, which now we all participate in. And then there are all those kind of external speaking opportunities to different clubs or organizations. Communications team, I think, works solid, but at least with me, my experience has been they over-prepare for the worst, and thankfully sometimes it doesn't go that way. But, you know, certainly trying to find a way for us all to communicate on the same message. And this kind of goes back, I think, to some of the governmental affairs approach that we had. And the previous commission was always, I'm here on my own behalf, or I'm here as one commissioner not speaking for the whole group. I think there's tremendous value in all of us being able to speak with the same, you know, this is what the entire commission thinks, as opposed to some kind of individual opinions. But obviously that won't happen on everything, but where we can find an opportunity as a commission to kind of speak as a whole would be great. And certainly I think sometimes the chair will be that kind of front person for the communications.
Can you provide a little bit of context on why this is problematic now? I mean, if we can, you know, sort of be frank and just, you know, share with me, why is this a subject for debate? Can you kind of give me some context, you know, Sean, anybody, you know?
I think it might be helpful. So for the example that Commissioner Stebbins is using, prior to us having an agreed on executive and legislative outreach strategy, what was happening is that individual commissioners were sort of going out, you know, ad hoc and advocating for whatever they wanted, and not really having an agreed on message or speaking in unison as one agency about the commission's stance on things. And it became an issue, at least I noticed it was an issue, when there was legislation being constructed and sometimes adopted that did not include the perspective of the entire commission. So I think the thing that I talked about the most was hemp. Like there was something that happened with hemp early on during our tenure here. And there was not as much engagement as I've seen in my past. You know, I've worked at the State House, I've worked, you know, the head of government affairs for Rachel Rollins in the DA's office. And I know that there's a level of outreach and there's input from the agencies that are impacted. So that's just a little bit of context of why that happened, because we didn't have a strong voice. We weren't really given an input on our perspectives. And because of that, we were given sort of responsibilities without having any sort of say-so or our opinions heard. I hope that explains that.
I think so, but is it that people were going off and making their own message, or was it that
It was that.
there was not a consensus within the group?
Well, no, I wouldn't say there wasn't a consensus because there was no opportunity for consensus. So there was no sort of constructive way of doing it. And so that's why the policy was created.
For example, folks could go on their social media and claim something.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's from everybody,
That's
it
right.
necessarily was not, right?
And there wasn't clarity.
It wasn't
From
clarity.
the public's perspective,
Exactly.
you had no clue if this person, what they were saying, was representative of the whole. And when in fact, we're only, you know, when we speak from an individual capacity, I'm only speaking for myself.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless, so now that we have this new policy, unless we bring it to the commission as a whole and we vote on that. And so now it's known to the public, to the State House, and we have an understanding amongst each other that that's the only way you can say you're speaking on behalf of the commission.
Exactly, if I could parse that out too. So I guess Sean is the voice when it's administrative matters. Is that accurate? Like the recall, like the Cordalis thing, like you're the one that said, we're looking into this, like a lot of times you're the external face for that type of thing. And then Commissioner Concepcion, she's right. So we vote on it, we agree on it, and we can all speak on it like from the commission.
Yeah.
But when we go out and we do our own speaking, we always have to preface it. If it's something we're working on individually or an issue, we always have to preface that it's something, we're speaking as an individual commissioner and not on behalf of the commission.
And we have to make sure that the others are aware that there's that effort being done as well. Well, how do I want to categorize this the right way. So because of the open meeting laws, of course, we're not talking to each other about like everything we're doing, but our director of government affairs knows when there's sort of outreach from an individual commissioner who it's with and what it's about, so that there's no sort of blindsided you know, efforts that we're just not, this is because in the past there have been outreach efforts, misconceptions about what those outreach efforts were about and who was in support of them.
When you say outreach, can you define what you mean by that?
I mean, having meetings with members of the State House, in the House or the other Senate, and saying, I want to change to this law. I think in this instance, there's more, this is just a very narrowly tailored example. This is the government affairs perspective, but there are other communication things that happen. But for this, with the government affairs policy, is because of that. So it's sort of one-off conversations and giving the appearance that this is what the commission believes.
And what does government affairs, you know what I mean? They're talking to individual members, but do they apprise the other members of what that is? I mean, how is that?
So every meeting, I don't know if anyone else wants to take that on, but
Yeah, every meeting it's on, we have a section that goes over who's met with who, what agencies or what elected officials. So we all know.
and it's also how you avoid overlap, so you don't have two people sort of advocating for the same thing and just running over each other. You're not aware that there are two people working on the same effort and having meetings without communicating about what's happening.
But what is the sort of genesis of the outreach? And this is what I'm trying to sort of wrap my arms, you know, around, and you know, I've shared, you know, with the executive director, you know, my sort of experience, you know, on corporate boards, on nonprofit boards, you know, in a couple of, you know, public, quasi-public boards, is that how is that flow of outreach? I mean, does it come from a consensus, you know, within the commission and then go out, or do people individually say, I want to do this, I want to do this, and then they?
I think, no, I think you'll, I mean, Sean, our executive director probably has all the answers to this. But I think you'll start figuring that stuff out, right? But I think back to what you asked and for the purpose of this item, I'll just say, very frank, there was the first phase of the commission, they were figuring all their stuff out. I think us as a newer commissioner, we've been trying to figure our stuff out. We have our own shit that we deal with, right? So we get into it. We're also have different priorities and different stuff that we're going out there and we're talking. For the purpose of this, what we've been trying to do as a team, right, is sort of giving each other the respect and the heads up that, hey, I'm going to this, or I'm going to talk about this on my own as an independent commissioner, not as something I use cannabis for horses. Super example, it's not real. But if I want to go talk about cannabis for horses on my own time as a commissioner, I would say to our government affairs team, hey, I'm going to go talk at a farm out of Needham around cannabis for horses. I'm giving you the heads up so that you can give everybody the heads up that I'm doing that, but also I'm doing it on my own. We have not voted as a body that we're gonna support horse cannabis. But at times, we may do things, Chair, and we just may be at the moment and we may be talking about something and then we see it and we're like, damn, Nudies didn't tell me that she was gonna go talk about that, or I didn't realize that Nudies was supporting that, right? So I think we've been very cautious as a new commission to at least respect each other a little bit and agree to disagree when we're out doing our own thing. So for the purpose of this, I think what we're trying to develop is really, so bake it into this charter of like giving the government affairs team the heads up, giving Sean the heads up, but also making sure that if I'm gonna go talk about horse cannabis, that this is just me, Commissioner Camargo, who's interested in this, I'm looking more into it. However, this is not a commission voted policy issue. So I think for the purpose of this, that's what we've seen even the last 15, 16 months that we've been together.
And I just want to specify, there's a separate section in the charter on legislation and outreach for legislation. So this is really communication not related to legislation, not related to. And could somebody also explain the scrum after the public meetings, how that has worked?
Yeah, I think to explain it, I probably have to lay out the evolution of it as well, because I guess one of the things I was going to raise was legacy of communications as well, because I think each commissioner's identified that we've arrived at a space now where I think there's a degree of collaboration, certainly a degree of mutual respect. But then I think the history of the agency is such that not each commissioner was interested in engaging with the press. Some were more inclined to not participate in any media activity. But what that left was a vacuum for, I think, the exact question you posed of like who speaks on behalf of the agency and then who speaks on their own behalf. And I think every commissioner is entitled to speak on their own behalf. But there, especially during in-person meetings back when we had those, there was a gaggle of media that would sort of follow the agency, and after each meeting, there would be a scrum where at least the chair, and then more often, one other commissioner would engage the press, but in order. So the chair would speak first, and then another commissioner, if they were so inclined, would follow. What that led to was a twofold problem. There was now this created perception that the chair speaks on behalf of the agency. So tell me what happened today, and then go through what happened today. But especially early days of the agency, there'd also be these ancillary questions. So when are stores going to open? I think they're going to open by the end of the year. And now that's an official statement of the Cannabis Control Commission. Despite the fact that no other commissioner had any input into that expectation is now set. And what that would lead to is usually 2 or 3 commissioners entering my office after the scrum saying, where the hell did that come from? And what are you going to do about it? And my answer was, honestly, I don't know where it came from, and I'm not sure what I can do about it.
But was this a problem with the former commissioner making statements that hadn't been fully endorsed by? So how does this address that, or is that was just the genesis of the problem? I'm just saying, this sounds like that this could be for any one of the commissioners, whether it's a chair or whatever. And so how do we address making sure that that messaging is fully vetted and?
Right. And I don't know that you can absolute guarantee that. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say to Commissioner Consent, she's being modest because she sponsored the administrative and executive and legislative outreach, and it's been so effective. Honestly, the omnibus bill was a big part of what we all voted on. And it has had a massive impact. So when we agree upon something,
Yeah.
you can feel safe
Yeah.
that we voted on it,
Yeah.
that you're speaking on behalf of the commission. But outside of that box, unless it's like, matter of fact, like an executive, memo from Sean, or if it's something of more opinion or more interest driven, then you have to just preface it that you're speaking on behalf of yourself and not the commission. So we agree on it, vote on it, it's safe space, I guess. He says it, issues it in public, it's matter of fact. But outside of that, so that would avoid what he said, like saying, 400 stores are gonna open, or whatever, the store's gonna open in a month, like, that's opinion. So if it is opinion, you'd have to say, in my opinion, or, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And it wasn't always prefaced with that, which is, I think, and again, I think to know where we are now, I think we have to know how we've gotten here.
That's what
And
I'm just saying, that helps me.
And that's where I think that history, that's true for any commissioner that is, whether it be present commission, past commission, cohorts, whatever it might be. So that's the other thing that happened often early on was we would be asked to comment on things. So the best example I can think of is when Attorney General Sessions repealed the Cole memo while we were in the middle of drafting our final regulations. During the middle of one of those January 2015 snowstorms or 2018, whenever we just got pummeled with snow, because I remember exactly where I was on conference calls with each commissioner and then trying to get two commissioners on the phone and really working through what started as a very strongly worded statement of we as an agency are essentially hell-bent on living up to the expectations of the Cole memo, despite its now lack of substance. You will see it embedded in our culture and our DNA. That turned into, we will see what the federal government does. Like it got watered down such that it was a nothing statement, but that's because it had 6 authors. It had me plus 5 commissioners all negotiating it. And one of the cruxes of the issue that we were debating was, who is this attributable to? And it got so watered down that essentially each commissioner said, not to me, because what I wanted is not in it. And now, of course, I'm thinking to myself, as we negotiate this, is this an open meeting law violation? Because we're not in a public meeting. Here I am traversing the entire commissioners.
Right.
And nobody wants to own it because everybody has their fingerprints on it. But they don't like what we took out. They don't like what we added. And so it became attributable to a commission spokesperson, and it basically said nothing. It just said, we're aware of what the Attorney General did.
But what would have been the ideal situation? In your mind, how would that have been handled ideally?
That's a fair question. I would say in that instance, when there is no official commission policy, that it should be a commission spokesperson, and that thered be some latitude for, I think even saying that this is not an issue the commission has discussed or debated. And so what do we have for kind of 4-corner confines that we can live within? So I don't think I don't really have a clear answer for you there, because I don't know what the right answer is.
Can I ask the commissioners if they know this situation, and or maybe this might have been predated everybody?
This predated everybody here, yeah. But then I think to the scrum issue too, and frankly, I think the issue we're trying to solve is the issue you asked about, what is the right scenario. On the scrum, there's an evolution there as well, which was knowing that the majority of initial commissioners did not want to participate, that did leave or create a vacuum. But then with the evolution of the commission, more commissioners are interested in engaging with the press. And so how do you facilitate that while also maintaining interest in issues that each commissioner cares about? And when I say interest, I mean press interest as well, knowing that at the 4th commissioner, you may see attendance of the press drop off. So in what order you go may dictate what impact or what opportunity you have to fully engage with press. And so our communications team, to make sure there was an equitable distribution of access, said we're going to rotate commissioners in just I guess it's either alphabetical order. It is alphabetical order. So we're not drawing names from a hat. We're not just picking who we like that month. And there was tension around, well, who makes that decision? Who actually manages Scrum after a public meeting? I would argue it's press engagement. It should go through our communications team. There were others that said it's a commission decision as to what the order will be. And frankly, that's another reason we're here in this meeting these meetings now it's not clear to me. Again, I would argue, but that's an argument that I have to make, not one that I get to declare. So, but I guess that's, the evolution is such that it became a real flashpoint of governance. And
So let's try and tease, there's a lot of issues, a lot of parts to this. So maybe the most concrete one is the scrum. How the scrum is managed, who decides what the order is. And so maybe we can have a conversation about people's ideas of how that should go. Do you like the alphabetical? Is it, Sean raised a question of who decides? Is it government affairs or communications, or is it the commissioners who decide what the order is?
I think the scrum as it is right now, alphabetical order, to me personally, I think that's fine. And there's always, you ask, where am I in the lineup? Oh, you're fourth or fifth. You decide whether you want to go or not. I think that kind of works. I would just add, Susan, to what you said earlier. I think the other issue here is communications independently outside of the commission as commissioners. I think that's really the issue here.
Right, that's the second part. The
Yeah.
scrum feels easier, feels
Yeah.
more concrete. That's why I thought
Yeah.
we could start with that one and then get to the second issue the second part that you
Gotcha.
mentioned. Other thoughts about the scrum?
I agree. It's worked. It's fair. It's a system that it is what it is. It's very black and white. So there's no, I don't know. It's just very clear. So I don't have any issue with it. And I know there are some times where I go last and, after a long meeting, you're just tired, especially with a toddler. Like there are things that happen, but I know that, this is just the way that the system is and it's fine.
And just to further expound, so within the rules of the scrum, so for whatever reason, if you were scheduled to go first and you thought, well, I'd rather go last, there's not that opportunity. If you are designated to go first and you decide for whatever reason, you don't want to be the first, then you forfeit the entire scrum. So that's how it was explained to me.
Why is that?
Sean?
yeah, I think I was actually going to build off that a little bit with, I don't know if you want to embed into a policy like this is the absolute. It's going to be a scrum that is managed alphabetically in a very rigid order. I think you may want to budget some space for strategy in there, which is in some instances if a commissioner was scheduled to be last, but one of the items on the agenda was a major policy initiative of theirs that they really wanted to pitch and seek the commission's indulgence on, and there's a lot of media attention for it, but they're scheduled to go last. You may want to provide both the commission and our communication staff some flexibility, and not that if we document it as this is the process. Because there have been instances in the past where that has been the essentially the fact of life was if you don't want to go in your order, we're not going to. Because also what then happened is horse trading amongst commissioners as well. Well, I don't want to go first. Well, I'm last, so you and I can swap. And then it becomes a commission decision indirectly and ignites that tension yet again. So.
But are you saying it shouldn't be a commission decision?
Frankly, I think communication strategy is I think it should be developed by a communications team, but I think a communication strategy is something the commission should have input in. So.
What's your point? Who settles that? Like, isn't that disruptive if somebody says, I want to talk about horse cannabis, can I go first? Who decides that? Like, in other words, like I did want to go first. I'll be frank, I didn't want to go first. I was newer and I'm like, I didn't want to go first. But I couldn't switch. I wanted to go last, but I couldn't switch. So I went first, but I didn't want to go first. But I stayed and went first. So anyway, that's like, I wanted to put myself.
That was your first month?
It was in the first few months. I didn't want to go first. Just didn't go. But anyway, so I don't know, is that disruptive? Like who, so in my instance, who would decide that I would go 1 until 4, for instance,
Well, so I
or
think
5?
in the alphabetical approach, where you went last month, so that gives you some indication of where you're going to go next month, which I think speaks to it's almost overly simplified, but that's where I worry is that I don't think it acknowledges the variety of work that we do, but also the potential for what happens if there is a circumstance where an exception makes sense, but we say as a policy, no exceptions.
Right.
Now there's this tension of, well, that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but we all agreed.
Right
So-
now, it's no exceptions.
Right now, it's no exceptions, yeah.
That's the policy right now. It's no
But the
exceptions.
scrum is also not the only opportunity to speak and engage with the press. So I also feel like if there's something that, I'll speak for myself, if I'm working on something and it's near and dear to me, and I want to engage with the press, I go through the communications team, and then there's a separate engagement or, a strategy that's developed.
I like the scrum setup at the recommendation of our communications team. I like having the option of whether I want to participate or not that week. But to Commissioner Concepcion's point, it's like that team will engage you if you want to do something a little more targeted or connect you with Dan or somebody else if you want to speak to a specific issue. But I'm a little hesitant about setting something too much in stone because it may work for all of us right now. Who knows what it might do for the next group, but at the same time, I have a level of trust with the communications team. This is a setup that can work. You opt in, you opt out. You have other opportunities to communicate any of your priorities to, the media that are interested.
But does the rigidity of this rule that takes the control away from the commission itself and gives it to staff? I understand, does it then further splinter and the communications with the public? And then now we have to go on a separate track. That's what I want to
No, it's a great point. I personally don't feel that I like having a process or something to follow, and it's still up to me if I want to opt in or opt out for that month. And again, having another avenue available to me if I don't think I'm getting the right amount of time to push something out.
I also think we kind of failed to preface this conversation with the fact that this wasn't kind of put on us. There was a conversation that happened with the commissioners about this new strategy and if we were comfortable with it, and that's how it was developed. So I feel like the dynamic would have been a little bit different if it was just like, this is how it goes and we have to follow. But, it was a shift from the first iteration of the commission, and then there was a conversation with the communications team about whether or not we would like to have this. And then, they were essentially given the ability and the discretion to develop that, in accordance to what we felt was comfortable.
So I have a question. Is it obvious sometimes that a public meeting is going to focus on something that is directly related to the work of one of the commissioners?
Yes,
Absolutely.
or certain, yes.
So does it make sense to modify this alphabetical piece to just say the commissioner whose work is being highlighted during the public meeting should be closer to the top of the list, or does that just complicate things?
Yeah, that can be complicated.
I just, even if I think all commissioners should still have an opportunity, because once the conversation takes place and we have the public meeting, there's still other opinions regardless if you were the key sponsor or the lead voice on the development of the issue. So I'm saying that to say that even if, OUI, we use OUI as an example. OUI was a conversation and an issue that Commissioner Roy developed and presented, but I still had an opinion about it. I still wanted to talk about that and engage with the scrum about that as well, even though I wasn't the person to do the development of it. So I'm saying all that to say, even though that was the person who sponsored it, there's still more voices that are involved in that conversation as it develops during the public meeting.
But anybody has an opportunity, as long as it's in order,
The order, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's
to
like,
wait and talk. if they
Right,
want.
unless you don't want to go first and you're like, I want to go last, whatever. Maybe you're running late, maybe you don't feel well, maybe you need to take a nap before scrum, But the rule is kind of like if you forfeit your seat, you're not speaking this month.
Yeah, and at first I
That's
didn't
what
like.
but that's what I'm saying, why wouldn't you just go to the back of the line in that, for that meeting?
So
Why
that's what I
couldn't that
was
be
told, but
accommodated?
Sean couldn't, which is fine, and I hated that answer at first, but I've actually come around on it, because if you
You
start
did
making,
hate that at first.
I did
I
hate
know
it
that.
at first, I did, but I came around on it only because I think if we start making exceptions, it's gonna be a slippery slope.
Exactly.
And I think we should just leave
But
it lie,
can I
let
ask,
it lie.
my understanding of this order was literally sort of the prize is just going first.
It's
for
the
that month.
fairest order,
It's a
and
fair-
No, but it's that, not that you should, it's that you either want to go first or you don't.
yeah.
But I don't think that I mean, again, explain to me why, if you don't choose to go
You
first,
can't go last.
you can't go last.
Yeah, that's
What
what I
is
tried to do.
what is the downside of that?
I think, and I'm gonna be careful, it speaks, the policy was developed at a moment in time where tensions were inflamed. As far as whose decision is this is a commission decision, I go first. And so then the decision, so basically deviating from that scheme would have been, I think, the initial crack in the dam
Yeah.
of, see, you can make exceptions.
But see, it's
So
not,
make an
see, that's what I'm
exception
saying,
for me.
this isn't an exception. This is saying, I'd like to talk, but I'm not comfortable going first today. I'm not comfortable taking the golden ticket.
I think
Okay, we have to have a frank conversation.
Yeah, no, I want.
Because, all right, there's like, we're talking about staff and staff engagement, and if they are making exceptions, then you have to talk about the appearance of favoritism, right? So then that becomes an element of it. The other element is, if we start sort of manipulating this process to best serve myself or another person, it just takes away the appearance of fairness.
So then the alternative is, I don't want to go first. I'm not going to be in the scrum, but I want the staff to individually set up some press time for me to talk about what I want to talk about.
Yeah, that's it.
Which happens anyway.
And I hated
Okay.
it, but I was
Happens
around
anyways.
on it. It's the fairest thing because
Okay.
if you, like for me, I had a choice to make. Either I forfeit my going for, I mean, I either go first or I don't go at all. And I didn't like that, but
Yeah.
so
But you think you're comfortable with that now?
so I just, I made me work extra hard because I knew I was going number one first.
And I think, to be honest too, like in the beginning, I waited like 6 maybe months to do Scrum. I
Yeah.
didn't do Scrum in the beginning. I don't gotta talk to media. I gotta learn my job first.
Right.
So, I think it's all part of
Yeah.
being a commissioner and learning how to
Mhm.
do media. I'm learning how to do media, right? But we figured it out. I think
We
it's
did.
So
worked.
did you forfeit, so did you basically have to go
We
to
didn't,
the back?
the first 6, 7 months, we didn't even have that rule in place. Like
Oh,
Sean said,
okay.
we
Yeah.
put that rule in place because
More commissioners want to do.
Yeah.
situations.
And here's the thing, so if I forfeited going first I was allowed, well, maybe the person that was second didn't want to go first, right?
Yeah.
So now I'm forcing them to go first and maybe they didn't want that. So you do have a choice. It's either participate in your slot or sit it out.
So what if in a cascading effect, the second person doesn't want to go first either?
That's
So
what I'm
then
saying.
they giving
And the
up
third
their
person
right?
goes.
So then that's not fair, because like say Commissioner Stebbins is alphabetical, so I would, maybe he didn't want to go first that month, and that's not fair for me to do that to him.
Mhm.
I have to tell you, I don't even I get asked first if I want to participate.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah.
I'm told what number.
Your number is, yeah.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
choose
I
to
don't even
do
care
it or
anymore, whatever
not,
number I get, I get.
and then they will let me know, whether you're going second or you're going third or whatever your kind of number is.
Could I ask another question? Is it your sense that this works for the press? Like, is there sometimes that they
Doesn't matter.
want to talk to one person, so they
It's
wait?
not about
They
them.
gonna print what they wanna print. I think they hang in there for the most part. I mean, it's very small now.
Also, there's been scrums I haven't participated, and if there's a question directed towards me or about something I've spoken about or engaged in the past about,
They put it in,
no, they'll reach out.
yeah.
The comments team will say, well, Ava, this is a question that came in, you weren't at scrum, do you want to provide a response to this?
Yes.
That's right. So that's good too.
Chair, on Thursday, it's gonna be about you.
I'm not participating.
Oh, there you go.
I've been advised
Should
not
probably
to.
look at first.
There you
So
go.
you would have been.
So everyone else will get asked about,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I've been advised not to.
All right, so is everyone okay with sustaining the process as it's been?
I think it is. I'm worried about chiseling something too much into stone that as professionals, we can't work with a team of communication professionals. I mean, I think there's setting a marker of, is it fair and balanced for 5 individuals? Do we all feel we have an opportunity and some reliance on that professional team's input to help make it fair for everybody?
How important is it to go first?
I don't think
I don't think it's,
I
I
don't think it's
know.
necessary.
I
In fact, I think a lot of the press don't even hang on for the scrum.
They
A lot
don't,
of
there's
them
like 2 or
report
3 of
on
them now,
like
it's
the
it.
first 20 minutes of the meeting,
Yeah,
and then speculate as to the agenda and report based on that.
it's true.
And there are advantages to not going first. I mean, because
You
the
can
comms
listen.
teams, yeah, you can either listen if you're the next step, or like the comms team will say, they're asking questions about this,
Oh,
be
yeah.
prepared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
first is almost like the unlucky ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want it.
You don't know what they're gonna
You don't
hit you
want that
with.
ticket. My question though is, are we all comfortable leaving that authority with the comm staff, or where should that authority lie?
I'm glad you brought that
And
up.
I think it should be, maybe with you, Sean, I don't know, but it was our executive director. I'm just saying, I mean, I love comms, don't get me wrong, but that's a big authority to have. And I just want to make sure we're all comfortable who
I think it's a
has that
great-
authority.
It's a great topic that we should work out here, because if we leave with it undecided or undetermined, we'll be back here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not comfortable leaving it with the comm staff. I'm more comfortable,
The
you know,
executive director, I think.
this is a significant delegation from the commission. And I think that it needs to, I mean, again, just my opinion, I think that it needs to go to you because or to, you know, whoever the executive director is.
There's a degree of accountability to that.
Yeah.
Can you flesh that out a little bit though? Because does
What
that mean
part?
that if we want to revisit this, then we have to ask Sean to revisit it? Like,
And just
how
to be
does that-
clear, just a little point of clarification, what part are we talking about? The forfeiting of the, if I don't want to go first, can I go fourth?
I think just the approach overall, like who makes the decision as to the strategy? So if there was I guess there's 2 scenarios that can play out. One is, are we as a staff, and I'm including kind of myself and comms now in that dynamic. We say, you know what, this system is no longer effective, or we have a different approach we'd like to take. I think history would prove, at least hopefully based on my approach, there's a degree of consultation with commissioners about, here's what's on my mind. The alternative approach, though, is that one of you or 2 of you or even a majority of you say, I don't really like the way this is playing out. I'd like a different strategy. And then that would be the signal to me of, let's go back and talk with comms and figure this out. That's how I operate historically, but I think those are the 2 ways that this would bridge it. So I think to your question,
Yeah.
that is a possibility that commissioners could say,
Yeah.
it's working.
Because
So I
But
have a
we
question.
landed
I have
on
a-
this approach because it wasn't working.
Exactly.
But I have a
And it sounded
question.
like comms came up with a solution that we all.
That we all agreed
I think
on.
to your point, we all gave approval to.
But what is it that you want in the charter? Because the charter can say a fair and balanced process that relies on the professionalism of the team that is directly accountable to the executive director, or it can say alphabetical order, you know, do you want the process that you're using now in the charter? Because there'll be a review of the charter every X number of years, or do you want just a broader statement, fair and balanced, and then that's a policy change as opposed to a charter change?
I think to Commissioner Stebbins' point and Commissioner Roy, to your point of feeling comfortable and then Chair, you coming in new, I mean, just suggestion here, I would say, I think we've come to this conclusion and we're at a public meeting as well, so we're kind of being careful what we're saying. At the same time, I'm happy to like give you my own personal opinion on a one-on-one.
Yeah.
But there could be horse trading, right? And during the process, and who makes it to scrum at the end of the day and who gets to tell their story first and who gets to be there first can become a situation. And I think what we came up with has been sort of working. So I guess I would just say there's stuff that we still need to maybe work out. Maybe like, okay, if I don't want to go first, can I go fourth because I don't know, whatever. But I think the last part is just, I would, an asterisk in there that we revisit the process.
The only thing that I do, just again, just as sort of a governance issue,
Yeah.
is that I do believe that there are commission issues and there are staff issues.
Yeah.
And that the communication by the commission, I think that delegating this too far, not to be too far down the food chain, I don't think is good governance policy.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this isn't just for us, this is, going on.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately why I think that the broader language is more helpful, but I also think that part of it is figuring out how we all work together too, is that develop, and this is one of the things that, that I hope that I can achieve, with all of you is, it sounds like a lot of this comes from a place of mistrust and lack of communication. And, so we have a hard and fast rule, even if it made you very uncomfortable, and even if you not doing it, then makes him uncomfortable. And that gets me a little uncomfortable to think that, we're so worried about who's first, who's second, who's, that we don't trust each other enough. And I understand that's why we're here, but
So,
Yeah.
I personally like a little bit broader approach right now, with an understanding that we delegate to Sean how this is managed, but I worry about putting something too hard and firm, basically saying we're giving up our right to speak on behalf of the commission to staff. And that, I want staff to manage it, but I feel, I don't want to take anyone's voice away. And I think that should be reserved to the commissioners, but we're agreeing to this to make sure that there's a negotiated process that everyone feels is fairly handled. But I worry about putting something in writing that says that this is not a commissioner's.
and I agree with you on the authority part, and like the current process, like for example, this meeting we're gonna have on Thursday, I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of questions about the bill, because the bill, they were passing it the day of our last month of our meeting. And all of us worked really hard, all of us on outreach, so who's to say what would be fair for someone to go first to talk? So the process works, because whoever happened to be first will probably get a ton of questions on the bill, and it's fair. So we all want to speak highly of it, and we're proud of the work we did, but it's the roll of the dice, and like I'm for this month, and it's great, I'm for it. It works. So yeah, so like this month is a really good example.
I haven't seen the laundry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I ask, is this a written policy or it's just a norm that's come to be used?
It should be a written SOP, but I know when that issue came up, whenever it did, I asked for the SOP and I don't recall ever seeing it, but I know it's been put in writing, but I don't know if it's in that SOP format.
The library.
Yeah, but I do know that there is a written policy somewhere in Congress.
So for the purposes of the charter, how would you all feel about putting in language that says fair and balanced? And something that, in other words, there's an SOP that can be changed more easily than the charter can be changed, but that it states what the ideals or goals or our expectations are of the process that's used. Is that comfortable?
Are we also incorporating the authority component as well?
Yeah, it sounds like that's an important component that I've heard you all say.
I think the authority has been with us as commissioners. I don't think, to protect the executive director's chair,
It's not, I was told firm no. Like,
Say that
I
again?
couldn't even negotiate it.
No, I'm saying we came up, like, the process that was put in place that they gave us, we all sort of agreed to it. We could have all disagreed and said, hey, this is not the process, but we all liked the process, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, like we all agreed on it.
It's almost like this is because there is a lot of still historic tension there where there was never a commission discussion, nor is there ever a vote about this is our process. And I also think if that were to be the case, then to be honest, I don't know what your communications team does aside from scheduling conversations for you. They're clerks.
If we vote on it.
If you vote on it, then what strategic advice is your communications team providing you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't think of that.
Wait a minute, can you clarify that for me? I don't know if I'm following.
So if there's a discussion amongst, so let's say it's one monthly meeting the commission puts on its agenda for commission discussion and votes, communications and Scrum policy, whatever that might be. And you then debate it, discuss it. At that point, all of our communications team's work is to basically schedule the Scrum. You will declare what your strategic process is. And it's very rigid, I agree, but it's kind of it's an extreme version of, they're basically clerks at that point. They're just coordinating your strategy versus actually developing the strategy. And I would actually, so I guess kind of getting to your question a little bit is, one way to hold me accountable and then through me, the staff accountable, is that it has to be documented. And that way, there's no room for interpretation, there's no room for like a discrete evolution of, we've just evolved into this because nobody's really been looking or paying attention and so that way though, it's, any new commissioner can get it as a document, this is our policy. And I think as, in kind of
And
speaking.
if they want to change that policy, they have to take a vote.
Then there's a few ways to trigger that even. It could be organic of, it's just a good, healthy thing to do periodically. It also could be triggered by a commissioner saying, I tasked the staff with, and that's kind of, I think, respecting the commission's ultimate authority here is, you can charge me to do just about anything. And unless I have some moral objection to it, or legal objection to it, I have a job to do. If 3 of you vote in favor of it, and you could even say, I want to see a refashioned SOP, so we hereby task the executive director with developing a new SOP. Again, unless I have some moral objection to it, I don't see why I don't have a job to do. So that might be a way to balance the authority where implementation, I think, is manageable. It also respects, and I'm sensitive to this, I realize, but I think it respects the function of your communication staff. They are your strategic communication advisors. If you deprive them of that strategy, they're your communications coordinator.
But how are you saying we're depriving them of the strategy? And that's what I'm saying.
If the commission takes it and puts it on your agenda, you debate it, you're essentially discussing amongst yourself communication strategy, but you may not be advised by your communications team. You could invite them into that, but now it's a public debate as well, which I think is, I think there's an awkwardness to that. Like that's like granular minutia of operations that is going to be publicly debated potentially. And that was a tension point with I guess the previous commission. Because one of the things I recognize as well is that distrust that it's kind of an undercurrent of some of why we're here is frankly why I invited this conversation, because when that would happen, and I think back to the earliest iterations of the commission, what I would say to those commissioners that would march into my office and say, where did this come from? Stores are going to open in November? What do you want me to do about it? I don't know where my authority is here vis-a-vis the commission. And so if there's 2 commissioners that don't trust each other and there's a third that wants to do their own thing, both myself as well as our communication staff, we have to live in that environment too. Because our responsibility is to the whole, not to any one individual. And I think there's just an awkwardness on that part. So that's why this process was developed. It seemed like the safest thing to do is just make it rigid. This is the process. We have no other, I shouldn't say we have no other choice. I don't want to be too dramatic, but this seems like the fairest thing to do in light of the circumstances of everybody wanting to participate. How do we facilitate them? So.
But are you uncomfortable with us delegating this to you?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, but I think with the limitation of it needs to be documented, that should give you the peace of mind that it's not just a casual approach that we're taking. And therefore, though, to change it, we have to document something new. And I think that would be a degree of accountability we need. So.
All right, that's
okay. I think I have enough for that to try and draft something for you for the
you
next
got through
meeting.
one sentence, that's awesome.
So let's actually be a bit more. Let's go now to the issue of external communications, where commissioners are speaking on their.
By the way, I appreciate everyone being patient with me because
Of course.
So thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, I think this is a great introduction for you because you have an opportunity to talk with everybody. So I'm willing to give it the time that it takes.
It's triggering for me.
It's just ask.
Tell us when you need a break.
I know.
Don't be afraid to ask too, like, I know we have public meeting on Thursday, but like, from now until Thursday, you have questions, just reach out to any of us. It's a lot.
Thank you. It is.
External communications.
Can I offer an extraction from the PRIM charter that was shared with us?
Sure.
And I actually, at the time, when I worked the treasurer, I kind of hated this clause, but now that I don't work for her, I see the utility of it.
Where's that
So
note?
this is
You
in a-
have that.
Yeah, this is from, I can read it aloud, 'cause I think it's
Okay.
valuable. So it's, when board members find themselves in situations where they are communicating in their own personal capacity or in a capacity other than as a member of the board, and there's a reasonable likelihood that the audience may assume or perceive that they are speaking on behalf of the board. Board members shall preface their written or verbal communications with the following disclaimer. I'm speaking today in my personal capacity or in my capacity as, and not on behalf of the PRIM board, so it'll be the Cannabis Control Commission. All opinions expressed herein or in my presentation are strictly my own and do not necessarily reflect the official positions or views of the Cannabis Control Commission. So in other words, I hated that because I figured, again, working for the treasurer, she's never going to not be the treasurer. So whenever she says it's going to be reflective of her official elected position, her political opinion, but it's never going to be too far removed from the Cannabis Control Commission. And this, like, I think trying to apply it to our instance, you're always going to be a commissioner, no matter what you do, no matter where you are a commissioner. But I think if you said, I'm here as a commissioner, and you're probably not going to be in front of a large audience without that title, right? Like so I think if you just say, I'm here as individual commissioner, this is not something we voted on yet. So some disclaimer language I think would be valuable, but it also gives you essentially a script to just rely on. So if we embedded something kind of extracting that language or whatever modification is appropriate for us, I think it just makes it clear that, one, you can do that. Any commissioner can go do independent presentations as you see fit. If it is not an adopted policy, a disclaimer would be the safest thing. So, again, this policy got used against me many times, but now I see the utility.
How do others feel about that proposal?
I think it's in line with our practice. I think it's good.
Okay with that?
I think PRIM's pretty well run.
Did you help draft this charter?
No, that was after me.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're using it as a bit of a model.
Yeah, I adopted it before.
Everyone okay with that? So some language that says you're allowed to have these external communications, but that when something hasn't been voted on or approved by the commission, there's a statement.
Yeah, that was after Tim Cahill lost the job to the executive director, and Bob Russo was not too happy to see that.
Bob is still there.
Yes, I know. So that happened after I was gone.
Okay, see, so for all of the time we took on the first, what I thought was the easier one was the harder one, right? Always surprised. Okay, anything else to be said on communications?
Actually,
Yes.
I really want to move on, but do we need to touch on anything with social media?
What about
Exactly, like do we, I don't know, I'm
Do
throwing
you
out
have
a
to
question.
preface every tweet?
Or, right, so like
With it?
in the previous cohort, right, social media was kind of a bigger issue problem. Where a commissioner would go on Twitter, let's say, and say a statement, and it felt like it was attributed to the entire commission. So I don't know, what are your thoughts, Sean, around social media?
Yeah, I mean, it may get into that independent communication aspect of like prefacing it as, but ultimately too, we're seeking an indulgence from commissioners of please operate in a constructive way versus a destructive way.
Right.
And I'm wondering if there's anything, and I just apologize for not knowing offhand, if there's anything embedded in our handbook that would speak to social media activity.
I mean, we were told, because I had a lot of those questions, I guess, but also I have a question for you, is there any concern now? Because the
No, I
past is
think
the
we've all
past, but,
operated
like,
in a really great space,
Yeah.
really respectful. So
Okay.
it's not like a current problem, but we're looking for,
Right.
we're like
Yeah.
planning for.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there was
future.
any-
And just because
yeah,
all of us
example.
operate in a really respectful
Yeah.
place with it,
Mhm.
but that can't predict the future either. So
Yeah.
that's how I wanted to bring it up.
I was just told that our social media, if we use our personal social media, it's your personal social media, and anyone can, basically come after you, or if you don't accept somebody and they come back and say, well, Commissioner Camargo accepted Sean and didn't accept Bruce, whatever. So for me personally, I have new social media that sort of just commission stuff, and it's open, it's open to the public, you can see anything and everything. And that was
But
sort
if
of
it's,
legal.
but if it's considered official,
It's not,
Well, no, there's some nuance there.
Yeah.
because I
yeah, it is, and
remember,
it's like a
when we
Public
start talking
forum.
about official business.
official
or
business, yes.
issues or
Yes.
policies that are implicating the
Yes.
Cannabis Control Commission, then you
Yes.
do become susceptible to like
Yes,
that.
yes.
The public forum.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why for me, I created 2 separate new ones that are just
Yeah.
commission business. I'll put other stuff on it too, but it's more commission business.
And it was also explained, its safest way is to share something over from the commission. So if the commission came out with like a statement on the new law, right? A press release, a safe place is to just share it over from them as opposed to your
you
own
mean
a post.
That's
So if they
like a
strategy.
retweet from the commission
Yeah, so
official?
like,
Yeah,
yeah, so Palm sends out a tweet
right.
and you retweet it. I was told by legal, that's like a safer way to go.
Mhm.
So we've run into issues in the past where commissioners were using let's use their Twitter account as the example in this instance. They were using their Twitter account but they were engaging with people. So they would not stop it just posting a press release, but then would start getting into exchanges with people. Then those exchanges would go at some point in a direction that would make, say, the commissioner uncomfortable. They were
Yeah.
being personally attacked or something to that effect. So they would then go so far as to block that person. But I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, you went so far into the official business realm
Yeah.
that now you are a public account,
Yeah.
thereby granting potential First Amendment
Yeah, yeah,
rights,
yeah.
freedom of speech
Right.
rights.
Mhm.
And by blocking somebody,
Right.
did you violate their First
Right.
Amendment rights? And we had to have a whole analysis done where we had to get legal involved, get the Attorney General's office involved to say, can this person be blocked on this commissioner's
Well, that was
social
like the
media?
Kaylee McEnany thing, right? When she was the spokesperson, she got in trouble for blocking people on Twitter.
And so that's where maybe create a separate account came up,
Right.
as if you preserve all of your official business over here and your personal business over here, then you can divert that attention, I guess.
Okay.
But now you're also managing 2 separate accounts, and I don't know if that's charter worthy, or if it's just if it's like a handbook thing, or even just a best practice model as opposed to a charter governance question. But I mean, there could be something embedded, even like a statement that says commissioners and staff or whatever, like agree to maintain respectful communication.
But it feels like if there are sort of official, as a commissioner Twitter page, that there does need to be some coordination, because I think that it sort of gives the impression that it is speaking on behalf of the commission, unless you have some sort of the disclaimer,
Correct.
on it. I mean, do you suggest something like that on when someone is doing sort of more commission-related communications, that disclaimer should be on it?
The opinions are my own.
I feel like I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think that's something, I know I have on my Twitter handle, it's just like, my opinions are my own. This
Right,
does not
right.
represent or on behalf of.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's
Yeah.
common,
It
yeah.
kind of fits with the external communications thing we just discussed, as
Yeah.
well, like spiritual wise, like I think it meets that. I mean, we went so far as having a commissioner create her own separate website to maintain her commentary about
Right.
what we were doing.
But that's why I think that we do need to create some sort of parameters for the policy so that it is clear that it's not just another, communications arm of the commission, and it's someone's not private, but public, but personal.
Right.
Can you say something where official Twitter accounts will be used for official commission business? And then if someone has a personal one, then it says, these are my opinions and not the opinions of the commission.
Are people
If
comfortable?
you're saying an opinion, I think it needs to be that disclaimer. If you're just saying, thank you to the Milford Senior Center for inviting me to speak, there's no opinion there.
No, I don't think you need a disclaimer, like
Yeah.
pick and choose
But
disclaimers, I just
opinion,
think that,
Yeah.
but you have it on your.
On the top, right?
Yeah.
But on LinkedIn, let's say, where would you, is there a place for that? And so again, I was told, like, if you're not saying an opinion, you're just thanking the horse committee for inviting me to speak about horse cannabis, what a great day. Like, there's no opinion there.
Yeah, right,
That's okay.
yeah.
But if you say, the efficacy of horse cannabis, this and this and that, well, that's your own opinion. Maybe there needs to be that
I need to
disclaimer
update
there.
my profile.
And, yeah. And Sean, I just have a question on.
I told him he needs a new picture on the website, he looks much better, look at him, he looks great. I know, and don't let HR hear that I'm making it well by what it says, but I did tell him they look great today,
Oh
so.
my God, that's
Terrible.
Sean, I just have a question on decorum. In the past, did it ever get in an uncomfortable space with one commissioner talking about another commissioner on any social media? Because we've been so respectful, and that, I don't know if we need to put that, like, that's not acceptable for a commissioner to talk about.
Isn't that,
I think that goes
that's part
back
of
to
like the handbook though, making sure that
Yeah.
we are, have to abide as commissioners
Right.
by the handbook. I
Right,
think that's a little bit separate.
separate
Mhm.
from the charter.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just my,
Okay.
I don't know.
But I think if this were to bring in by reference the handbook, then I'm comfortable we can cover those interactions.
Okay.
But it
But
can
it
also
did
be added to the general kind of overarching theme of respectful communication
Yeah.
from commissioners.
Because that's like
Tie
safe,
all
respectful work environment.
It is, because that's like,
Just language in a handbook.
honestly, like cyberbullying is a thing, like,
And that's, I would say, I was gonna actually say it rises to bullying.
yeah, because former commissioners have called me out on former, and it's like, it's kind of, I mean, she's like cyberbullying in a way, it's not right.
Former commissioner,
Yeah, I think our governance would stop it.
Current.
current
Yeah,
commissioner.
so.
You know, in
I
terms,
think I'm gonna wrap up the
Right. I just
communications
had to
piece.
get that
Do
out.
people need a 5-minute bio break before we start budgeting
Sure.
and budgeting process?
sure.
All right, let's do 5 minutes and then come back. Thanks.
Let me know if you've heard of any of these bands.
All right.
I have not.
Budgeting and budgeting process. So if you look at the scope of issues document, there, we talked about roles and responsibilities of the CFAO, Executive Director, Commissioners, Treasurer, establishing fiscal priorities and decisions on spending available funds. And there is a section on the Treasurer in the draft. So let's just start with, what's your sense of what needs to be in the charter, what should be addressed in the charter with regard to budgeting and the budget process?
Can I just ask the question, what are the current problems with this budgeting process, or are there?
Yeah.
In the process. I think
Yeah.
that's helpful for her.
I think, well, something that needs to ultimately get resolved is the formality of the role of the treasurer. Ensuring that it meets the statute. And doing that in a substantive way, while also, I think, acknowledging the Commonwealth's fiscal process, which is, so between the comptroller, A&F, et cetera, making sure we continue to adhere to their requirements, but also that statutory provision which requires the treasurer sign off on spending. So how do you balance those two? Where we do have a professional staff that are also authorized from a security and access standpoint into the Commonwealth systems, which is just a practical matter. So I think that's one.
And this language, this particular provision is sort of unusual for, and I've never heard of this in other public boards. So this is kind of a little bit of the awkwardness of the referendum process and.
Yeah, my read on it is the referendum became the modified legislation out of the House and Senate. And that language kind of mirrors gaming a little bit. I would actually argue.
Did you have a treasure?
We are a plagiarized version of the Gaming Commission with our own little unique quirks, really minor though. So that's where I think we function as a state agency within the confines of state government, but then we have this added layer.
Yeah.
And so Commissioner Camargo is our treasurer today. And I know she and I have been talking with, especially Adriana, who is our CFO, around what's practical, what works. And I think we've made decent headway on trying to scope out some of how do we satisfy the treasurer's role, but also I think, and I give Commissioner Camargo a lot of credit, in how do we satisfy in a durable way?
Yeah.
Not just the what do I personally want, but how do we make sure this works for each and every commissioner? But then I think where we do have a lot of flexibility outside of to access the state's payment system, you must rigidly follow the following.
But can I ask, because my dad used to be on the governor's council. The governor's council had to sign the warrant every meeting, and that was like, a rarely unused power, but on occasion they did.
Sure.
And so what is the role of the treasurer? Is it just once the budget? Is it, what is it, like signing the warrant? Is it just signing off on the, I don't know how it functions.
I think it might be helpful if we got the actual language in front of you,
Oh, okay.
the law, because we're.
I'll send it to you.
I also put it in the draft, just like I put a lot of the language. If you look at the draft charter, let me just find it.
When it's on the top page
Page
of
5. Page 5, where it's the blue language. What I did in this draft was I just put in blue the statutory language, so it was there in case we needed it.
So in reading this, so again, just back to does the treasurer, no funds shall be transferred by, so is it in essence like a warrant situation? Or is it?
That's what we're developing.
Okay,
We
I
don't-
misunderstood, okay.
Yes, I think that's what we're in the process of trying to satisfy.
Okay.
But also and it's not me to satisfy, I think it's this group to satisfy, of what is the formal role of the treasurer? And then how do they coexist alongside a CFO and our remaining financial staff?
And even before that, how is the treasurer selected?
To me, the statute's clear and should be adhered to, which is the commission votes. So it should not be appointed or selected, it should be a nomination supported by a vote.
May I ask, is there a set month of the year?
Could I ask a question? Could we set that aside, because that's going to come up when we look at the draft, because those questions are all embedded in the draft. So if we can assume there's a treasurer for the purposes of this part of the conversation, I think that will keep our focus on this section.
So I guess in thinking about the role of the functionality of the treasurer's role, I think, and Chair, to your point, I do view there as being value in some sort of warrant that gets executed or affirmatively accepted by the treasurer saying, I agree, I approve, whatever it might be. That doesn't disrupt our ability to comply with state law, but then respects that added layer that the statute clearly puts in. So, and again, not to be overly deferential, but I do think that Commissioner Camargo and Adriana are actively sifting through that now, given her current role as treasurer. So making sure that she's comfortable with the approach, but then learning from that to see what is durable, and then ultimately bringing that back to this group. Where I do think there's room to add additional layers to that is really in our budget development process, which I think, to give you some context on that, because I think it's inclusive, but it's different than other agencies I've been around for sure, is our budget process has a few different iterations. One is, it's actually kind of live happening right now, is our department heads are developing really in a 2-year cycle. So right now it'll be FY24 and 25, where I'm asking them to develop what their requests might be. You know your department better than anyone else, so tell me what it is that you need. In doing that, I give them some guidance on what I'd like to see, which is continued support for building out the administrative side of the agency. How do we build kind of a backbone structurally? And then obviously it's going to be informed by the declared goals that the commission set for me as well. The reason we do 2 years is I think it forces people to think strategically. Where am I going? Not just what are my needs today, how do I get them, but instead it's, if I need, I'll use Yao, our chief of investigation, as an example. If I need 20 investigators, is it 10 and 10? Or do I just need 20? And so it forces that, what's my ramp here? What's my growth? That's gonna also, so there's 2 exercises before I get into that column, so to speak, the department head request. One is level service. I guess I'll go progressively. One is level funding. And what does that budget look like for us? Can we maintain our existing operations? Then that gets into level service, which is probably going to be level funding plus a small percentage. Then there's the department head request, which is going to be our largest number by volume. Usually at that point, I will then sit with commissioners and ask, alongside Adriana as well, our CFO, and say, what are your priorities? And do you feel like any of these budgets incorporate your priorities or are reflective of your priorities? And then I'll sit with Adriana and others and start to, I guess, massage all of those numbers and figure out realistically where can we get our budget, where we know we're making what we think is a reasonable request, knowing there's a political aspect to that. But in making that request, are we actually meeting the needs of this agency, including the priorities of departments, but also commissioners? And then ultimately make a decision on this is where I think we should go. My intention in my in history would be that I would present that to the commission. But before then, I would also circle back to each commissioner and say, here's where I think we've landed, making sure you're aware and comfortable, but also circle back with the department and say, this is what I've decided to recommend to the commission. I would seek the commission's adoption of that FY24 request. That would then be submitted to A&F as well as House and Senate Ways and Means, which would then, I think, much like our legislative and executive branch outreach policy, that would also lock the commission in. This is our request. This is what we've asked for. And then we ultimately make a presentation to both House and Senate Ways and Means as testimony. In the past, it's been the chair and myself. We could also, I think, make an argument for the treasurer to play a role in that as well. So I think that's where we're trying to make sure the role fits expectations. But it's been an evolution there too. I think we've gotten into a tight place where everybody feels at least heard and they contribute to it in some way. I got to be honest, it doesn't mean everyone's agreed with that process. There have been instances where I may not agree with the department head and say, I don't think we can support that this time. I respect that. They may, based on their disagreement, they may appeal to a commissioner, they may appeal to a fellow department head of, if you could forego an FTE, I could take that FTE, and so there's some more straight this stuff then. That's going to be true of each agency, I would imagine.
In terms of staff going around your recommendation, is that helpful?
Not to me, certainly not to me. I think we've lived through it, and I think we've gotten to a better place where I don't mind being accountable for my decisions. So I've hopefully matured in that sense, where at first it would piss me off. Now I understand why there's human nature to that, but I also appreciate that by and large commissioners will give me the benefit of the doubt and come to me to ask, what was your thinking here? Without starting with how could you not support this request? It doesn't
but
start
in
with that
terms
tone.
of your sort of, the buck rests with you and staff. I mean, do you communicate with staff? And are they comfortable with this, or is this? I mean, because this is also part of what I'm trying to understand is that, in terms of governance, in terms of how, persons sort of going around the person that we've delegated the responsibility to manage the day-to-day operations, and then kind of in essence going up above them to their boss. How do we communicate what is acceptable?
I'll put it this way. I think as it's proven lately, especially to be a dead end, the habit is kind of halted.
Yeah.
If it proves successful, that, well, Sean made a decision, yeah, but I'm gonna go to the commissioner, and they're gonna override that decision. If that proves successful time and time again, then that would just be a chronic problem, whereas it's proven unsuccessful lately. What it's done, though, in some instances, it's gotten me to a table with that department head or that staff member to then just say, what wasn't clear?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are we talking about the budget process right now, or are we talking about the role of the treasurer right now? Are we gonna get to like because I know we talked about sort of like the goals and how that interacts with the budget itself. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to get into that, or if we're.
I think we're talking about budget and then we'll come, I mean, they're intertwined. There's a whole section on treasurer, and I'm gonna let the conversation happen here because when we get to it, because then we'll have done it already by the time we get to it. We're on budget.
I kind of involved in
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And also just to keep in mind, what is it that the charter needs to, like this is important for background, and what does the charter need to describe?
Around budgeting and the budgeting process.
Question around budget that I don't think the commission has done historically, but you keep saying like we're getting to the point of maturation in the sense that we're not a building agency anymore. And there may be a point sooner rather than later when the legislature responds in kind. So I guess my point is would it ever be appropriate with our legislative outreach? If we talked about it at a public meeting, and if there was maybe a treasurer's report or your report, and say that for FY24, the commission will be submitting a budget, and this is why. This is why, because we've grown exponentially, we need this many more compliance officers or investigators, and would it be prudent for us to do a legislative outreach around public awareness line item, around medical line item, and I don't want to get caught in the weeds, I'm just saying for the charter, when and if appropriate, around the budget, that commissioners, if we all agreed, was appropriate outreach to help advocate, because we're trying to advocate for this agency as well. Is that appropriate, and is it something that needs to be baked into this language?
I think yes. I think to me there's value and utility in, and I think the right sequence is ultimately the commission reacts to what is a staff recommendation on budget, but is informed by the budget process, which also, before it even gets to you, it's still going to have your fingerprints on it based on our internal process, which I don't know. That can be an internal SOP of how do we build the budget. But then ultimately, I think the governance charter itself is that myself and the CFO, and perhaps in conjunction with the commission's treasurer, will present to the full commission a proposed fiscal year budget. I think we want to make sure we hit the right season, so I don't know what date that would be just yet. It's going to be around the end of a calendar year, knowing that A&F needs to present their budget in January. So which is why we're in our development process right now. But I think just in a good governance process, you are ultimately the check, but I view a budget as being a policy document as well. There's policy embedded in our budgetary priorities. So I think by voting on it, I would want to, frankly, leverage the legislative and executive branch outreach policy and have it track with that.
Right.
The difference here would be it wouldn't have actually, the treasurer can be the commission sponsor in that context.
Right.
Developing materials alongside our CFO and again, our budget director, May. But I think it also would then lock in the commission, which means these are our priorities. If you want to assist with that advocacy process, that's your function, that's your right. But if you want to deviate from that, that's outside of like we settled on the policy. So any deviation from that is going to be, I don't know what the enforcement mechanism is, but it's going to be declared as outside that scope. So that's where I think it should track that policy. It works, it functions, and it is ultimately advocacy. So yes, I agree. That's a long-winded way of saying yes.
What are your thoughts, Treasurer?
So there's a lot going on right now. So I guess for me on the treasurer role, I think I want to wait till we get to that section, I think. I think what you guys are talking about more is the process of the budget and how you have done it the last, I think, I'm gonna say year that we've been here, right? Like, at least for us. And then how you've included us in the process. Myself as a treasurer now, sort of how the role that I've played in the budget. I think, Chair, to your question or point earlier around the staff and the conversation and all that, I think in the beginning, and even though I think everyone has gotten to a point now where they're like, you know, we already know what to say, we sort of redirect people. But on the bright side, I think, at least for me personally, it allowed me to understand the budget process, not from Sean's perspective. Because he's a traffic cop for 5 commissioners, and at times he can't tell us everything. There's things that we're missing that we don't get from Sean, right? Not because he doesn't want to give it to us, it's just the nature of the job. So I think it is good to hear from other leadership on the commission in terms of the budget process, what it looks like, what their departments are going through, what they're dealing with, because it also allows us to understand the behind the scenes of the operations. But we already know the process, we respect the process, so we kind of bring it back. So I just wanted to kind of.
But it feels like it's almost like a timing issue, because what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm not hearing this correctly, it feels like you as treasurer and the, you know, other commissioners have the opportunity to sort of not get everything filtered through the executive director. However, it feels like when there's a decision that's made, then having those sort of extemporaneous conversations feels like it's undermining. So I don't think that those conversations shouldn't happen. I'm just wondering if there's not almost a more organized way for you to sort of understand.
Yeah, and there has been, I think, and that's what I'm saying, like, I feel like in the beginning, right, like, we've all gone through the growing pains the last 17, 18 months, I think that was happening in the beginning, I think everybody's on the same page, but I think we're still, I think, and we had talked about this maybe 2 meetings ago, but we were talking about the budget process and what does it look like and how do we make it more transparent and how do we, it has developed, it's been a developing process. So, I mean, Commissioner Confucion, to your point, I think I'm sitting in it right now, thinking it through and, you know, we had a conversation with Adriana last week, myself, Sean, Alyssa, just around the presentation that will be presented, right? And what does that look like? And also her role as a, you know, CFO of this commission is a big deal, you know? So I'm like, you need to also step up and get on camera and kind of go through it and have the conversation. She now has another team member that's allowing her to now be more into that role, but I want to see more of that role sort of come out and be more active, right, publicly, so that folks really understand the behind the scenes of the budget process. So I'm in it right now. I'm thinking it through.
I think I think it might have been our last conversation. We talked about how the budget is developed. And I think the breakdown, and I'm summarizing this, you guys can correct me if my interpretation is a little bit different, was that it's based on the goals, on the executive director's goals. And then we went into a conversation about sort of how those goals are developed and what's prioritized. Because there was like this kind of murky area we didn't really understand
How
it was developed,
the wish list,
what is happening, why certain decisions were being made, why things weren't, you know. So I know you go around, we do have conversations individually with you as it's being developed, but then there's sort of no circling back and explanation behind some of those decisions. And I think from a commissioner perspective, the way that I look at this is 2 separate elements, right? You're the ED, the way that sort of like the engagement with staff, that's sort of your inherent role. But in terms of the policy perspective and how we're developing that and the conversations around that, I think that we need to kind of have some parameters in place.
or that it's missing a little bit.
It's missing. It's just sort of like an air of like, you know, even when we were having the conversation, it was like, oh, where did these goals come from? We have goals that are sort of been developed years before our time here that are still the goals for each year that are not specific or, you know, for a particular cause or issue, but public awareness is something that both me and Commissioner Roy have been wanting to advocating for, but it wasn't necessarily a commission priority.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I just feel like this is the opportunity to kind of put something in place to make sure that this is a more cohesive, comprehensive sort of thing.
Yeah, I like the idea, and I know you raised the issue of an SOP, but I mean, the components of this budget building process is something that needs to be a little bit more ingrained and chiseled, so to speak. Not reflective of, okay, we gotta do this by this date. I mean, that will all get built in kind of annually by calendar and everything else, but a thoughtful process that protects you, a thoughtful process that allows for commissioner input needs to be kind of laid out in that process a little more clearly.
Commissioner input, I'll say, let's define that, because I think that Sean went around and got our input. I think we all know that. We all talked about our goals in terms of what are we thinking. So are you talking about the input as to what you're talking about?
Yes, and Bruce, you can.
Well, I feel like I'm connecting both of the missing.
I'm talking about, so the budget, my understanding is the budget is based off of PED's goals, the goals for the commission as a whole. And before we were meeting for governance, we had no like really, just a blanket, not blanket, but a real basic understanding of the goals and how they were developed and what they should be looking like. We've sort of just been going with it without asking why or if this is working.
So
Because the budget is based off of that.
Right, so we have a section about setting the goals that's in the draft, but it sounds like there's a question of how those goals get integrated into the budget. And where is that, do the commissioners have some kind of role in looking at that?
But also the input to your point, like, because I'm hearing what you all are saying about, like, it would have been nice if you guys had a conversation about the public awareness, sort of advocacy or money and all that stuff, and that we embedded it in the beginning in terms of the budget, right? Like,
That's what,
right, we're having, but there's also conversations that are not being had, right? But I think to your point about the input piece, is that what you're saying? Because I'm trying to figure out the input piece and then the missing link of what.
But we developed his goals.
Yeah,
That is the
and some of this does align with timing of goals. If we're all time, if there's a strength and a tie back to commission goals. But, you know, Sean, you started off this conversation kind of walking through what that process is. And I think not formalizing, but just say, this is the process that we use in building out our budget. I found that kind of detailed, methodical steps that you just laid out is something that.
So that's not laid out for us. Like, we know it verbally, but it's not.
Verbally, but I think
Yeah.
the charter to, again, protect the responsibility you have as well as incorporating the role that the five of us have.
That makes sense.
and we
It's
keep
missing.
talking about budget as a whole, but there's 3 line items that fall into the whole bucket. So the operational budget, the medical, and public awareness. And how are those individual ones baked into your goals? And how do are there separate strategies for each line item? In other words, public awareness could be a different strategy from medical to, like, and I feel bad because a lot of it falls on you, making all these calls to try to, you are their champion for this budget. And you kind of go it, not alone, but a lot of it alone. And you're the one meeting these folks and calling out leadership. And if we could take a public stance and help you,
Now we can.
would that help you?
That we did the.
If we could do a publicly, we all had a unified voice, like, this is why we need these funds, and State House News reports it, commissioners advocating for, it puts a spotlight on it, and so you by yourself, like, carrying most of the load. And I'm just trying to be helpful in that way.
So
I think we're saying a few different things.
a little bit, but I'm also trying to track what in our process is missing now, because hearing it, in my head, I'm thinking, I did that. We do that. So I presented to the commission our 3 line items and said, our requests are the following. And I think public awareness, our request, maybe the A&F was maybe $500,000 versus $1 million, or actually trying to recall it now. But on a slide at a public commission meeting was, here's our 3 line items, here's our request, and here's what's between those lines as far as it's going to result in, and I'm making up just round numbers, 25 FTEs. There's a major technology project on open data, $500,000 for a Tableau server. But here's where that tracks back to my goals. And that presentation was made. And I think what it didn't have at the time was the benefit of the legislative and executive branch outreach to then fall into. But at one point there was, we're requesting $500,000 for public awareness, and here's what it would include. And that, most of it is like the language of the public awareness campaign.
I think I'm missing, because you were thinking, and then I said missing. Because I was sort of seeing what you were saying, but I think, I don't know, Commissioner, because I feel like what I heard, what you were kind of alluding to was that on the back end, because you're right, you've done all that stuff, but I think on the back end, once you decide what gets into your budget from all of the leadership, and I can't think right now, maybe you did this too, is there a time when we're having the conversation that you're explaining to us why some of these things didn't make it on the bigger picture of the commission, right? Is that, I feel like.
That's a good point. I also think it should be explicit somewhere that the budget is developed and based on the goals set. I think that's just a very direct thing about, that's what my thinking is, because I did not know, I shouldn't say I didn't know that, it's like I learned that from my time here, but it would be really helpful, I think, for other iterations of the commission to understand that when we're developing and talking about the goals, what you're making a decision on.
Yeah.
And that this budget is based on that, they're connected.
Right. We didn't know that at the beginning.
No.
There's no way.
There's going to be an inherent competition in timing, though, that we should be sensitive to,
Yeah.
which is if we're submitting our budget for a January A&F governor's budget cycle, again, we're submitting to A&F, let's say like November-ish. We're already submitting to what is level maintenance, just because that's based on existing numbers. There's no policy embedded in that. Basically, can you guys survive with maintenance? Well, what is your maintenance number? Therefore, there's no expansion in that. There's no new initiatives in that. It's purely what is steady state for the Cannabis Control Commission. So on that one, it's basically, that's an Adriana, and again, we should think about the role of the treasurer in this. That's just an accounting method, nothing else. The budget development process, though, is going to be almost coinciding with the goals development process. So right now,
Timetable on that, because I don't know what that is.
so goals are normally, I would self-report on performance against this year's goals in a November, December timeframe, probably more likely November, given our history with December meetings, and then ultimately come back in a January timeframe, and maybe even a draft in November of the upcoming goals, but to be adopted into January, so the goals function in a calendar year timeline. Therefore, though, they don't function in a fiscal year calendar.
Should they?
Our entire agency is a performance management process is under a calendar year timeframe. So I'd rather have all of our goals aligned with a similar timeframe. And we just survived the realigning my goals with calendar years. So I'd probably like to see that through maybe at least another year to see if that can function. But I guess it's the benefit of the goals process now, there was a lot of them were multi-year efforts. So at one point in time, it was very task-oriented.
Yeah.
There shall be a handbook. Okay, well, that's a check done. I've achieved all my goals, what's left? Now it's more, what's your 5-year strategic plan? So actually one of the philosophies in budget development for FY24 is, how do you breathe life into your 5-year strategic plan? One of the things that I would argue supports that 5-year strategic planning is a 2-year budget development process. Knowing that so people last year, department heads last year, frankly, pre-submitted their FY23 goals. Part of my conversation with department heads when they come in with their FY24 and 25 is going to be, what did you tell me you needed last year? How does that compare to where you're at now? Knowing I'm not going to hold them to that last year request. Instead, I'm going to see what changed, what happened in your life cycle that might justify such a drastic shift.
Can I ask a question? I don't sure. When you are sort of evaluating the different teams and what the requests are, do you also evaluate how they align back to the goals?
Yes. I think the simplest way to answer is yes. The other thing that I do, though, is how does it align? Is it in competition with other goals as well? So for the other, I guess, would pursuing this, let's call it financial objective, disrupt another goal potentially? So a good example is there's 2 goals that are they can either be in competition with one another or they can sync up, which is thinking of two of my goals right now. I have a 5-year strategic plan for operations for the agency overall. There's also the 3-year equity plan. Do those two things align or do they compete with each other? Is there tension between those? I don't think there should be, but one's 3, one's 5. But equity programming and strategic planning is going to be operational impact. So how do I make sure that Alyssa and Cedric talk and come to me with not competing budget requests, but coinciding budget requests? One of my biggest concerns in this fiscal year that we're living in right now is we have a lot of departments that are looking to go on hiring sprees. We have an HR department of, right now, at least 2 people. By next month, it'll be up to 4 people. That's still doubling bandwidth is wonderful, but it's not enough to sustain those growth needs, which is why I've made it a priority for each department. Come to me and talk to me about 2 things. How are you building out your own support structure as far as your administrative side of the house? But then what impact does your budget request have on other departments? So please be mindful and acknowledge that if I come in and I need 15 investigators, what are your IT needs based on that? What are your operational needs on that? What are your HR needs based on that? Or if I need, I'm thinking of research, what are your procurement needs based on that? What are your legal needs based on that? And just, I'm not asking you to solve for it, just be mindful of it. So that way we can, I know too that I can have to go have a conversation with Christine about regulations is a good example this year. So again, I guess I'm trying to extract a little bit about what's missing. I hear that turnaround and circle back. What I want to make sure is when I first sit down with you to glean and try to extract your priorities, that you have the full benefit of what department requests are going to be.
I think at least the first time we've had that conversation, early on, it wasn't clear to me that the conversation we were having was a budget conversation per se. It was, what do you want to achieve or accomplish? What are some of your priorities? So what I'm sort of advocating right now is just that we have some express language saying that these are the decisions that are being made at this point, and that's what that conversation is about.
That's fair.
So to piggyback on that, we vote on your goals to accept them.
Yep.
I'm throwing this out to the group. Should we accept your budget? Should we vote to accept your budget and therefore vote on a legislative outreach strategy based upon accepting your budget? Would that all be helpful?
Yes, I would advocate for that number. And so in presenting it in the past, and I guess this is helpful because so thank you for allowing the exchange here. Because it's really just the clearly articulating what is being asked of commissioners right now, what is being presented and what is being asked. Because in the past, I would present the budget and it would get adopted, but then there's still a mystery to that. Like, what did we just vote for?
Yeah, that's right.
But I think that's if I were to lay out in a budget presentation. And I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, you have a really talented CFO at this agency that knows the state's budget process probably better than most people in state government. So I think in that presentation is also, where do we go from here? What happens next? So with your approval, and I don't want to take anything for granted or assume too much. If you were to adopt this budget, we would then develop the legislative and executive branch outreach strategy to accompany it, or maybe we present it simultaneously. If you were to vote for this, you would also be voting for legislative and executive branch outreach strategy, which will have the following components. But that's also where Matt then comes in. Adriana comes in to support that. And again, I think the treasurer can serve as the sponsoring commissioner, so to speak, but ultimately the responsibility of developing all the materials, that's where the coexisting, I think, is valuable. But I also want to make sure that there's proper deference to Adriana and the treasurer in that role to really hone, like, who does what in that example. But I'm hearing 2 other things that I just want to be really sensitive to, which is before we even get to a commission discussion and a presentation on that, the development of those numbers, the specific request, I see two conversations with commissioners. One is, you should know that these are what the department heads are asking for. I think you also deserve some early indication of where I'm at on those numbers, right? So let's say the department head number, and again, the biggest number is always going to be the full request. So if let's say we're at $20 million all in right now. Next year's budget comes in, each department taken in total, they're looking for $25 million. And I think based on some of my feedback and some of my instincts, I can probably squeeze 23. That's where I need to land, that's where I want to land. Therefore, you should rest assured, $2 million is going to have people behind it that are looking for, I didn't get. I think you deserve that first conversation. The reason though is to make sure that in that 23 million, that your priorities are not on the chopping block or are left on the cutting room floor. But then based on, so let's say I had my first conversation with Commissioner Concepcion, I now have 4 other conversations. That's not to suggest that one of the other 4 conversations is not going to be really persuasive to me, where now that number moves. I never went back to her though.
Right.
And I think that's where maybe in the run up to a public meeting, it's on the agenda, but you have that full come back around and say, this is the final number.
That's what's missing.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So where you would have with each of the commissioners, that
Maybe
conversation?
one-on-one or 2-on-1, me and the CFO. Again, I want to make sure I respect her role in this.
But I think also, Sean, and I always say this, there's no manual to this job, and this governance charter is starting to become sort of a manual for us. But I think, I don't know who said it, what commissioner said it, but I think it's us even detailing the process to the budgeting process.
Right.
Because you're right, like in the beginning, you talked to us and it was like, probably like you're feeling right now, everything's coming at you. You probably didn't even know that we were in a budget conversation or that in a priorities conversation, and then other leadership are coming to us, so I think that was the frenzy there. I think that moving forward, I think the process that we've developed has been evolving, it's better. I think the missing link is some of that, the conversation, right? We talk about public awareness. It could be, you this year, you next year, the year after, so even those conversations haven't been baked in, right? Because we haven't received the public awareness money for 2-3 years now. So I think detailing what it is, and also I think we talked about it during the treasurer's role a little bit before, is putting in a calendar of when all this stuff is happening, because unless Sean tells you, you don't know when it's time to do his goals, or how does that align with the budget? How does that align with the legislative session? So also having some of those timelines in will be helpful.
Which I have one question just for the drafting piece. Is it, on a calendar question, is it necessary to have the legislative outreach strategy available to be voted on at the same time as the budget is voted on? Or should there be some?
I think it makes the most sense as a package, because ultimately the budget is the policy, right?
Can I ask what you mean by the outreach strategy what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so in Commissioner Concepcion and she highlighted the hemp example earlier, where that policy was adopted that statute was adopted by the legislature without us. It was done to us, not with us. And so in reacting to that, she worked with me and others to develop basically an agreed to approach that presenting something to the commission that says, it really results in policy statements. The Cannabis Control Commission supports XYZ. But then what it does is it basically binds the commission and individual commissioners, that we as a commission endorse this approach. And so what I would say in the budget context would be, we as a commission endorse this budget request.
Okay. It's just formalizing that statement is what you're saying.
Exactly,
Okay.
but then it gives each commissioner the ability to go up to the State House and say, consistent with this policy statement, we are hereby requesting $23 million and broken up into the following accounts. I think you can even get more granular as far as, and included in that $23 million is $1 million for public awareness to be used for these following purposes. And I think the granularity is going to be really particularly helpful, because that way it's not open for, we need $23 million to do with what I say we need to do with it. It locks in me, but it also locks in each commissioner. And then I think kind of getting into the implementation phase, I don't want to complicate matters further, but there's no guarantee we get that money.
Right.
So right now, last year, every year I've been here, which is all the years, we've been successful. It doesn't, that past performance does not guarantee future results. That being said, there's going to be a circumstance, and Commissioner Roy touched on this, where we just become structural and our request is going to be denied or reduced, whatever it might be. I think I have an obligation to come back to the commission and say, we asked for 23, we got 22. I would thereby propose modifying our budget down, but also here's the cuts that I'm proposing. That will then restore the commission's role in our budgeting process. And it's not it's my recommendation, but it's your decision because that way, otherwise I might cut your priority just because that's what I felt like doing. I shouldn't have that authority. So
I think by voting on it, accepting it, and we have official language around it, gives us that language to circulate. We're all public officials, so we have a platform to be able to go and to advocate for those line items. If we had, as opposed to something unofficial, we're just kind of making calls or having meetings. I think when we have that paper in hand with that language, it's helpful for us to be able to advocate for the commission.
And also, as long as it's coordinated with our government affairs team, because I feel like we have that. We voted on 2 policies already, but I would say as long as it's in sync with our government affairs, collaboration and outreach.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, if the proposal before the commission, though, is we intend to submit to A&F a request for $1 million in public awareness, and then each of you had a $500,000 priority.
We don't have enough money.
We don't have enough money for that. So I think by getting one layer lower in the granularity is going to be valuable in a presentation of this is how we intend to spend it. And we do it for each line item anyway. So this is payroll, this is vendors, this is, contractors, consultants, whatever it might be. This is payroll benefits, et cetera. So, the majority of our budget is payroll and vendors.
And I have a question on the process. Would you be having one-on-one conversations with the commissioners before you presented your planned cuts?
Yeah.
And this satisfies a goal towards transparency. You always talk about transparency, right? And the more transparent we are around this, helps satisfy
Absolutely.
part of that goal.
Yeah, it becomes part of your packet, it's on our website. I think I'd even love to throw in like an open data element to this, but our IT folks may not want that. So.
The only thing I would add, and Commissioner Comiso, I know you have a thought.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Adriana, while we're developing this process of the charter, I would ask that we I know we'll get to that point when we let staff review it, but I really think we need to have a conversation. However, I could be a part of it, or however we should
be in the room.
I think so, and I think to Sean's point, Adriana has a lot of experience in state government and budgeting. She's pretty brilliant in this role. So I think it would be helpful, because I always think about not just us here, but as folks that are coming after us. And I think that this is a big deal for the budget, for the ED role, and for the commission. So I think that we should definitely include her in the process. I think we would get some feedback from her.
If I can, I guess, offer a suggestion, because I think I want to be sure, and this might be me stepping one layer out of it, which I think is appropriate, is I think you as the existing treasurer in concert with Adriana working through how do the two of you coexist.
Yep.
And not you, Commissioner,
The role.
treasurer, exactly.
The role, yeah.
And maybe that's what, kind of coming back in a future one of these
Absolutely.
conversations with that scope. But then I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, and I guess it's similar to the secretary's role as well, working with Sabiel and legal around how do you scope out your practical experience, how do you embed it into a durable document?
Absolutely.
Not for your own personal occupation of the role, but any future folks that enter that role. Because I think the biggest thing for me would be consistency.
Absolutely.
And making sure that it doesn't, it's not dependent on the individual in the role.
Absolutely.
It's really, because I think if we had another treasurer that had a different set of priorities, that just runs the risk of being disruptive.
Absolutely.
So.
Could I just a friendly amendment, I'm wondering if it makes sense to have a second commissioner in discussion, just for learning and education purposes. I don't know how you feel about that. So if you're speaking with Adriana and a second commissioner was there, then there's just from an education point of view, more people understanding what the role is.
I mean, I'm open, it's not, we do things in twos. I think for the purpose of the beginning piece, I would probably go back and have a conversation with Adriana myself. And then to develop it, have whatever the process we take on. But I mean, then we would have to do the same thing for the secretary's role.
Right.
And I do like
When
to
is
do
the
it.
elections?
It's usually done in January. Yeah, just because it's clean first of the year. But then I do agree with at some point bringing those respective professionals into these conversations as well.
Sean, you said something that made a thought come to my mind. I know you might not like this, just came to my mind. About sort of, you've been really successful in advocating on our behalf with the budget. And I think that a lot of our ability to continue to be level funded and have excess funds has been because of your existing relationships. But I was thinking in terms of, without these people in the room, I'm a little bit concerned, I've said this to you before, when we're returning money.
Sure.
And if we should probably think about some sort of mechanism, maybe like we reevaluate where we are before we're already past the turning point, before we, no longer have an ability to pivot and, sort of reassess and, redistribute.
Meaning towards the end of the fiscal year, sort of pivoting to say we don't give the money back, and how do we
Right.
set priorities?
So maybe not go to the end, because we sort of find out when it's too late.
Are
And
you
there's not,
comfortable with that? I mean,
I think a 6-month, like a mid-year check-in
Yeah.
budget presentation would make a lot of sense to the commission.
yeah,
Here's where, the other thing is, we've never done it formally publicly, but you get the monthly updates,
Yeah.
which should show kind of tracking against,
Tracking
but
against budget.
you have to zip through and not read, it's not overly dense, it's not like, spit out a spreadsheet, so I think Adriana presents it in a meaningful way, like a digestible way, I should say.
are you able to know by mid-year if we're going to have,
We know what percentage was spent already,
Surplus.
yeah. As far as what we might have for surplus, it's tough to predict, because a lot of it is, we're waiting on contracts. We're waiting on vendors to issue deliverables.
right?
So we'll know, but I think there's a way to have that conversation that's not sounding like a panic alarm.
Right.
But I think there's a way to be honest about it, saying, we're on track right now to spend X, but here's some outstanding things that we're just waiting on clarity on.
Yeah.
And it's execution against contracts or vendors. It's rate of hiring, pace of hiring. And so I don't mind that conversation. I think it's transparent, it's honest. But then I think it's also, it shows a degree of competency that this isn't like we're not spendthrifts, we're not wasting money.
Right.
It also allows us, I think, because at least for me, I'm the treasurer, so I'm always trying to keep track of where are we. I'm always asking for a percentage of where are we in terms of spending. But I think it also allows us as commissioners to have the conversation publicly, because we don't, now that we have the agenda setting stuff, we can talk about, once we get there, okay, we're gonna give back $2, $3 million, $4 million. Is there something that as commissioners, in collaboration with the commission, hey, is there something that we're looking at together? Is there something that we may wanna, do? So I think, I don't know if I'm reading people's heads right now, but I feel like that's also kind of like a missing piece that we haven't been able to have that conversation. Not because we haven't wanted to, it just hasn't, it's been evolving,
Yeah.
I would definitely, I like your idea of build this mid-year
Yeah.
piece into the budget process. That should happen for all the reasons you
Yeah.
talked about. And, what are those triggers of
Yeah.
where we find we're gonna have money? Obviously, this agency will always have some level of needs that didn't get met the first year because of where you had to prioritize. But where do we build that in
Yeah.
to have that conversation? So we
Exactly.
don't find ourselves reverting funds at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Piecing all this out in a calendar that
Yeah.
we follow and we stick to, again, protects executive director and also gives us all an understanding of what role we can have and when those items are gonna come up for debate that we need to weigh in.
And I think the reality is that, I've worked in state agencies and state government for a while now, is that, my theory is that if there was another person in your role who didn't necessarily have the same relationships, we would have a much smaller pot, a much smaller budget based off of our past spending. But I guess I just want to make sure that by mid-year, so I know that you're saying that we've had this conversation before, that there are some contracts that are still being worked out. Do we know if those contracts will in fact, be solidified at that point? I'm just trying to think of what's the right point? Like, when do we do this reassessment? When we know or have an idea of what that, the surplus is?
I think what Sean's probably, Sean, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like from what I've learned is that there's also a lot of stuff sitting on people's desks, right? In terms of stuff that hasn't moved yet for whatever, because that was my concern, right? Like, where is, the spending, the contracts, SEP, we have a budget, we're not spending all of it, we're not maximizing our potential in terms of the budget, so maybe a lot of behind the scenes
Like
stuff.
SEP is a good example where it's a $300,000 contract, but now it's gonna spill between 2 fiscal years. So this fiscal year, it's gonna look like we spent $150,000.
Right,
But in reality, it's still a $300,000 contract. It's just not 300,000 in a single fiscal year.
right,
So now we're budgeting 150 for this year, plus, we'll therefore potentially have an excess of
Right.
150 for
Right.
this fiscal year, because we're only in executing against it. Then if we trigger another cohort,
right.
we might spend the full 300.
What do
There
you
is,
think, Sean? Sorry, I know you're saying.
yeah, I don't want to go too deep into a fiscal year, because then you run the risk of not being able to pivot.
Right.
So I think, frankly, an honest conversation at the commission level is, we are expecting, based on, we've encumbered the following, so in a lot of ways, whatever we've encumbered is money that we know is going to go out the door. It's based on a contract, the contract is executed. We cannot encumber it until we have an executed contract.
Right.
The other thing is just going to be budgeted. And I think that's where we can say, we've budgeted $100,000 for this project, but here we sit 6 months into the fiscal year and I don't have an executed contract. That's going to allow me to go back to the department head, the project sponsor. That's going to allow me to go back to our legal folks and say, where are we at on this? Because I've got a commission meeting next week, and they're going to have this question for me. Is there a likelihood this contract gets done? What are the hangups with getting this done? And I think in fairness to our legal staff especially is, we need a dance partner in contracting. And sometimes the vendor is a little sluggish. Sometimes they have no familiarity with state government policies and procedures, and they're sifting through that. And so it's not always been clean. So I think if we go too far into a fiscal year, we run the risk of not being able to pivot if we need to. I think we also have to be honest with where we're headed. We may not at some point have an excess, we may in fact have a deficit. And at that point we need a supplemental budget. I could use that 6-month window to say, commissioners, we're tracking in a deficit right now based on, and like the medical program is a good example, patient cards. We don't charge for them, but we issue them on a weekly basis.
Yep.
It's like $6 a card. We used to charge $10 for them, not hoping to clear, we're not looking to make a profit off of the patient. But because we have that fee, we know absorb that cost. That's close to $3 million a year that we're spending on patient cards out the door. If we ever run on patients again, like we did at the beginning of COVID, and we don't budget, I mean, that's a tough thing to forecast. I may end up having to say to you at the 6-month mark, I need your help in securing a supplemental budget. That could be our new reality versus the surplus. Just the last piece on our budgeting. This year's a good example. We reverted money the previous fiscal year. So we just finished 23. Are we in 23 right now?
20.
We're in 23 right now. We just finished 22. Fiscal 22, that is. Fiscal 21, we reverted money. At the beginning of fiscal 21, I was able to get out of the legislature $500,000 cushion. We're now reverting that cushion. So that's me, I think, working with the legislature saying, if you can just give me a cushion, I know I can execute against our spending plan, but I could really use that cushion. We're now reverting that money back. So it looks bad on the surface, but I think it's also a demonstration to your point of, there is a degree of confidence in us that we're a good investment, but we're not irresponsible with it either, so.
Commissioner Ryan, I want to say, do you know if, I just wanted to ask, do you know if Grace has lunch?
I don't, I can ask.
Because it would be a good stopping point in just a few minutes, and then we can have lunch and start with the next couple of
I just
issues.
had a question to piggyback on Commissioner Constantino. So, for instance, like looking at what was circulated this month. So for PPE office equipment, we budgeted for 20,000 and we've spent 0. So a conversation commissioners could have, like, where could we reallocate within the commission? That 20,000 lab testing services, we budgeted 160,000 and we've only used 9,000 of that. So like, I understand what you're saying with contracts that we can't, they haven't been fulfilled or whatever, like we can't, but like things like that, maybe could we have a conversation around, like at that mid-year check-in, like, looks like we're not gonna use this, like where could we reinvest in us, like reinvesting it different ways?
Yep, so I guess PPE is a good example. If you walk through Investigator Nook over there, you'll see our stockpile of PPE.
So we didn't need to buy it.
Unless we do need to buy it, in which case, when do we hit that? And also bearing in mind, September with a fiscal year starting in July.
All right.
So we also, at the height of COVID, we couldn't get PPE. And if we got it,
That's just an example,
Yeah,
I'm
but I'm
sorry, I
saying
think
if
it's a
we got
sensitive
it-
one.
we paid a ransom for it too, if we were able to actually get masks and
Yeah,
so we ended up foregoing our ability to get that stuff. Labs is another good example though. We need it when we need it. There's no season to it.
right.
So if we send out a sample, we get charged for it, and we hope to never need that. But I don't want to not have those funds available in the event that we do.
Mhm.
So yes, I think looking through that line item and saying we spent 5% of our allocation here, we could therefore move these funds around. We have that flexibility.
We do, I guess that's
We
my
have some
question,
flexibility.
to reinvest in different areas.
Do we have that flexibility between our 3 main line items?
Within our yes, to a
Good
degree,
point.
to a reasonable degree. Because the other thing we need to keep in mind is if the commission were to say, I'd like to reallocate this to this project, that project probably needs to have a procurement attached to it. So we need to build in that ramp as well. And I think that's the honest conversation we'd all have to have is, what is our ability to execute against this? Knowing that we're 6 months in, and the reason we haven't spent is because we haven't executed against our existing plan. Putting together a PMT and going through a procurement is at least a 90-day window at best. And then you get into contract negotiations. That's so you're 3 months in at a 6-month mark. You've got 3 months in the fiscal year to get that money out the door. I mean, there was once a time where I was in, say, another agency in state government. And at the end of the fiscal year, they'd walk around and say,
Right.
you're getting a new TV.
I've been there.
And
Refrigerator for the
we don't do that. And
Yeah.
maybe to our detriment, but if we don't need it, we don't buy it.
It's,
Right.
All right, I'm going to move us to the next, I think I'm enough to draft. I don't know if Grace is coming with lunch, but let's get started on the next issue.
Nobody else wants to.
Accountability, checks and balances.
So they're waiting for the delivery.
Okay, so let's move forward, because I'm hoping that we do get a little bit of time on the draft language. So we've got 3 more issues to do, possibly 2. So accountability, checks and balances. So this referred to the respectful workplace, employee handbook, a code of ethics that also exists, questions about removal of a commissioner, filling a vacancy, and professional development. I know that there was so let's talk first generally what people are hoping for from this topic, for this issue in the charter, with respect to the charter, and whether you want to, for example, reference other documents or if they don't need to be mentioned in the charter because there are already other documents. I would just say my preference from documents is to not reference other documents so that you have a standalone document. I think for a reader, for the public, it's just easier to not have to go down rabbit holes to find other documents. So my question in looking at this is there need for referencing these others or do they just exist?
I think
if I remember this right, the reason why we originally were talking about referencing at least like the employee handbook was just to make sure that commissioners were susceptible or subject to that book, that employee handbook, because, you know, technically we're not employees of the commission, but this is a way to sort of tie us to that and making sure that we still have to abide by.
Okay.
I feel like that was, is that right? That was like one of our early conversations.
Okay,
Or was it the
thank you
code?
for that reminder, yeah.
It was both of them.
Yeah, but I think the reason, like, at this point, if you embed something, some reference to a respectful workplace environment, I wouldn't want to see the charter be in conflict with the handbook. And where the handbook is, where that should most appropriately reside, frankly. I think by bringing it in by reference, it settles two things. One is the handbook is, the charter is always going to be up to date. Therefore, if we ever update the handbook, you don't need to simultaneously go in and update the charter. But it also acknowledges that commissioners by default are employees of the agency with an expectation of adhering to those policies, so.
I just have a question. What do you mean by filling a vacancy? Do you mean staff or a commissioner?
That was for Commissioner.
Isn't it already?
It's statute.
It's statutory.
Pretty much by
No, I think there's more behind it.
Yeah, so like, when we had that
So could-
vacancy last time, like, there was no policy on, we were all floating different ideas on how to run a meeting. There was no set policy. And if you're not here, we're just thinking down the line, and that happens again, does there need to be a policy? We were talking about different scenarios, like commissioners each sharing a meeting. I mean, we ran like different scenarios, but there's no policy. So I just don't know if there needs to be one.
You're not talking about filling a vacancy, you're talking about in the event of a vacancy, how does the commission function in terms of running meetings, is that?
Yeah, because there,
This is the chair, when the chairman left.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
And
And then we kind of just all were bringing you ideas on what to do.
Yeah, that was not uncomfortable at all.
It's important because the statute says the chair shall preside at all hearings at which the chair is present and shall designate a commissioner to act as chair in the chair's
They
absence.
didn't get to do that.
They didn't get to do that, so we didn't know necessarily what we were going to do.
Okay, there's a gap. That's what we've been looking for.
Transition plans are important.
So what are your thoughts? What would be an orderly way to manage
Meaning if
that?
someone just went away and didn't thoughtfully make that motion for the next, until then.
Yeah, or they had to abruptly leave, or whatever it is.
I mean, we hope
whatever
that
the
doesn't
scenario.
happen, yeah.
Or they have a
Yeah.
family emergency in there,
Whatever,
or whatever,
yeah.
that wasn't
What's
the
the plan?
big thing on their mind, yeah.
I mean, my past experience was, I'm out of town, or I'm on vacation, Commissioner Camargo, would you fill in and run the next meeting?
But it sounds like that's collegial and
Yeah.
We didn't have that
and you
opportunity.
didn't have that,
We
and
didn't-
so
we
I
didn't
think
have
that
that.
the
We didn't have
issue is
anybody
Have
that,
that opportunity.
the hit by the bus scenario, right? I mean, you wanna have some sort of a
Plan.
plan. I mean, in essence, maybe the secretary could be, in the event that the chair does not make that determination based on what the statute calls for, that maybe that could be a standard operating procedure.
We ran through all those scenarios, and I think that I would say, what's the legal aspect of it here, right? Because we all have so many different appointing authorities per chair. So I think that's where we were kind of like, everybody was a little bit like waiting for direction from, it happened to be the chair seat. So everyone was waiting direction from the president's office. But if it happens to be, let's say, our seats were appointed by 3 people, what does that mean, you know?
I was just saying, well, within the commission, could you not adopt? What's what I mean is, but it's adopting, it's sort of like, when they're having, the constitutional line of succession. You know what I mean? Like, is there some way to fill that in here rather than having something external and something, I mean, again, eventually that position is going to be filled either by the treasurer, the governor, or, you know, the combination thereof.
So that's what we're saying.
But I just like this, get by the bus tomorrow and there doesn't day. I mean, we don't want to be frozen continuing with the
Exactly.
The reason why it wasn't the secretary before is because we didn't have a plan.
We have a plan.
Really,
Yeah.
essentially,
I
yeah, what you're
kinda
saying.
like that.
I just think, I would suggest some,
Right.
something that you've all sort of voted, and we've all voted on, and that it just sort of, because it's only going to likely be one meeting.
And that it's
That's
not up to
right.
the executive director's role.
It's, yeah.
We don't agree.
Yeah.
So
if it
there's a
was
proposal
that,
that says the secretary.
Terry, and then we added to.
I just suggest that.
Oh, I
because
love
other
that, actually,
people
if we
have-
added
I
it
just.
to the role of the secretary.
It's going to make next year's race.
But we are going to align with the law. I
The
feel like-
law, talk to me about the law.
I'm just saying, like, based on the statute, it's really
Yeah.
for the chair to determine, you know, if that is something that you want to incorporate within the charter, because that is your.
Yeah, or, I mean, unless you want the chair to make that determination during each, you know, but I don't think that.
No, but I mean, right now in this process, like, that's your,
I mean, that would be my
Your call.
suggestion.
I love it.
And I would just say, all right, so I'm not gonna let you like buy lunch next year, you know, so.
Taster.
I do think that the charter should restate the statute of the chair maintains, the chair serves as chair, and then in the event that the chair does not designate someone, which is their authority, then it would default.
So it's the chair presides. If the chair's not there, the chair designates someone. If the chair has not designated someone, it's the secretary.
Secretary.
I think
That's appropriate.
Okay.
I'm not there yet, but I do need a restroom break.
Oh, well, it sounds like lunch is here, so maybe we'll take a restroom and lunch break and come back from all. Ability checks and balances, and we were moving towards the question of, in the event that the chair is not available to preside at a meeting. And so the statute says the chair will designate an alternative commissioner to do that. And what we were moving towards was, if the chair doesn't designate an alternative, then the fallback would be the
Or is
secretary.
unable to designate too.
Then it would be the secretary.
I mean, I just made it as a suggestion.
There's a logic to it, right, since the chair is responsible for the meeting minutes. Everyone okay with that?
Commissioner Stebbins?
Oh, I'm not running next time.
His eyes are like,
so-
yeah. His eyes are like, I'm watching them, they're like darting back and forth.
This is not personal, nor it is seat related, but why is secretary, so there's two officers of the commission, the treasurer and the secretary. I guess that would be my question.
There's nothing that also prohibits us from appointing vice chair.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We don't have a vice chair, but it's not in statute that there is, in statute, a secretary and a treasurer, it's not in
What they
statute.
call appointment.
Doesn't call for it, you're saying?
But I like the idea.
Yeah, that's different.
Say it again, Bruce, I didn't hear.
There's, we don't account for it in the statute, it's right, treasurer and secretary, but there's nothing, I don't think there's anything that would prohibit us from electing somebody as vice chair.
In the case of a vacancy.
Kind of when we do our annual elections, we select somebody to be vice chair for these.
The only thing I would
particular-
suggest, and again, this is, I won't be the chair forever, but in terms of the fact that it is the chair's prerogative to appoint, you know what I mean? I would think that then the vice chair would also, if this is almost like a pro temp position,
Yeah.
right? I mean, if you consider something like that, I think that should be the chair's prerogative to make that decision, because this is part of the statute. The only reason I suggested that is because these are two positions that are elected, by the entire commission.
Yeah.
That there's, you're not gonna have to have, you are gonna have to have that election, but now we're gonna be talking 3 elections. And
Right,
this is such a hopefully just
Hitting the bus, right?
exactly. And the reason I say secretary is because, with all due respect, I think that your workload, the treasurer's workload
Yeah.
is more significant than the secretary's workload. Am I wrong about that? Do you guys want to
He's got the
argue?
minutes.
I just feel like the responsibilities are more aligned because the chair runs
Yeah.
the meetings and the secretary is the person who's documenting those meetings.
I do too, I feel it's more aligned.
I just noticed if there was a vice chair, there would only be one commissioner who didn't have a second, a second elected role.
We could give them another title, kind of like elected.
I just think that again, and this is sort of from my sort of governance kind of, if this is what the statute calls for, then I think that it's, and that it's the chair that does that, then I think that you could have, at the beginning of a calendar year, there can be a pro tem or something like that, that the chair picks or something, and basically that person would just be in there. It's basically, you know, the spare. Or, you know, because I don't really think that this is gonna be called into play, but I think that the point that you raise is that
April.
this happens.
But that seems sufficient too, because that by that, you're delegating responsibilities before anything happens.
Yes.
So that it's already decided.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where this could come up practically as well, and I'm thinking of a very mundane situation, but in a regulatory context, the commission often holds multiple state public hearings throughout the state. In the first wave of regulations, it was broken up 2 by 2, commissioners would go out 2 by 2. But it was always a formal public hearing of the commission. So the chair would not be in each and every public hearing. So there would be questions about who's chairing this hearing. Ultimately, I think pursuant to the statute, that's the chair's prerogative to say, the two of you attending the hearing, you designate Commissioner DeMarco as chair for that purpose. There are other hearings that I would attend with one commissioner. And obviously, right through deference, that chair is that commissioner is the chair. But there's certain situations where you may not have the full complement of commissioners. And practically speaking, someone does need to convene the hearing, so.
But again, I think that that comes back to the statutory language. So that would be, but we're really just talking in those sort of rare, perhaps one meeting circumstance where the treasurer or the governor or someone has not been.
Agreed. I guess what I'm saying is it's not just the situation where there's an absence or vacancy in the role of the chair. There's really practical experiences we've lived through that, excuse me, that was never formalized. So I think this charter could formalize that in such a way.
Okay, I think I got that. Removal of a commissioner, I think we probably don't need to deal with that. Is that because removal is now, we say that it's the appointing authority, and then would everything, the statute calls for that. And then the question would be, should there be more process? But I'm assuming the employee handbook has something about.
I think we should process about it a little bit.
The employee handbook wouldn't touch on removal.
Would it?
Commissioner. It shouldn't
Okay.
either, for that matter.
Okay, so then let's open up the discussion for that.
I think it's in
I think
statute.
it's kind of out of our hands.
Yeah. I don't think this is,
So but I guess my question is, what happens? Like, who goes to the appointing authority to say we have a
Who
problem?
wants the removal of the commissioner? Is it staff or is it the appointing authority?
It may not be a question of who wants removal of a commissioner. I think the way I would view this scenario is, and I'll be selfish for a second, is what is expected of me from a personnel conduct standpoint, where, but I think we need to, the gravity and severity of commissioner removal is the extreme, is an absolute extreme. But as a result, there should be a gradual escalation of that we don't start at removal of a commissioner, but instead if there's a conduct concern, or what I don't want to do is a commissioner looks at me the wrong way, so I'm going to the appointing authority. There needs to be some, I think, documented aspects and escalation aspects that acknowledge I don't govern the conduct of commissioners. I don't have any authority over disciplining as I would other personnel. So
Whose responsibility is it?
That's the question, and I don't know, and I think I'd like to have that conversation here in as productive
Can we
way as
sort of
possible.
look to other commissions and boards? Because in essence, you know, and maybe this is something, part of the conversation, you know, we had previously about establishing, you know, maybe performance standards for commissioners, or, you know what I mean, something like that, that might create a track record on a regular basis, that maybe it gets reported back to, you know, the appointing authorities. I feel we need to be kind of careful within, you know, because if everyone wants to be considered independent, right? And then all of a sudden we're saying that I can decide I don't like how you're operating, and you know what I mean? I want to sort of respect that, but if it's behavior, how do you share that performance with the appointing authority? Because they're the only ones that I think can.
They are, and that's statutory, and that's why I think I don't want to, we can't modify that provision.
Yeah.
That is, we live within that reality, but we also live within a workplace, and governing that workplace is essentially codes of conduct.
But I mean, I've been on a board where people did self-assessment as a board member, and frankly, we also kind of did assessments of our fellow board members. And, you know, maybe, and I would ask, you guys are more, you know, experienced here, but, you know, is there, and maybe it comes down to, I don't think you can complain, you know, if someone's not showing up for meetings and someone's completely derelict in their duties, you know what I mean, you know, that, I think we need to sort of figure out what are those kind of triggers that would be behavior that's inconsistent with performing the duties that have been statutorily given to that person.
I agree, and I think building upon that is to what degree and what expectation is there for confrontation on, because I think what I don't want to see is a situation where a commissioner is none the wiser that their conduct is rising to the level of this potential. So no commissioner should ever be surprised that their appointing authority is aware of a concern at the commission level, and the commission level being the agency, not just the commissioners. So I think what I'd like, and also what is the role of HR in this, and what is the formal HR requirements or expectations, where it's pretty straightforward in an employee context. If there's a concern that's raised by anybody, it gets investigated and reported out to the complaining party as well as the employee in question. And each employee is on notice that your conduct could rise to the level of being terminated. That last step is absent in a commissioner context. But it doesn't mean that commissioners are immune from accountability. And the awkwardness there is, but what accountability exists and what expectations are there for me? What I would love to see in any charter document is just clarity around what I will do in certain circumstances and what commissioners expect from me in certain circumstances. And that's mutual as to commissioner conduct as a whole, but also individual as employees of the agency. So it's just unclear, to be perfectly honest. And when there have been concerns in the past, we've manufactured a process. I don't know that it was the right process, but I felt an obligation to the agency and the employees here. But it didn't immunize me from account. Like at some point, I could be held accountable for, I don't want to disclose, and that's the other thing here that we have to keep in mind too, is we are an independent agency. We don't work for any one constitutional officer. So it's not as if I can say, I'm reporting to the ultimate authority here. There is no ultimate authority.
Well, in this context, there is, it's just not very direct.
Okay, well, who is it?
Well, I mean,
For each individual commissioner.
right.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
So my point is, the only way you can remove a commissioner is by the appointing.
Yes.
Yes.
And in some instances, authorities, there's multiple.
Right. So my point is, how is it a self-end general assessment? Is it, you know, I mean, I just don't know if there's any model in other, because no, this this isn't how it works in most other boards, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, this is a big one. This is a big one.
Yeah.
Just in case one of us gets hit by the bus, or one of us throws a bus at each other, and then one of us gets hit.
That's the more likely
Well, I
scenario.
think that's beyond us. I'm not even thinking in terms of us.
Yeah.
It's like the way that we are with staff
Yeah.
and the entire commission as a
Absolutely.
whole. And I feel like we're getting kind of hung up on the phrase removal when in turn it should
Yes.
be about notification.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a point notification.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I was gonna say was, this is just a recommendation, like, I feel like this one has like legalities, it has other commissions, I would put this one on the pause and maybe do some homework and kind of, if we come, this is just me, because I feel like I would be really interested to see what other boards have done, what are the legalities, but also what's the process, because I
I
think.
will tell you, I don't think any other one is as complex as this.
Well, yeah, and I think the gap too is, what's
Except, wait a
the,
minute, what about the gambling commission? They're also even less complex, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, I mean, this never came up,
So it's
but I
statute.
mean, you know,
It'd be interesting to see, I mean,
the legislation is clear as who removes, for what reasons.
Mhm.
But the point of how does something get reported up in an appropriate
that's the
fashion,
process that we're missing.
it kind of goes
Right.
to,
That's my,
should it be something as fair as what every other employee should go through with respect to the personnel handbook?
I guess that's what I was gonna say. That's the process that we don't have, and we've seen a little bit of it, so it's like, what, for me as a commissioner, who do I report to if there's a situation? Okay, probably HR, but I'm not gonna go tell my 3 pointing authorities, blah, 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 blah. You know, but what's the process? My only first initial reaction is if I have any kind of issue with, you know, anyone, let's say commissioner or staff, I would go to Sean, and then I would go to HR, but there isn't a real process for that reporting or tracking of performance, or there isn't a process.
It sort of fell on Sean. Sean just.
Yeah. And we expected,
Yeah.
we expected that he is taking all the messages to where they need to go, but so.
So the reasons why we can be, are clear, very explicit in
This
here.
one's ahead.
So the treasurer and receiver general, the governor, or the attorney general, or the combination if they have multiple authorities, can remove a commissioner if they are guilty of malfeasance in office, substantially neglects the duties of a commissioner, is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office, commits gross misconduct, is convicted of a felony.
So what is malfeasance and what is gross misconduct?
That's for the appointing authorities determined,
So
not.
how do they get informed
And how do you report
that
that?
it's looming gross
Yeah.
misconduct?
Yeah, that's the process.
That's what I
the-
don't know.
Right.
That's what we
I
don't
guess, just to try to, the problem statement for me is, what am I to do? And I guess in developing the problem statement, I'll use some hypotheticals. If there is something that, in my opinion, or based on investigation through an HR context, may constitute gross misconduct, may constitute malfeasance. The appointing authority needs to know that, so that they can ultimately decide. Because to your point, it would be the appointing authority or plural saying, and the other elements of the removal is problem, or the statement is issued to the commissioner, and then they have an opportunity to be heard. But in order to develop that first trigger, they need to be aware of the gross misconduct. The other, like, conviction of a felony is not even charged with a felony, it's conviction of a felony. So that's gonna be pretty clear, like, that's cut and dry as far as I'm concerned. But what constitutes gross misconduct is not clear to me. And you can pull from case law potentially, but now we're getting into, it's still discretion. And I think what I'm concerned about is I don't want to be in a position where me or anyone else in my position has the opportunity or the ability to abuse that, such that I can, there's a personal vendetta.
That's right.
That I just don't like a commissioner, so you know what, I'm gonna go tattle on you.
That's right.
But there needs to be an opportunity where, and again, usually in the protection of the agency or the staff, that what is that outlet and when does it occur? And I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, what does that notice look like as well to the commissioner? Where you shouldn't get a surprise phone call one day from your appointing authority saying, I heard something. There should be a degree of confrontation that says, And it's from me, from HR, from legal saying, Commissioner, based on what we've observed and what we've investigated, we believe this triggers a gross misconduct allegation, and I'm thereby in some way obligated to report it out. Or, Commissioner, if this behavior continues, it may trigger a gross misconduct or malfeasance accusation that I would be obligated. Because I think that notice element is really critical.
Yeah.
But I want to try to take away any personal discretion where it's not so much like, I think it's more gross misconduct, but there's never going to be a clear bright line that gets triggered. And ultimately, it's not going to be our bright line, it's going to be the appointing authorities.
Does the notification get triggered by a complaint? Is it always a complaint, or someone issues someone complains to HR or you or legal?
It could be. I guess I don't want to say it's absolute yes. Because like malfeasance, for instance, there could be just something so unethical that is not a complaint by like a personnel complaint. It could just be conduct. I'm struggling to think of a specific example.
Someone comes plastered every meeting.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a terrible one. I'm thinking someone comes in and like, I took a bribe. And to me, that would be malfeasance. That's also, that may trigger a felony charge and conviction at some point. But the allegation comes forward. And obviously the first thing I'm gonna do is investigate it, confront probably the commissioner at a reasonable point. Obviously we wanna investigate it and evaluate its merits. I think the more common scenario would be an HR element.
So we could say a complaint or an allegation.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
And then there's a notification.
To the individual, is that what you're saying, to the person that?
Yeah.
And in a typical HR example, there would be that notice provided that there's been an allegation made. And then that's an HR function, right? Like that's something that would, and I'm involved to a degree, but depends on the magnitude of it or the stature of, if it's two employees just disagreeing, that's left to HR and their device. If it's a commissioner and a department head or two department heads, then I would get involved and say, we've had an allegation made. We have an obligation to investigate it. To me, that's notice of no one has made any determinations yet. We can't until we investigate it. But then the findings of those investigations, I think that's where I would want to be in a position to say to the commissioner likely, I have an obligation to report this out.
I also think that the investigation, I mean, if we're talking about this, it should be independent. It should be an independent third party, not.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that to a degree that's practice. I think when it involves a commissioner, I think we owe it to the commissioner in that instance. So, like again, if it's a disagreement between two employees, we will probably handle that in-house.
But this is just for commissioners, so we can.
I think we could accommodate an independent investigation.
So there's a complaint or an allegation, there's notification to the individual. And based on what the concern is, it's either goes to HR, or goes to HR and you. And then there's an independent investigation. And if the findings suggest.
We're missing something though. It's like, how do we determine that something rises to the level that it needs an independent third party investigation?
Yes.
I mean, the statute says guilty, so it has to incorporate some type of investigation if you're leveling
I
a
think you're,
guilty assessment.
but if someone files a complaint and it's got no merit, right? Do you initiate an independent investigation based on every complaint? I think that was Commissioner Concepcion's question.
Like, where's HR? That's my
Figuring this out.
That's, yeah,
That's what you're saying.
that's what I'm saying.
But I'm just sort of bringing it back to a thought, and this is also, because again, it's the commission and the staff. And, I'm just wondering if there might be a way that we can do this self-assessment and we can provide feedback to fellow commissioners. I don't know if that's, again, we did that on a board and it was, we were supposed to be saying how, rating ourselves, but also, you know, providing feedback to other commissioners. And it was a checklist. Are they engaged? Are they respectful? Are you, there were like a simple set of questions. Because I worry a little bit about putting too much on the staff, and sort of thinking where this responsibility rests if we're commissioners, but we need to police ourselves as a body.
Yes.
But we ultimately can't make any decisions, somebody else does.
Right.
And I don't.
So what
But what about? That's why I said we should come back to
I kind of understand what you're saying. You're saying because if it's a commissioner, we're talking about commissioners, then we need to we're not delegating this to staff because it's risen to a different level is what you're saying. So it's more of not so much Sean.
No, but I might even invite the executive director
Okay.
to rate as well,
Right, okay.
so that this.
But I see what you're saying this is a heightened,
Well,
like it's.
I don't know why, I'm just trying to figure out a process that avoids grudges, avoids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to take, because it sounds like it's back on your shoulders,
I wonder.
unless you think it rests there, but you're also concerned about going forward when your shoulders are not there.
I wonder if this is where we can sort of utilize the executive session. Because, you know, if there is something and then it's brought to the commissioners as a whole, and then maybe that is where we determine whether or not there's another step that needs to take. I'm just thinking out loud.
I don't think that's necessarily bad. I'm now thinking corporate structure. What would the corporate governance be for a publicly traded company?
Right.
A chairperson has charged with malfeasance, a member of the board. How does the board call each other out?
I've had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we went through it. We watched it with Steve Wynn and his whole circus with Wynn Resorts. You know, there was an auditing body. There was chair people who decide to raise it with the head of HR or bring it to the, you know, there's a direction to confront that person in some type of setting. I think we might be able to draw some lessons from that corporate governance piece, private corporation governance piece.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Fully
what I'm just saying, that's what I've
some-
had to do that when a fellow board member is.
Yeah.
Lots of fun stuff.
But you still hit your limitation on authority at a certain point.
You do.
But even for notice, I mean, that is, we're determining notice, not removal.
But that's where I think notice, I mean, at some point, notice occurs, I guess I'm using the public meeting executive session as an example. If it gets on an agenda, we go into executive session. Now your basis for executive session is ultimately like personnel, conduct, character fitness. The individual owns that executive session, right?
Yeah.
Not the commission. So let's say, for instance, let's say I was the problem.
Yeah.
You have the ability to go into executive session to discuss my character fitness and my conduct. I actually have the ability to say, no, that'll be conducted in public. So I own that trigger. The challenge here is, and I guess I'm trying to play out how could that process be abused. One scenario would be, let's say, God forbid, the conduct is about the chair. And the chair says, no, I won't put it on the agenda. I own the agenda. It's mine. Now what? Now, does it get casually raised in a public meeting to say, I'd like to motion to have this on a future agenda? But for any commission to be aware of that, I've now violated an individual's privacy by reporting a pending personnel matter to an external party. So it's awkward. And sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud and reacting out loud. But I'm trying to think of how it plays out, practically speaking.
So this two things. Who tells the appointing authority and who tells the commissioner?
And I would flip the order. Like, I think the commissioner deserves to know before, because the other option here is when confronted, the commissioner can self-disclose. Look, I got an issue pending at the
To their
commission.
appointing
Exactly. And I think ideally, we never have to trigger any of this, but I think we are talking about durability.
Yeah, safeguard. I mean, in our ethics statement, it says if, I think it's around committing a felony, we have to actually report it to you. I would change, I've always thought we ought to go and change that and say, if I get convicted of a felony, I'm not gonna call you, I'm gonna call my appointing authorities.
We're probably gonna know anyway.
You're probably gonna
Based on the charges.
But there are, you know, there's some other pieces, you know, substantially neglects duty. I'm just thinking of things that have a broad context and aren't defined. Substantially neglects your duty, unable to discharge the duty. It might be because of a health issue. Now who's going to make that determination that I can't sit there? And after this, as before removal, the commissioner shall be provided with a written statement of the reason for removal. I'm assuming that comes from the appointing authority, but even that's not too clear.
But that's not our problem.
That's not.
Well, as a commissioner, it's not your problem. It would be like the written statement, though, the source of that information is inevitably going to be us. So let's say it's a personnel record. Let's say it's a specific charge. Let's say it's and even like the neglection of duties is going to be not showing up to work, not showing up to meet. Like there's going to be an attendance record of some sort. Like an appointing authority, given that we don't fall under anyone's direction, they have no access to that information. Right. So there's no access, and we're not going to just push personnel files. And I think that's part of the awkwardness is, I think that's the other thing I want to think through though, is we're not going to start, like gross misconduct is not going to just, there's a risk if the offense or the behavior is so egregious, it may just skip right ahead. You pass go and you don't collect your $200. It's instead more likely going to be a gradual escalation of, Commissioner, we've talked about this. We have a problem here. Now we document it. It happens again. Commissioner, we've been talking about this. Document it again. I don't know how many strikes or too many strikes, but at that point, there is sufficient notice this is escalating. I think at some point, if I'm going to go to an appointing authority, I owe that conversation to the commissioner saying, I have no choice at this point. I have to go to the appointing authority. I just want to make sure, I guess, again, selfishly, I would like this charter to provide me coverage to do that.
Yeah.
And everyone to agree that I will do that under certain circumstances.
I would suggest, I know we want to move along, but I think there's some other pieces that I need to familiarize myself with, which is our own existing internal personnel policies with respect to this, looking at maybe some corporate governance examples, and kind of thinking through Commissioner Concepcion's piece of executive session.
And I think,
No, I'm just laughing because I'm like, that's my stuff.
but as a,
But we're working it through.
but I think, which is why I try to just present the problem that
No, I know.
I'm not confronting now, but
Yeah, I
I
know.
see and I've confronted. The other thing is for your own, I guess, edification is Erica White is a standing allowance that if anyone raises an issue with me, she is to investigate it and report it to the commission. And then seek, this needs to go into executive session or report to the chair, but like that accountability exists as I know you are my appointing authority. The same process does not exist for commissioners.
Right.
And I just don't know.
Yeah.
I guess in a way I got to build it by saying to Erica, do your thing.
Yeah.
And tell me when I need to know, but
This is a big
up
one.
until then you have carte blanche to serve in that capacity.
And it's huge for HR because like you said, if there is something, sometimes it takes multiple transgressions to rise to the level. And then, so HR sort of has to give tell or say something to us at one point if there's enough transgressions to equate, malfeasance or whatever.
And this is not just commissioner is going to say, hey, commissioner, this is staff to commissioners too.
That's right.
Right? Like commissioners causing harm and with staff and staff, and us amongst each other. So this is a big one.
The dynamics are different amongst ourselves. I mean, we're
Absolutely.
equals. So
Absolutely.
the likelihood, I'm willing to bet it's more likely to come from the staff situation.
So it sounds like we should table this. Commissioner Stebbins, do you want to work on this? It sounds like you
Sure.
have some,
Oh,
perhaps the two of you can work together
Yeah.
and develop a proposal for us? That would be great. Okay.
Yeah.
Chairman of the vacancy charter piece.
But it's fitting that our new chair is involved in that conversation too.
Yeah.
And you are here at a good time.
Say what?
I said, and you are here at a good
Oh,
time. Like, this is
yeah.
a good conversation to be here.
This would be good, yeah.
I'm gonna move us because I'm trying to get
I
through
just
a
have
whole
a
bunch
question, I
today.
have a question, and it
Sure.
give me a 30-second answer, I
Go
don't want
ahead.
to belabor. This is on the last one with the absence of a chair. I just have a question with regulations, we're gonna be opening that conversation with regulations, and Sean, with public hearings. How does that work? Does the chair have to be at, like, when we have public hearings for public comment? What is the chair's, I don't know, I'm asking because I
Are
don't
you
know.
talking about those sort of alternative meetings?
So like when we have recommendations for regulatory revision, reviewed, writing, part of the process is public hearing process.
Mhm.
And I don't know, wasn't here last time, so what's the requirements? Does the chair need to be, who runs that? Does the chair need to be there, and do we need to address that?
It's been different every time. So the very first time the commission considered regulations back in 2017, I guess, it was a combination of listening sessions. So they went around the state, 5 different locations. So think Western, Central, Boston, North, South. And each commissioner generally participated in those, or it was fractured with 2 each, because there might have been public hearings on the same day. Otherwise, what our obligations are, and we've, I think, with an endeavor to be transparent, done both. You're obligated to either accept public testimony or conduct a public hearing. And we've done both. We've also multiplied it. So I would say, I don't think it needs to be a charter. It's more of just a practice. So the commission could hold a public hearing. The commission could accept public testimony. And I would say, when presented with the regulations, the commission could probably decide as a policy. Like, what is your approach going to be? So now that we're going to adopt draft regulations, where do we go next? And I think you could decide your outreach strategy by that. What do you think is necessary?
So if it's public hearings, what's the rules? All 5 of us? What's the
It
rule?
functions just like a public meeting,
So that's my point.
but you're not
So-
taking any votes potentially. So you don't need a quorum present.
You don't have to be there.
You can treat it like a subcommittee.
Okay.
So
I've chaired a regulatory hearing, which sometimes got attention or didn't get attention, but you open up.
Somebody chairs it though.
Somebody chairs it,
just to move the agenda along.
just to move the
So-
agenda along and
The
close
hit
out
by the
that.
bus scenario, who chairs it?
That's where I think, in the past, it was never explicit. So the commission chair, to my knowledge, never said, Commissioner Doyle, you are going to chair this public hearing. Commissioner McBride, you're going to chair this public hearing. Instead, it was really worked out when they got there of who's going to chair it. I think we should formalize it in some way just to speak to
Only
that
because it's gonna
statute.
be appropriate for us.
The other thing that I've seen bodies do as well is actually fold public hearings into their regular agendas. If you don't feel like you're going to get that level of interaction, you can say, we've now reached the public hearing session or section of our agenda. I'll now open it up to the audience if there's anyone. You can also accept people. Actually, yesterday at the advisory board meeting, functioned much like a public hearing, despite the fact that it was never advertised as a public hearing. But they accepted public testimony. You could sign up in advance. They didn't tell us they were doing it, so there was awkwardness as far as Teams access. So there's multiple ways you can conduct a public hearing. So I wouldn't want to lock us into one approach. Is that I think, based on the circumstance, if you did emergency regs, for instance, that may require a different tact. If you did surgical regs, where we're just changing a may to a shall here or there, I don't think you need to go around the state and do it that way. So I would say it's based on circumstance.
You also can call that person a moderator, since there are no votes, right? Someone's moderating a public hearing, and it's not the formal thing, yeah. All right. The other point under this is professional development. I'm not sure what we wanted to do. I know it was kind of a placeholder for professional development.
I'm trying to repeat, what was we saying? I'm trying to jog my memory on this.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Is that what it was?
That was a component of
That's
it.
one of them that you said.
Bob rules?
I think you put it under accountability because there was a sense that there should be ongoing professional development. or
We had
commitment
talked
to
about it.
that.
It was something specific that we had.
I know, I think I threw this out there. And
You
I-
did, and
like,
I loved it.
it was about-
I was like, yes, I agree with
It was
that.
about-
Continuing legal ed,
Yeah.
something along those lines.
It was, but there was like
It was specific to commissioners or
I
like
think part of it is these
onboarding.
conferences, isn't that continuing ed, these conferences we're all gonna attend, like, we're learning, we're gonna go, one of them going is a scientific one. So would that be under that umbrella of continuing ed?
I think there's a blanket statement we can all make. We all commit
Yeah.
to ongoing professional development.
Yeah,
We will-
keep it vague.
We will be taking advantage of professional conferences, and seminars, just so when somebody sees that we've
Yeah.
gone to Hawaii, it's part of our professional.
But also,
So funny.
Kim, also, we had talked about this, and Commissioner Concepcion, you came up with the, like you said, the word, but it was around sort of onboarding. And we talked about like real estate agents need 12 hours of continuing ed every year, and lawyers need X amount for their bar every year. But we talked about like, here at the commission, there were so many things that even though you had already been here 15 months, there was so much that we don't know. Even myself, right, 17 months, we're like, we don't know this stuff. And we talked about sort of continuing ed and sort of professional development for commissioners within the commission. We talked about the internal, external working groups. None of us really knew the process, so and then we talked about sort of our own internal professional development a little bit. That was some of the underlining part to it as well.
So the commission would encourage the commissioners to do professional development or continuing education.
You could do that, you could obligate yourselves, I mean, it's self-governing to a degree, like I know, I think the Prim Board, they, as fiduciaries, I think they have an obligation to do
We just
so
do
many hours.
an annual conference
Yeah,
every year.
I think like retirement
That
boards
would
have an
satisfy
obligation.
that.
But
I
actually,
mean, honestly, I don't remember, that may not have been a requirement when I was
it is
there,
now.
but it was, we just did it.
They've also done a lot of pension reforms, trying to professionalize a lot of that
Yeah.
management side.
Yeah.
The one that Commissioner Stebbins, you actually terrified me, so thank you, which is,
The Hawaii thing.
is there an ability, or what is the expectation to say no to Hawaii?
No.
But then when the commissioner says, no, I'm going,
Oh.
is there a check on that?
Yeah.
Where,
What do you mean?
Check.
based on volume, like, I'm gonna do a conference a month.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Vegas, I'm gonna go to
Oh,
Hawaii,
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
go
yeah.
overseas, I'm gonna go. Do I, or, and I guess one thing that we do have bureaucracy behind this to a degree, so for instance, purchase requests, like advance approval, is one example. But I'm loath to say no to a commissioner. That's usually not in my best interest. But there's a check on me, like I have to get Adriana's approval before I can.
But guys, is there a budget for
There is,
continuing education?
oh, conferences I saw.
Yeah.
For line
Yeah.
item, yeah.
But you
So
could
we
give
budget
every
professional.
commissioner, this is how much you're allocated.
And so
Oh, that's not bad.
that was informal in the past, because what happened was one commissioner went to a conference and then told everybody else they were going to a conference. And they all came and said, well, I want to go to conferences. Great, go, find one, and please tie it to your job.
Right.
And then others said, I don't want to go to a conference, I want to host an event.
Going yoga for.
I want to sponsor an event. And I said, well, is that like, are you basically saying like I get a budget and I want to use it how I want?
Yeah.
But that's where I think if there's just some expectation around what oversight is going to look like, without, again, I really want to respect, it's not my place to say, this is not an approved, like, it's your discretion ultimately. But there needs to be a reasonableness to it, I think. So, but again, I'm loath to say no. And I don't think I should be exercising discretion over what you consider to be your professional
You
development.
should be exercising discretion over budget.
But again, that's the appropriate, I want to play my role, but not overstep my role.
Right.
Our appointed authorities only sign off on a conference if it was gifted to us.
If it requires that disclosure, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So if they're gonna pay for your flights and your hotels,
And you disclose it to your.
you would disclose to your planning authority.
Yep.
So the same would be for me, if I were getting my flights or airfare or lodging covered, I would disclose to the 503. So I've usually therefore avoided accepting those types of things. Because it's also public record too, very much.
Right.
So has this become a combination of a commission statement about our ongoing need for internal, external, professional development? I think there's some mechanics still to work out that alleviate you from sitting in the crosshairs again.
Yeah, and I wonder what can be left for, like, we have operations guides and SOPs that apply to the agency. So if you're going to be submitting for reimbursement, you submit for pre-approval beforehand, and at least budget estimate what it might be. So we can kind of lean on those things. I realize that we may not want to continue cross-referencing documents, but maybe it's just consistent with SOPs.
Have you had run into any issues in the past with commissioner requests?
Not that I wasn't able to address. The only example I can think of was a trip to Vegas. We worked through it as, is it necessary? And the commissioner was insistent that yes, it was. So, but that's actually what prompted when another commissioner comes and says they want to go to Hawaii, I'm not going to say no.
And we work through our EA, so like, the process, I understand it now, we work through Kate reports it to you, goes to you then with
It's all documented, yep.
Yep,
There's a whole
so
system.
there's a whole, so that's good.
Yeah.
Or then Kate goes to Alyssa, and Alyssa goes to you, I don't know how it
Kate
works.
comes right to me.
Okay,
And again, this is where I use the word approval very lightly because it's not my place to oversee. It's more, frankly, it's to insulate our process from an auditing standpoint.
right.
That there is a check. The check is basically, is this appropriate? It's not, or is this budget for?
He's
It's
not
not so
giving us
much.
permission, right? You're not giving us permission. You can't.
It's not my place to give it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Or not give it. It's more of, it's frankly, it's just a documentation process. That way
Yeah.
it's consistent with our existing policies.
You have a budget of the spending thing you said you were looking at? I was gonna say, I wonder what the line item is for professional development. I can't think of it.
There is it was conferences.
Oh, conferences only, okay. I mean, maybe that's a part of the conversation that we think about. What is allocation per a commissioner kind of per year, per fiscal year for professional development, you know? Maybe somewhat of a range or something, if you want to use it. I don't know, maybe something like that. Or that it's there. Some of us may use it, some of us may not.
That's true. And I think that's where it's just I don't know how you embed a reasonableness standard to it, but at
We're
some
allowed.
point, and I don't think attending exotic conferences rises to being gross misconduct or malfeasance, but if it was a monthly occurrence, then I think at least warrants a conversation. So.
All right, I'll try and draft something.
We do have professional development.
Which is it?
We have a line item. There's
We should.
1,000 in there
1,000.
for projection, $1,000 projection, professional development / training.
So that's more like if we brought a vendor in for the boilerplate. We also have access to, I think it's called Massachieve, which is a statewide platform of like electronic courses that all employees will. We just signed an ISA with, I think it might be Labor and Workforce Development.
Do you all remember that conversation though that we were having?
It's killing me. It's killing me.
Because you're thinking about it, right?
I am.
I know you are.
I
Sabiel.
remember the CLE conversation.
I feel like there was something you said and it
That's
triggered
what I'm
it.
telling you.
and I
It
just
was like-
cannot.
For the
I was gonna
minutes,
ask Sabiel because I feel like we talked about it during this section at our last meeting where we
We
said
did.
professional development. So I'm curious if the minutes are ready for that, or if Sabiel at some point can go back. Because I think it was something very specific to commissioner development within the commission. Like it was like
Learning our job.
learning our job.
Yeah.
And I think we joked around kind of like we're giving you more work to do, but it was more of like that 6 months checking in or the onboarding. I think I don't know how your onboarding has been, I'm assuming it's been great, because they did a good job of putting things together for us that wasn't in play before. So I think that was part of it too, just kind of like, I know that there's something else that we're missing.
So we'll come back to it.
We'll come back to it,
again.
we'll come back to
So
it.
let's,
Yeah.
well, someone will remember at some point when they're driving down the highway or something. The next one is dispute resolution procedures regarding the charter, and I'm not sure, it really came up as dispute resolution procedures, and then we said maybe, I don't know if we need this, I guess is my point. Because this would mean, what if there's a difference in interpretation of the charter?
I would certainly fold it into the next section that we're in.
Right, that's kind of what I thought. So let's move to the last one. The question was, how does the charter get adopted? And then the second point is about it being reviewed. So we talked about approval by commissioners, approval, I don't know why it says approval of, by executive director and CFAO, an administrative order or vote by commissioners. What's your sense of, once you all reach consensus on this, what happens to make it official?
I think there's public meeting vote.
Yeah, I think it was ratification. Yeah. And I do think I should execute in some way, if nothing else, to pledge sort of a commitment to it as well, formally. That way I don't get to disclaim any. Well, I never agreed to those terms, right? So.
And would you call it an executive director ratification? What would you want to call that?
Yeah, I mean, we can maybe workshop some terms, but because I don't want to, I mean, the commission needs to vote formally, publicly.
Right.
I guess I would just
Consent.
initial here. Like,
Consent of.
yeah, I know, like what did King Charles just do?
Real estate closing, official everything.
That's what it is. I'm sorry that we can't give you any castles to go along.
Crown.
He's got plenty.
But you must wear a kilt.
Yeah, that's, nope, all right, I'm out.
All right, and then I think someone had raised, does the CFAO also need to do this, or is just a consent by, affirmative consent by the executive director?
I think that would bind the staff, my consent to it. Because then, I guess, similar to an earlier conference, you'd be leaving more people out than you're including. So like if she does it, why not every department head or every member of the staff? And so, but I'm torn because I do think she needs to be part of the discussion. So, but so too, like we discussed, does each department head that's gonna have some, like why not HR? So I guess my preference would be no, but I'm not solidified in it. I can be persuaded.
Okay. What about the timing for reviews? How frequently would you like to be able to review it? I know that the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board does it every 3 years. Is that too frequent? Is that?
I'd suggest in the beginning, and again, I defer to others, but I suggest that because we're still tweaking this and
Right.
sort of getting our footing on this, that I almost wouldn't wait 3 years. I might do it after 2 years, only because I think we're still feeling our way, how this functions. I think we're making a lot of progress with this, but that would be my suggestion is, you don't want to do this too frequently, but I think that this is still going to be a work in progress for the commission as we kind of move forward.
And
We're going to be solving some, and I defer to anybody else if they think that is too painful to go through again.
No, but that's pretty typical to have a more frequent, an earlier one. So like on a city charter, they often might do in 5 years and then every 10 years.
Yeah.
So you might say in 2 years and then every 3 years, or 2 years, or every 5 years.
That's, I don't have anything I'm wed to, but I just would suggest.
What others think about timing for review?
Sean, what do you think?
I see that logic, and I think it makes sense of as we implement it, inevitably we're gonna run up against something that just doesn't make practical sense. Or maybe we're in execution, okay, maybe we could do it.
And then after my 5th trip to Hawaii, we're gonna have something to talk
Yeah.
about.
And then I reported to the appointing authority. But I think that, again, I think that makes sense. And it doesn't also, we agree to do it, it doesn't preclude us from coming back and saying, let's make this change now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we
So
always,
I was
that's
gonna ask
ultimate
that.
authority.
So we have the option for either emergency review if need be, or to come back at an earlier date if.
Yep, I would say so.
I mean, this is, so what is the legal, the better lawyer than, what is the legal sort of meaning of this? It's really it's a rule within the commission. It's not a statute. It's our interpretation of how we function here based on the statute. So that's what I'm saying. So,
Yeah, my read on it is it's executed policy that we all, so it's kind of like the rule of law, right? Like we as a society agree to live by it. But if we all of a sudden agree that we're no longer going to live by it, then the whole system erodes and corrodes. So I think here it's basically by taking the vote, we're all agreeing, you all are agreeing, we're going to live by these terms. And it gives you an expectation, it sets your expectations. It also gives me expectations where, so we started early on this process, like what do we call it? It was a social contract, it was a charter. And I think charter has that government connotation to it, which I think is important. But it reduces to paper our mutual expectations for one another. So,
Which we don't have right now.
we have nothing right now, exactly.
Well, beyond that, it's also like guidelines on how to do the job.
Yeah.
Because that's what we were talking about at the beginning, it's just like we had no clue. We were learning as we went along and just, what do we wish we would have known and how do we help other people when they come into this role understand what you're doing?
I see it as a legacy thing for the future, and I see it learning from the past, the rubs you had that happened, right? And there's a lot of gray areas. I feel we're covering the gray areas, which aren't so crystal clear. If we can kind of illuminate those a little better.
It settles some of those conflicts where, I mean, to this day, it's whose decision is that?
Yeah.
This settles a lot of those. This is a commission decision, this is a staff decision. And where the statute is vague, where the statute is silent, it I think solves some of that. But it also, to be perfectly blunt about it, there's no questioning in this document or the statute the commission's authority. So at any time, the commission can come back and say, you know what, I don't like that, gone.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was getting.
And I guess
is that
the value of that to me though is in order to do that though, you have to vote.
right.
By voting to do this and embed this, you are setting policy. And if anyone wants to either deviate from that or change that, you have to affirmatively vote to change it.
That's right.
And that gives a degree of accountability to me of, I'm going to live up to the four corners of this charter. If you want to change those terms, then you need to take a vote. And you need to persuade 2 of your colleagues to go along with you. Otherwise, I'm going to continue executing against it, so.
And 3 years from now, some of us will be either exiting. Like when you think about it, like timing already, it's like time's flying.
That's why 2 years makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
because
Then you
you'll
stack
live
it.
under it for 2 years, you'll still be here and be able to make adjustments to it. So how about after the first round? Do you want to do it every 2 years, every 3 years?
Can we decide in 2 years?
Could they
No, but
decide
but
to-
I'm just saying, do we have to decide that
Check
now,
in
or-
2 years maybe?
I'm just saying, does it have to be
It's good
decided now?
form, I think, to say it, but in 2 years you can change it.
Okay.
So,
Or the commission will reconvene in 2 years to review the charter. At that point, we'll decide.
See how it works before
Your
we
choice.
You're
Yeah.
saying set one date instead of second date, or
so
just setting? the
yeah,
Yeah.
usually a charter will say this charter will be reviewed every X number of years.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, right now, we all have 3 years, almost, come January, we have 3 years left, so if we review it 2 years from now.
Or 4.
4? 4? Oh, 4.
Yeah, 4.
Oh, maybe we all have 4, maybe, I don't know, maybe. Okay, well,
You have 3.
We have a different timeline because
Oh,
we were
okay.
taking over the terms of the.
oh, there you go, so either way, so 4, 3,
So
but in 2 years,
3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
3,
3,
4,
4, and 5.
5. You're now staggered.
Yeah, we're staggered, so if we check in 2 years,
Everybody's
what you're saying, we check in 2 years, it'll give us an opportunity to see how it's worked, hasn't worked before.
But then the question is, what is the frequency after that?
That's what, I think that's what you were saying, so we check in
Well,
in 2
there's-
years and then add
So,
it.
I mean,
You had suggested, I would say maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
That's what, because again, it just, because the terms are staggered, you know what I mean? It feels like almost every 3 years,
Someone
people
comes in or
could
out,
be
yeah.
cycling in and out.
That makes sense.
So it might make sense to, the first go around do 2 and then make it 3 years, because then I think it helps. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys agree with that, but.
Bruce, if we're not here, we'll just lobby our commissioners that are still sitting on here to be like, hey,
Yeah, we'll
You guys
see you
should
on
do this.
Twitter.
yeah, see you on Twitter, ladies.
Oh my
God.
Yeah.
Or in the glow.
Yeah.
My opinions are my own.
In terms of revising the charter, do you want to set a process? Do you want to say something about how that will happen?
I would say
Or-
keep it consistent. The process is we all decide to review it, there's staff input, there's executive director attestation, and then there's a vote.
And when? Does it matter throughout the year?
But so sometimes it's like proposals, like people propose changes.
Same
Yeah.
process. Wouldn't want to clunky it up by doing something too different.
I don't think it's going to be so voluminous that it would be
Yeah.
cumbersome
Yeah,
to
we
start on
started-
page 1.
Exactly.
I wonder if we say that as an option instead of a requirement of the review every 3 years. You know, because I'm just thinking in terms of
You don't have to.
yeah, you don't have to.
Not
don't-
broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Right.
But the review can, I mean, what happens then is suppose you have some people that there's something they really don't like, right? And then it becomes politicized over whether or not you do the review. If there's nothing there, you can also just say, it can be cursory. Has anyone had any issues under this charter that need to be reviewed? No, okay.
But I do
Yeah.
think, the only thing I think that it shouldn't be option, because you may have a minority of one that, would like to have this conversation is healthy. And doing this, I think, is a healthy process. And so, you may have the majority of people, I don't want to spend a whole nother day doing that, you know what I mean? But you may have one person who has very strong opinions on changing the dynamic, arguing, again, I told you, I'm just floored at how the open meeting, law works. So having this opportunity to really in a informal setting, have this conversation, I just think
That's
it's,
true.
because 3 people was like, yeah, I'm with that.
And this was the first time that we've ever
Yeah.
gotten together in person
Yeah.
and did it. So that's true. You're right. There
You
is
know what I mean?
a lot of.
I hear why that's a good idea, but I just,
It's,
Right. That's sort of like what Susan was saying.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I agree.
yeah,
Okay, so.
forcing people to talk to one another.
Yeah.
Forcing
Okay.
people to get
Right. Whether you like it or not, you can adjourn right away.
Okay, is there anything?
Someone will buy lunch, right?
Is there anything under dispute resolution procedures that we need to put in? Or is the revision in 2 years and then every 3 years enough to handle any potential disputes? I'm not sure it needs it from a dispute resolving
wanna
perspective.
specify a time of the year on the, so that's not vague. When upon in 3 years, 2 years, when will we reconvene?
It's like after signature from approval, right?
But we did mention sort of an emergency clause though, right?
Yes.
So as long as that's.
But also, I don't know how long this takes to sign, but if it moves into October, November, it could make things a little bit dicey for staff and kind of doing this. I just heard, again, it may not be an issue at all. Because I think the bulk of the work is happening now, so maybe I'm arguing against myself. Never mind.
Okay, again, I'm gonna draft it, everything's open for revision based on anything that happens between now and later. So this is a good time for bio break, and then we'll come back and start looking at the draft text. Issues, so that's a milestone for us. And now what we're gonna do is just get started on looking at the draft language based on the discussions that we had at the last meeting. And I had drafted it and then I sent it out to all of you. I got comments from some of you, and what I did with the comments that I got from people, in many instances, I posed them as questions or discussion points, and that's wherever you see highlighted. Wherever you see the yellow highlight, that's where I'm just posing a question or a discussion point that came up in the comments. And the blue is statutory language, and I just clunked it in there so that it's there. We don't have to look for it in case you wanted to have it right away in front of you. So I know that you haven't looked at this document because the open meeting laws don't allow you to look at it in advance. So when we're looking for revisions to open meeting laws, that might be one of them. But why don't you start by just reading through the background, which is 1, 2, 3, and then 4 on the next page. And I think it's pretty, I think you'll find it's pretty okay, except that there's a question about paragraph 3. So I'll give you some time to look at that.
On number 1, should we expand it to include the full mission statement? There's a kind of a meatier paragraph that talks about conducting our business in an open and transparent way.
Yes.
Okay, and is that on the website?
And that excerpt was taken from that mission statement.
Okay.
And I'm going through the whole thing, or just part by part?
Part by part, okay. But feel free to read through, because give people time to read through.
I just have a question on bullet 1, section number 3. Is adopting synonymous with writing?
Did everybody read through the background section? Okay, so let's go to that. So,
Number 3, bullet 1, I didn't know,
what is the word adopting?
is adopting synonymous with, like, if someone else could write them and we adopt them, but we are writing them too.
So do you want to add writing?
Creating, writing.
Well,
Maybe we should address.
should we answer your question?
Yeah, that's,
first?
the first question is, should this be in here? Should paragraph 3 be in there? There was a comment that said it doesn't include all of the responsibilities, so perhaps just remove it, because there's a much later section on roles and responsibilities, and then we're just saying in the next paragraph that the roles and responsibilities are set out. In 94G, Section 4, and in order to provide further guidance concerning the commission's duties, the commission has established this charter. Thoughts about that? Good point.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. It's more of a format piece. I would break off that last sentence as
That's number
kind of
5.
a standalone.
Okay.
It doesn't even need to be numbered. It's just to be a statement about what follows.
In order to provide that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else on the background section? So the changes to that are, we're going to include the full mission statement as number 1. We're going to remove paragraph 3 and then break off the last sentence of 4 into a standalone.
And then 4 becomes 3.
4 becomes 3. Anything else on background? Okay. Let's look then at definition of Cannabis Control Commission. And that is page 2 and a little bit of page 3. There are a couple of questions in there and some statutory language for your need if you would like to look at it. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you.
Just another question, number 2. So does it purposely leave out some of our authority as far as we vote to approve positions, new positions created at the commission?
Right.
We vote to determine legislative outreach, so are we intentionally leaving out some of our authority?
Yeah, so that was sort of, that was a tension in drafting this because there's a section on roles and responsibilities that outline everything, and this was kind of more definitional. And some of the comments that I got were put all the statutory language in, but then if we're using the charter we're establishing the charter for further guidance, then it doesn't make sense to just use the statutory language. So in that paragraph, it was kind of, remember, it was your question, I think, Commissioner Roy, what is the commission? And that became very helpful to say the commission has both the 5 appointed commissioners and the administrative agency. So I was trying to just distinguish between the group of commissioners and its charge, and then the administrative agency. So I didn't think this needed all of it, but some people added something, so it became a little more.
Well, the only reason I asked is I see like RVT in there, so like,
Right.
you know.
And so I put that in the roles and responsibilities, but someone added it here, and so I just put it in because that was a comment I received, and I wonder if maybe I got multiple comments on RVT, so maybe it doesn't fit here, but it fits better in the roles and responsibilities.
The other question around number 2, so if you have the definition of the Cannabis Control Commission, it's only defining us. it's not necessarily defining the executive director, like, in that statement, you see what I'm saying? It's like omitting the function of the agency staff in his executive director's function, and maybe on purpose, because it's listed down the road, but it's just defining us.
I asked the same question. I said, what role does the ED play here?
Yeah.
Right, because the way I had it set up, and I can switch it if it's confusing, is these are the two parts of the commission, the commissioners and the executive agency, and then here's the commissioners and the chair, and then is the executive director. So I was just breaking it out that way for clarification.
Is there a possibility of breaking this up between the background and the roles and responsibilities?
As opposed to having a definition of the commission.
Yeah.
It's your document, so whatever is most helpful is the way we should do it. If it's confusing the way it is.
I'm just saying, what's the rationale, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm looking at the first two bullets. I would move that blue section someplace else, but.
The blue section's not in,
Okay.
it's just a reference.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
So the blue section is sort of showing what you're paraphrasing from, with the statutory authority, and then.
Right, and basically says, to all of you who were here at this meeting, you may want to be reading the statutory authority on this point, and so I'm going to give it to you to make our conversation more easy, but it's not meant to be in the charter. It's just for our ease of saying it.
So,
For edification, should it read definition of the Cannabis Control Commission as it applies to commissioners? Because it's omitting how it applies to the rest of the agency, and like these bullets are only applying to us. So if someone should take that at face value, this is the definition of the Cannabis Control Commission. It doesn't speak to, as I'm saying, so I don't, just as it applies to commissioners, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
So when I see this, I see broadly, the Cannabis Commission is comprised of A and B, and that's all it is, right? And that's all, I don't think, so you later get into how we delegate, authority and how we interact with, I mean, we're getting there, but I don't think, I think to your point, I don't think that we're talking necessarily as much about the administration. It's sort of just the broad.
function of the top.
Just this is it.
The first meeting we had, I had what I thought was this really silly question. Can somebody say what the definition
No,
of
you're absolutely right.
the commission is? Because sometimes we say the commission's going to vote, and then say the commission, whatever, is going to have a meeting, and it's the staff, like, look, we didn't know big C, little c. We talked about big C commission, little c commission.
But see, I see this sentence delineating exactly what your question.
Trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I think that you.
It's answering that, it's
Yeah.
satisfying that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and what you'll find through the document is I mostly used the commissioners to talk about all of you, to distinguish it from the full, because the commission is both of them.
Right.
see, I look at number one, and I would want to build that back in earlier in the background section, maybe right after that number one.
So maybe make that number one, then number one of background, and then, so you define what it is, and then you state what the mission is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. That does make sense, yeah.
And then I think we cover number two in the background number two.
Oh.
To some degree. Again, I'm looking to maximize efficiency a little bit, and I think this definition speaks to roles and responsibilities, but it also speaks to
Combine them, are you
elements that
saying
can be
combine
combined
them?
in the back.
So it answers your question, it just gets into it in the
Yeah.
background. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost, I think to your point, it's almost like stating it twice, and it can be in one place.
So
And you don't need to, you want to have the definition, but you don't need to have a separate section, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
So you're suggesting that number one of the current definition becomes number one of
The
background?
background.
It could be number one or number two,
It probably do number two.
and then number two in definition, I think part of it we cover, but I think part of it would also flow down into roles and responsibilities. And then I think 3 is kind of role and responsibilities, 4 is, 5 is.
What about?
Yeah, it's a little bit repetitive, so we can just take those out and pick up whatever's missing when we get to those other sections.
I put there are 2 parts though, that number 2 in definitions, that I don't think is anywhere else. It's about how votes are made, the affirmative vote of the commissioners, and then that removal language. So we can incorporate that in a different bullet, just to make sure it's not lost.
Okay, I think it comes up in other places, but I'm gonna, mark it so that I make sure it's somewhere. And we have a section on the chair, so we don't need it in 2 places.
and where are you, I see it in definition 3, so where else is that?
So in roles and responsibilities, on page 4, number 2 is the commission chair.
I'm missing, where?
Page 4,
Number 2.
Oh, here, okay, sorry, I'm looking up there, sorry. Harder to say 4.
Sorry, page 4.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at page 4, but I'm looking for point 4.
But where it says on back on page 2, the chair of the commission has and exercises supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. That's statute language, or taken from the statute. But I want to make sure we put that in under the roles and responsibilities.
I would second that.
Okay, so I can move that. So that was a question I have. Do you want to sustain that statutory language in the charter under the roles and responsibilities of the chair?
I think it should be reflected there. I mean, there are other parts here where we're controlled by statute, and then what we're trying to do is, I think you need to state the statute, but then here it adds greater context for basically collaboration and collegiality with which the commissioner, the chair, will perform his or her roles.
Okay. And then, so number 4, the commissioner is appointed executive director. That comes up again later in the commissioner's roles and responsibilities. This can also, number 5 can also go to roles and responsibilities. But there were questions about that. How does it happen that a treasurer and a secretary are elected?
So are we looking at page 5?
Page 3, the yellow.
Page 3, we're jumping around because I'm
Sorry,
moving
I'm sorry,
stuff,
I'm
so
getting-
sorry about that. But if you look at page 3,
Under 5, the yellow under 5, is that where you are?
yeah, so the first yellow on page 3. How is this executed? Does the chair suggest someone? Is this done at a public meeting? When during the year does this election happen? Or referring to the election of the treasurer and secretary. So for those of you who've been here, how has it happened? When has it happened? What's the process been?
January invite a nomination, usually from another commissioner.
Well, what happened is it occurred before
The chair
before I
asked.
came on
The
and
chair.
before you came on.
Yeah.
And I think it was just a rotating thing. So Flanagan no longer was going to chair anything, I mean, to be either role, and who else was there? That was it. It was just,
Oh, we got invited our first meeting
Yeah, we were just
in
kind
2021.
of told, voluntold.
because there was no one else.
But it-
And they voted, like they
Yeah.
told you, and then they nominated you, and then they elected you.
Yeah.
Nominated, somebody seconded, do you accept the nomination? Yes, there
We voted for each
any
other.
other nominations out of the four of us at that point.
Yeah.
But when we did it this past January, that's the process that we use.
Well, not really,
Not
not
really.
100%.
Not-
Because the chair asked,
If you want to continue.
this is where the ambiguity lies.
Yeah.
So the chair had inquired at the time if I was interested in one of the roles. So is that process, is that the way it should be? I don't know. You're, you know.
That's why the question's there.
Well, should we also answer the question of it rotates?
Oh, I see, like,
Yeah,
are you suggesting that?
so it mandatorily will rotate after a year?
It says elect, yeah, the statute says elect.
Seems like this time around, it was more of the chairman kind of decided, asked, and then,
That was both
The
times.
one thing I would, again, and I hope I don't sound like I'm pretending the role of the chairman too often, but this is a little bit like when you have two that all of a sudden leave, and then it just, you know what I mean, you're voluntold, it feels like it needs maybe, in consultation, with the executive director, saying, what are the skill sets, I mean, not everybody may want to, they both are significant roles, but not everybody may want to or have the depth of experience that you do to do something like this. And so I would be less comfortable with a rotation, and I'll just, and I'll give you my, I'll give you sort of my anecdotal background and why my eye starts to twitch, because when I was, when I was chair of the pension fund, I didn't really have, I got to like one appointment, and by the way, I didn't even own that appointment, until my second or third year in as treasurer. But what I was able to do was appoint people to the investment committee, which was the most important committee, and not all of the board members could be on there. But I had one board member who was like, hey, I got a lot of friends who invest money, I'd like to be on that investment committee. And so I think the point is not that not that that's what is happening here, but I do think that retaining that to the chair so that it is more than just a rotation might make some sense.
Yeah.
If you think that it's just all of the commission members say, we're gonna voluntold you, you know what I mean? But I'd suggest that it is something that might make sense to.
and just for clarification too, I think the first year was just sort of like a voluntold for us, right? I think the second year, we decided that we wanted to do it and go for it.
I think because of the significance and the impact, it should be a vote amongst the
Oh,
commissioners.
yeah, no, there's gonna be a vote.
Yes.
It's just, what's the,
Separate.
Nomination.
I don't think that, the way it was sort of told,
Yes,
I don't think
There
that
wasn't
was
a
the
real-
process. I think that it should be a very transparent, open,
Yeah.
public vote.
yeah. There wasn't a process before really, and the roles, as significant as they are on paper and like visually and other boards.
Yeah.
I think this now, the last year, I think they've been more significant. And we've evolved into them. And I think we're now creating the actual roles, which is why we're creating job descriptions. I mean, there was nothing for it. It was just like, you're gonna do this and sort of create it on your own. So I think we're in a better place, but I think we also have to be transparent, because there could be a sort of a mix of communication if, the chair, whoever it is, says, hey, Nerys, do you want to do this? Okay, yeah, great. And then doesn't bring it to the floor to say, does anybody want to
no,
run?
but I don't think this should not be taken. I think this absolutely should be.
No, but I'm telling you that that's not how it was in the past.
Oh, okay.
So
So,
this is
So
what
I
we're
think,
saying.
I think the
Yeah.
question is, how do people get nominated?
Yeah, that's that process.
Right. We did, when I was gaming, there was kind of there may or may not have been conversations before a public meeting, but you still transacted the selection of somebody in a public meeting. And the chair would say, any nominations for someone to be treasurer?
Yeah.
I nominate Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second? Commissioner Camargo, do you want to accept it for the purpose you said of maybe I don't feel qualified, or I've got too much already on my plate, or what have you? At least giving the person the option of backing out.
Yeah.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, call for a vote.
Seeing none, I nominate you.
Yeah, the flip of the coin is if it was rotating, which I know gives you a little eye twitch, but if we're on rolling terms, then everybody gets a chance to, if they want to be able to assume that responsibility and wear the different hat, bring a fresh set of eyes to the role. It's just the other side of the coin on that.
Well, maybe we can still have a term or terms or.
1 year.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
more what it was.
1 year
Not
term.
rotated, but the term limit.
Yeah, or, yeah, and then, yeah.
It's 1 year terms.
It does sound like it takes a long time to learn it.
It
So
does.
if you're 1 year in and out,
It
it's a
does.
lot of effort on the part of the staff to keep training somebody, I would think.
But also the training on what? Which is, because there hasn't really been
Right.
too much. We know what the secretary does, we know the minimal, but you know what the treasurer does. But I think now that we're gonna create the job descriptions and we're gonna really understand it, I think it's a different game,
That's true.
you know?
But it is
You may not
only-
wanna do it.
It is only a 1-year term?
Yes.
Yeah.
But then you also don't want to lose that institutional knowledge when
Yeah.
some person leaves and their term is done. So there is a sort of an argument for, you know, I don't know, potential for saying like 2 years. Like sure, we do the election every year, but maybe put some sort of limitation so that there is some sort of,
Movement.
yeah.
A 2 or 3 year term.
Or maximum.
Or
Maximum.
the
Right.
third
Yeah.
scenario is what Commissioner Stebbins said, or somebody said, Susan said, the 2 commissioners. So maybe you have an alternate treasurer, an alternate secretary. Just throwing it out there. I mean, I'm not to give, just the 2 commissioner thing. I don't know, because then they're already trained, to your point. They're already up to speed.
But I think
Yeah, I
this
was
is-
just saying that for a subgroup, just for our purposes.
But I think that this could also be, you know, this is also sort of continuity, succession, you know, whatever, that, and I don't know if this is a policy, but it makes eminent sense that there be that kind of, you know, spreading of the wealth of knowledge, but it's also how do we figure out, you know, whether or not, you know, you've got, you know, subcommittees and different things that you're doing, how do we do that? And maybe we, you know, maybe it is sort of you tell me, because I don't know, because it seems to me that your job, the current job, is the most added intricacy, getting into the weeds, you know, it's more mechanical and working closely with the staff.
It is, but I think that, you know, we all balance our things out, right? Like there's things that I'll say, I don't have capacity for that.
Yeah.
And I just don't. But it's been, I feel like the first year, at least for me, it was understanding the agency, understanding my job, and then understanding what we were gonna create this position to be, the budget process. The second year has been more in the weeds. And God has gone by so fast.
But what I'm saying is I think that there's a steeper learning curve for that particular role.
Yes. Yeah, well, I would say yes and no, it depends. I think that the staff has been great, and I think Adriana has been great. I think Sean has been great in terms of allowing me to ask as many questions as I want to, and then also opening the, you know, the binder for me, you know, for lack of a better word, so.
Well, again, it is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I think it's important though to recognize that the learning curve it sort of started with the governance process too.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the responsibilities, the way that it operates, that's all being developed and started now. So when did we start this process? In
3 months ago.
Yeah, so it's sort of hard to gauge how long the
Yeah.
learning curve it is because it's literally happening and just started a few months ago.
Yeah.
Because before that, it was, you know, it was just a role that didn't really have.
It's like symbolic.
Yeah, it was a symbolic role
Role.
until we had this
You know,
governance
put meat on the
process.
bones.
I made it
Yeah.
more than it was before.
You did,
and I've made it more than I did last year. And
Yeah.
I've included myself more. I mean, I'll give you an example. I had asked the former chairperson, not the one before you, but Steve Hoffman, in that same sort of spirit of like, I was very curious as to how we created agendas for the overall meeting. And I would say, hey, at some point, any time, can I sit in an agenda setting meeting with you and Sean? I never did, but I was very curious as to how does that work? How does that happen? You know, how does all that take place, right? So when we talk about the two, and not because I don't think Sean said no to me, but when we talk about the two people, like I'm all for it. I'm all about transition. I'm all about learning and, you know, bringing other people, you know, while we're learning the process. But I want to just say that because I think it's also like part of culture. So I think being mindful of us when we're creating these positions, it's not about who's in it right now. It's about us making sure it's better for the next person. So, you know, to your point and the two people and all that stuff,
Oh, like having to be longer?
yeah,
I'm sorry, okay.
because you know, I was very curious. I'm like, how do we create these agenda meetings for the whole overall meeting, right? So for me, I invite anybody who, like, if you want to be treasurer next year and I decide not that I don't want to run again, it's like, yeah, come sit in a meeting with me and Adriana and see what it's about, see what it looks like. Maybe you don't want to do it next year. Maybe I do want to do it, or maybe I don't want to, you know what I mean? So like, because what we don't know right now is what we don't know with these roles and what it really is and what it really looks like. So I don't know.
I'm gonna bring us back to the question. So what I so far understand is that there's a vote every January.
Yeah.
And then you talked about a maximum of what I'm gonna suggest as consecutive terms. So is it 2 or 3? And the reason why I think consecutive terms is important is because suppose you do 10 years. Right, you don't want to say you did 2 years and now you can never be in one of those positions again. So I'd say consecutive years. So do you have a sense of 2 or 3 consecutive terms?
You're saying of 2 years?
No, it's a 1-year term. There's an election
okay.
every
Got it.
January, and then the term is 1
Got
year.
it.
Like a term limit, but that doesn't mean you can't run again after you sit out a year.
Right.
Like 2,
I would keep
I
it
think
2.
2.
Just
I
like
think
2
the
consecutive, okay.
Yeah.
time
So a
frame.
maximum of 2 consecutive terms. And I'm still trying to understand, how do the nominations happen? Are the nominations in an open public meeting? Is there a discussion beforehand?
We need a process.
Yeah, we do.
It's, I mean, the way it operated for us, it was on the agenda. Chair called for nominations for certain office. Any commissioner can nominate another commissioner. If we need a second, some affirmation by the person that they would accept the responsibility, and then there be a call for a second, you know, anybody else wish to be nominated or any other nominations, and then a vote.
But isn't there more thought to whether or not someone wants to be in one of these positions before someone nominates you at a public meeting? Should there be
But
some
that's-
Yeah, that's what I was
discussion?
gonna say.
That's
Yeah.
where you start bumping up against open meeting law issues.
So in other words, if I want to run for secretary, but you do such a good job, and I'm not going to run if you are going to run again. So when would I know when you're going to run again? Today.
Open meeting laws, you could call Commissioner
So we're
Stebbins.
going to flush all this out in open meeting.
That's not an open meeting law situation, is it? If you're gonna run for an office, for one of these two
Yeah,
positions.
you're voting on it, so yeah.
Yeah.
But can't one
Yeah.
commissioner can call,
The
like,
serial communication.
Yeah,
but
right.
Commissioner Roy
But
could call
Commissioner Concepcion
Commissioner.
could be thinking about running for secretary
Right.
too. So it's like, how do we triangulate that?
Yeah, but this is, the reality is that the chair, I mean, the chair, listen, there's internal and there's external, and there's stuff on paper.
I feel like we're making this a little bit more complicated. So let's say at the prior monthly meeting, the chair decides at the next meeting, she wants to have the election process. And she says, if you're interested in running, tell me.
Yeah.
And so you submitted your name to the chair. We go into the next meeting. I am aware that these are the two, and let's have a vote.
That can happen like that, yes.
I mean, I don't.
Yes,
I
it
feel
hasn't
like-
happened like that.
I know, but
it
I'm
can.
saying that's a proposal, like
Yes.
I'm proposing that, like,
Yes.
I don't wanna overcomplicate something
Yeah,
that
yeah.
seems I don't know.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
At your face.
Well, I'm trying to think of the most compliant way to
Yeah.
do this without also, and thank you, because I don't want to
But that's
overthink this.
I know.
Because even like on the limiting, like you're essentially binding this future commission to,
Right.
someone could serve 10 years in this capacity.
That's right.
And you're saying you can serve no more than 2. You may end up with, like, in the chair's role, that expert in finance and like corporate governance, like there might be real utility in someone serving as a long-term treasurer of the agency, but you've now said, nope, can't do it.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what Susan was saying. She said not 2 consecutive.
Right.
So, oh, you are saying
Like
that.
saying
That
my third
interrupt,
term, right.
detrimental.
Yeah.
It may or may not be, I don't know.
No, is the chair able to serve in one of those positions? Because her background in finance would lend her to be,
Yes,
and be 3 roles.
but that's the thing is like technically, yes, but it would be the commission's discretion. The commission can say,
Because I was assuming the chair, this was an assumption I had,
Oh,
that the chair
couldn't have one
couldn't
of those
serve
positions.
because they were the chair.
That's a good
Assumed
question.
that too,
One of the
but I
two.
thought it was another.
Continue your thought, I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I think that situation works. What I would recommend to be overly compliant is that on the agenda, those folks that have identified their interest be identified.
I mean, I think that makes sense versus what I was trying to say before was like versus the behind the scenes games
Yes.
of the chair just saying,
That's what
hey,
happened before.
I mean, we could talk about it offline, but yes,
Yeah.
you know, hey, you're gonna do this. And then when we get to the public meeting, hey, boom and boom.
Yep.
Right.
That's the game.
Okay,
The
so
effort there was
essentially,
to eliminate,
Correct.
was
But then
to
nobody,
streamline.
sorry, Susan, but then no one knows that the chair has already called A and B. And, you know, so there needs to be a process that's transparent that says, you know,
So can Sean, the executive director, suss out the interest? You can suss out the interest.
I just can't communicate it in violation of the open meeting law. So I'd have to be very careful.
so what I thought the proposal was though, is that at the meeting prior to the January meeting, the chair will ask for interest in the secretary and treasurer positions, and commissioners will say out loud at the public meeting if they're interested,
I misunderstood.
right? And then the vote is at the January meeting.
Yeah.
Does that work? Does that work?
Commissioner Roy and I both want to be secretary, go outside and duke it out. No, no, but at least
Yeah.
if I still have an interest and she expresses an interest, there's nothing that prohibits you and I from having a one-on-one conversation.
right.
Right,
And that would be like a November meeting, basically.
right.
Yeah.
And then the consecutive stuff, I guess I have a question too. So like, I know we haven't agreed yet, but so let's say we put this in place, we vote on this. I'll use me as an example. If I wanna continue to be the treasurer next year and I say, hey, y'all, I wanna continue to be the treasurer, it'll be, you know, it's a little different now. Does that then not allow me to run again?
Then I might I might suggest a 3-year maximum. And I don't know if people think that's too long. I mean, again, only because I think today fully sort of understanding the functionality and sort of the growing responsibility of the treasurer, you know, and if people think that's too long, and I'd actually, because this is gonna work so intimately with you, your budgeting process. I'd almost want you to kind of opine what you think the right term is, because too much churning is not healthy
True.
either. And we can always not elect that person if we decide they're not doing a good job.
I guess that's what I'm thinking through is what is the utility of setting a maximum when ultimately the commission enjoys the discretion to self-police that in your history? You may run into a scenario, and I guess I'm trying to compare it to other boards or groups that I've even been a part of, for instance, like a school committee or board of selectmen, where they self-organize and they say, we're now entertaining nominations for chair, nominations for vice chair, nominations for secretary, and folks either volunteer for it or they don't.
Yeah.
I think what I've heard is that the desire to allow for some movement or people, you know what I mean? Because,
with all due respect to elections, incumbents generally have the leg up, do you know what I mean? And so, you know, someone who's had that experience, and we can say, yeah, you have the experience, but you haven't been doing a good job, so we're not gonna.
But that's why I think the commission enjoys that, the electorate in that
So
election is 5
you
people.
don't think a limit, I don't know what anybody else thinks, I don't have a strong feeling one way or
I
another.
think I might have thrown it out there, and I'll tell you why. I think I threw it out there, I was person. It's because I was thinking about earlier on, we went around the room and we talked about how much time we have here, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna use you,
Sure.
you're our treasurer.
Sure.
You have 3 more years here. Let's say that you, for 2 more years, well, we won't talk about the last 2 years you being treasurer.
Yeah.
We'll start fresh, right? You have 2 years as treasurer, and then that final year, let's say if you are treasurer, when you're done that 3rd year, you're gone. And so there's no sort of overlap or an ability for another commissioner to come into that role and use you as a resource while they're at the commission to understand roles, the role and responsibilities are. So that was the theory, that's where my mind was going with that.
Yeah.
But I guess hypothetically speaking, even if you're gone from the commission, that doesn't mean that you're gone from the
Yeah, it's like
world.
Britta, like I called Britta and asked her.
But it's not the
It's not the same,
same.
no, it's not the same, but it also wasn't the same position.
So that's the thing, it's just the loss of the
Yeah.
institutional knowledge, that was what was in my mind, and that's why I threw that out there.
I think something that we could also, like, while we're developing these positions, is now that we're developing an actual role for them and understanding a role with, for me, on the treasurer's role with the CFO and the executive director and the commission, that I think now we'll have even a more concrete understanding of the role. What is it not?
Yeah.
What is it on paper? And then what is sort of the SOP for it itself? Because these positions have to be personality proof, right? It can't be about who's sitting in the position, it has to be about what the role really needs. So I would say we need to do a little bit more work to create some kind of SOPs for these positions themselves to leave that institutional knowledge of like, hey, this is the process that we did, you know, like.
So it's not lost when that
It's not
person
lost, yeah.
goes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like I've been, you know, thank you, Commissioner Stubbins, I've spoken to some treasurers from other boards and other places and organizations, so it was very helpful to hear how the Gaming Commission, you know, sort of did it when they didn't have it all on paper and then when they sort of did put it on paper. So I think some of that we would have to do in these roles, as I think these roles already existed, but I think this is a new phase of these roles for the commission. Like, I think we're like sort of inaugural.
No, but that answers my
Yeah.
my reasoning.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah.
Losing that
Yeah.
and not.
But I think we need to put it in place because we don't have it. Because when we came into these roles, we didn't.
So so are we dropping the idea of a maximum number of consecutive terms? Is there anyone who wants
The
to?
only thing I would say about that, when I think about it, is sort of like, this is, depending on, you know, where you're at in terms of your workload, where we're at, regs, like, it could be a lot. Like, you could decide year 2, like, hey, I'm all set, I don't wanna do it next year, right? So can you forfeit
You don't
2 years? You don't run. No, what I'm saying, like, if we did 3 years.
No, she's saying you're gonna run every year.
Oh, okay.
The limit is on.
Not a 3-year
Oh,
term.
Consecutive
No.
years.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
just
I
a-
wasn't getting it.
It's just to give another commissioner a chance
Yeah.
if they want to.
Right.
So you run every year?
Yeah. you
Every
still run
January,
year.
so
Okay.
there's a nominations,
Every
the
year.
meeting prior to the January meeting, because
Okay.
maybe you will when
Got
they
it.
have a December meeting. There'll be a question posed at a public meeting about who's interested in
Got
the
it.
positions of treasurer and secretary. And then at the January meeting, there'll be formal nominations and a vote every year. And the question I'm posing still is, should there be a maximum number of consecutive terms
Got it.
for the position of treasurer or secretary, meaning that someone can serve in that role for X number of consecutive terms, step away for a year, and would still be available to serve another 3 consecutive or X consecutive terms if you want to do that.
How about this? In 2 years, we're gonna
Decide.
Review it.
So, and as you're developing the role, maybe then we more clearly define if we want to place any limits on that. Does that work?
I think that makes sense. But I'm looking at
That
the
makes
D
sense.
commissioner. So,
No, that,
Professional.
the professional commissioner.
That's what we call them.
Yeah.
no, I think that makes sense.
That makes
Okay.
I take to heart Sean's point of somebody who serves 2 full terms, they're done, they can't serve as treasurer for after they've done their 2 years,
Yeah.
but
They can if they sit out.
allowing opportunity for other commissioners to serve, I think that's a healthy balance.
And one of the thoughts I was having, and again, I think we might want to wait until we, to put any term limits on it. But one of the things in my head is that, you max it out at 3 in terms of consecutive. But in year 2, if you run, then maybe that 3rd year becomes the training for whomever may have identified themselves to be the next treasurer. And so then that becomes, so you don't have to have 2 treasurers, but for a transition year where you're gonna be, however, 3 years, 4 years, whatever we determine, maybe that's a process we can figure out. And I'd ask you,
Yeah.
like that or don't like that, because I really wanna be sensitive to your,
Appreciate that, yeah. The only thing that comes to mind is the appearance of power dynamic there, where a one-on-one conversation between you and Adriana, for instance, is different than 2 commissioners versus Adriana, and thinking about that dynamic. Where I want to be sensitive to it.
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't think I would mind it, because I enjoy the relationship with commissioners, but I don't know, one layer lower, if that would create a pressure.
and maybe it's an education that doesn't necessarily have the second person sitting in on all the meetings.
Yeah, but it could be a commissioner's sort of, hey, Commissioner
Training, you
Stebbins.
could-
Mentorship, training.
Yeah, you're interested in being the treasurer, let me tell you what I'm dealing with.
Would that be a treasurer-elect? Because that person wouldn't yet have been voted into the role.
Because that gets complicated.
That gets
because of the-
complicated,
No, I'm saying what you're suggesting because of the open meeting laws. So if you're saying that there's one person that is with you in these conversations, then that takes away the ability for anyone else to join. Because it's only
In year
limited to you.
3, that's what you're saying.
I'm saying for you, period, because you
Oh.
for the suggestion of like, okay, well, you come on and join these conversations, then no one else is able to, you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
open
yeah,
meeting
yeah.
law.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Right, it sounds like what we'll do in this round is be silent on the question of maximum consecutive terms, and then if in 2 years, when the roles are much more defined and understood,
Yeah.
then you may choose to do that.
Yeah.
Everyone
That
okay
makes
with that?
sense. Yeah, makes sense.
All right.
I think I'll just say this, I think that even amongst ourselves, right, if there's positions that we are all interested in, I think not quietly, but we're not breaking any rules in terms of saying, hey, I'm interested in this role, what has been your experience? I think those conversations can be had amongst ourselves, or even with you.
And the other thing is, I think as the role is developed, then there become greater SOP, you know what I mean? Like I just got a wonderful, memo, from Sarah.
Yeah.
And she has laid out, in depth a lot of the things. And so at some point in
That's
time,
great.
there may be a handbook
Yes.
that, gets.
Absolutely. No, but at least that,
But
you
something
have
like
that.
that, no, but I'm
Sarah
just saying,
didn't have
it
that.
can be created.
Yeah,
You know what I
absolutely,
mean?
absolutely.
I know we have the right person in the role, because Commissioner Camargo has been all about the handbook
Yes.
development and all about it, all about it.
Put it on paper.
All right, I'm gonna, got that one. I'm gonna move us to roles and responsibilities of the commissioners. So that's on page 3.
What's our jobs?
It's a page and a half. So please take a look at it.
Where did this come from?
Where did this come from? From your discussion.
Oh, okay, so this is
I
all
drafted this.
language.
Yeah, it's all new language. And I will say it, anyway,
Yeah,
took a while to
yeah.
figure out
I know.
how to
Yeah.
structure it.
Because I'm like, this didn't exist before.
Right.
Where did you get this from?
anyone need more time to read through that?
Yes.
You need a little more time. So first, let me ask for just general thoughts about the roles and responsibilities of the commissioners. Are you comfortable generally with it?
Generally.
Subject to tweaking and revision, but generally.
Generally, yes. I had a couple questions.
All right, let's go through it section by section then. Questions or comments on part A?
We add the word regulators in there anywhere?
So C is as regulators.
See, it says, oh, as regulators.
Anything on part B? And then there was a question, what does it mean to delegate responsibilities to the executive director and what's the process for doing that?
I guess to start there, to what extent is it not, that administrative aspect already is, it doesn't need to be delegated, it's pretty clear in statute as far as my role as administrative head. So
Has the board already voted generally to delegate?
to some,
That vote has taken place?
some things have been delegated, but they're more often regulatory and policy matters. So for instance, the consideration of waivers.
Telehealth.
To a degree, telehealth. But even like agent registrations, those are things that could be, and I believe are commission functions, but they've been delegated for administrative ease. But I would be hesitant to describe it. The statute declares me the administrative head of the agency. So here, embedding that there's a delegation that is necessary implies that can be taken away as well. As quickly as it can be granted, it can be removed.
Got it.
But in reality, the commission doesn't have the authority to remove any administrative responsibilities.
What if we took the term administrative away?
And execution of, because that's what you're already doing. So if it read delegate responsibilities to the executive
Execution is
director?
actually appropriate though.
It is, okay.
Because if the commission makes a policy decision and then charges me with executing it, I think that's the right correlation.
Sometimes you come to us for express authority.
Correct.
Like, what was it last meeting? I already forget.
Extensions of licenses. It's 120 days.
Yeah.
But that was me, I think, sharing with the commission, this is your authority. I'm asking for it for administrative ease. So I understand why this would be here. I guess I'm tripping over it though, to be honest. So I agree. I think if administrative is taken out, I think it fits. It also returns back to, I think, B being as policymakers. So that would make sense if administrative is struck.
So it would read delegate responsibilities and execution of commissioners' policy decisions to the executive director.
Yeah, this might be against my own interest, which is fine. which is, I mean, I think making it clear that there's no obligation of the commission to do that. So in your discretion, and it's discretion, it's like a tail to that.
Say it again?
So I guess the way I delegate responsibilities and execution of commissioners' policy decisions to the executive director in its discretion or in the commissioner's discretion. Like, it's not by default that these things would be delegated, it's
Right.
as you choose.
Yeah.
Which is real, that's how you.
Yeah, like I said, I think I just want to be fair about it, that
Yeah,
it's,
yeah, yeah,
I don't want to misinterpret that
Yeah,
or
yeah.
use it.
that's the, oh, I didn't know later.
Well, that goes back to the rub, not to bring up rehash things, but the rub was about telehealth and curbside, right? Wasn't there a rub like, no, needs to go to regs? And the other side of it was, no, the commission can grant me that authority to extend this.
Yep.
This is part of the reason why we're here today.
And
Like,
it's the commission's discretion to do that.
exactly, but that's why we need the clarity.
Okay.
Susan, just to go back to A.
Yep.
And you all can tell me if you think it's already in here somewhere, but I feel like part of our role as well and part of the mission is for us to have a safe and equitable and create a safe and equitable industry. As commissioners, as we use all the lenses and all the methodology of things that we use in the background. Is it
Yeah,
there?
for the one in the
it's-
background.
And that's gonna be beefed up, because the mission statement, I
Okay.
assume, has more of
Yeah.
that language that
Yeah.
you're referencing. Is that correct, Sean?
I think so, yeah, the
Okay.
mission statement absolutely does.
Yeah,
Does that,
I just think, yes,
Are you looking to kind of marble it throughout the
Yes.
entirety though?
as a reminder to anybody who looks at this after us, right? Like that's one of our main, because I look at the act in the best interest of the commission and on behalf of the public.
but then you could say public safety, public health.
Yeah, exactly. Safely, equitable, and effective.
Or do you bring in, I think in pursuit of that marbling, do you re-reference the mission statement again? Like act in furtherance of the mission?
Yeah, that's the best way.
That's for the word folks who do the wordsmithing, like whatever it is, but I think it's just, you know, this is so clear, roles and responsibilities, like part of our roles and responsibilities is this, and I know it's in the background, but I think it should be very,
Like the three pillars,
Yeah.
public health, public safety, public welfare.
Yeah, I'm thinking though, is it like to live up to and pursue the mission? Like
Yes.
as a commissioner,
yes,
you agree that you'll live up to and pursue the
Yes.
mission?
yes.
You can, or there's a lot later that talks about commission, but we could add a 4 that says act to ensure a safe, equitable, and efficiently run industry. Would that feel comfortable for you to just?
That's a good
Because
reminder.
it's, one is the mission statement of the overall commission, and this is as stewards of the commission and working to achieve the commission's mission. It just underlines it a little bit. Everyone okay with that addition? Okay, anything else on section B? Taken out administrative and added in its discretion to number 2. How about C?
C, I think 3 belongs under D. Is that right, Sean?
I would say so.
Okay.
I have, I guess, with it in D, I'll reserve my comments when we get to that.
Okay, so in any case, it comes out of C.
Yes.
Anything else on C?
This may just be for efficiency's sake, but is there a way to, would it be possible, or I guess I'll throw out the idea of merging 1 and 2 to just simply say promulgate regulations for medical and adult use, and promulgate thereby implies new if necessary, modified if necessary, but it just kind of simplifies the task as you are regulators, therefore you promulgate regulations.
Does that work for everyone? So it would just be promulgate regulations for medical and adult use marijuana. Everyone good with that? Okay.
You think
think that's commonly understood. That's my only question. I understand it, but I'm saying if it wasn't us, do you think that's probably understood by different generations?
I would hope so, yeah. And I think the benefit of calling it promulgate implies every aspect of drafting. So I think it's I'm trying to be all-encompassing. But I would hope if you're serving as a commissioner, you understand the promulgation process, but that's part of onboarding too.
Professional development.
It's weird that Hawaii is hosting a promulgation conference.
Horse cannabis.
No, I
That's
hear,
right, yeah.
I hear Hawaii is hosting a Robert Tools of Order.
I'm thinking, a professor of mine wrote a book called Breaking Robert's Rules of Order.
I don't know if that's somewhere in there, but we're gonna cover that, Chair.
Yes.
I have a story for you.
Okay.
Jogging my memory a little bit, it's gonna come back. Because a part of it was not here, we were like, oh, I didn't know that, there was
All
something.
right, I'm sorry, guys, I'm gonna,
I know, you guys.
I'm gonna ride that horse if you don't mind.
Put it, put it in the parking lot.
Trying to horse lives is not fun.
Okay, D. So we're gonna move C3 to D3. And Sean, I have a hunch you've got something else on this section.
Yeah, so I think, well, let me try to organize my thoughts a little bit. So I just want to confirm so starting at 1, hold public hearings on suitability of licensees. I want to confirm that they're actually public hearings. So for me, it's just the terminology. There may not be an opportunity for the entity to be heard. It might just be the commission decides suitability. We've never done a full-fledged hearing, though, so that could be right.
I think that's my error. I think it meant to be public meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Sorry.
we
Yeah, that was my
have
error.
that in writing to a legislator, that they're not public hearings.
That our public meetings are not public hearings. The suitability is a separate matter, which is if the commission is going to declare someone unsuitable. I don't know this is the administrative procedure that I'm not an expert on, but given that there is no property right, the due process trigger is lessened or lowered, so they may not have a right to a hearing, but also mindful that we provide them an opportunity to be heard prior to getting to the commission. So the word hearing is what tripped me up. I just wanted to confirm that. It could be, though, revocation and suspension may be hearings. So that's in order to show cause that entity, revocation especially, and suspension for that matter, they then have property rights. So you may in fact have a hearing, given the due process.
So we strike that whole language, instead of strike whole public hearings, just put decide as licensors, the commissioners decide on the suitability of licensees and the revocation. Like, why do we have to say the platform in which it is
That's a fair point.
to be safe?
Yep. And obviously, this is where having the benefit of department head chiming in on this stuff, I'm sure legal will have something to say about that.
Yeah.
For 2, I just flagged that you also, so review, approve, renew, place conditions on licenses. You also consider changes of ownership and
I was
control.
gonna say that.
So you could place something in there, review, approve, renew, conditions on licenses, or changes to licenses. I think that's a good example of delegated authority. Changes of name and location have been delegated, but ownership remains with the commission. And this is an overall sentiment to this section of I think this is a great opportunity to embed a reminder to any future iteration of commissioners that there is a formality to the Chapter 38 administrative hearing process, and you have a very formal role to play in that. And I think this is the right place to call that out, that you sit as an adjudicatory body that comes with it very formal responsibilities and obligations. I just don't know the right way to characterize that.
I have a question on that, Sean, because it's categorized here as appeals, but it's not just appeals that we're adjudicating
That's a
body.
great flag. I flag that as well. Yeah. You may act in the first instance as well.
Can I ask a question around that? It's probably, I'm answering my own question, it's probably a no, but is there anywhere that we have as part of the onboarding process that sort of walks us through some of that stuff?
Not sufficiently.
adjudication process?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
sufficient.
Not
right?
sufficiently, no.
Yeah.
And I think that's a learned experience for me.
Before we do, Commissioner Concepcion, you had a change to that language. Could you, because it wasn't only appeals, and I just wanted to get that. What should it say?
Maybe administrative proceedings, no. I'm just thinking of a different word, because when you say appeals, that limits this to
I think proceedings actually makes sense,
proceedings.
because that could be appeals
Yeah.
and, because I actually wrote
What
in
number are you
decisions.
guys on?
This is the new D, what would be 3, but right now it's written as C3.
And is
Oh.
it administrative proceedings? Is that the right, or is it just proceedings?
I think proceedings covers a lot.
Why wouldn't you put decisions and appeals? I mean, or is that just not one word?
Clarity's sake.
Mhm.
I mean, so,
Do you want to have the right reference to the
so that's where I think,
right act?
yeah, it might just be administrative adjudicatory proceedings, which kind of speaks back
Lift
to,
and shift.
yeah, they wrote it, so I
Lift
was
and
steal it.
shift.
Administrative adjudication.
I have a question on 2 under D, where it says review, approve, renew. I always think of approve as in the affirmative. Should we put deny? We have the ability to deny, don't we?
Yep.
If we want to get too fine and detailed, do we want to say on applications as well?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can I ask Sean a question really quick? Sean, am I going too far down the rabbit hole about that, those specific proceedings that I just asked you about on this paperwork, on this charter?
How so?
Like, does it need to be in here anywhere?
The onboarding process, or
Not the
like
onboarding, the
familiarity
actual-
process?
Professional training?
I don't think so, because I guess my experience historically, and I think it's in large part because as an agency, we've just never put that hat on.
Yep.
I almost take it for granted. And I think by extension, the commission may as well, because we've never operated with that
Sure.
formality.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can overdo it here.
Okay.
So the 2 times we can all meet together is mediation and training. If you had experts in that, you could bring them in for us and we could all sit in this room and get trained on that process, to your point, because we can all
Yeah.
get together for training.
And yeah, I think we've been fortunate to head off scenarios where the commission would have to sit in that context. But I realize that may have been now to our young detriment.
Yeah.
Because it's never been a scenario where we've had to, like, where you've gotten a presentation from enforcement counsel, but then had our legal staff next to you advising you on writing an opinion.
Right.
But that's the formality that goes in there, but, so I guess, I don't think we can marvel that, just like the mission statement enough, that is a very formal, and so even like the interactions of you working alongside stakeholders, and we should put some restraint on that, in my opinion. It's not just unfettered, talk to whomever you want about whatever you want, because at some point, you may end up finding yourself having to recuse
Can I
yourself.
request training on that? I'd like to be trained on
And
all of that.
I think we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying it. Because it's one of those things that don't ask, don't tell, no one tells you, it's not even it wasn't ingrained, and then boom, it happens to somebody. And then now,
No, I think
you already know.
in sort of owning an aspect of that, that's from an accountability standpoint, it's been kind of a suggestion, like, I
Yeah.
wouldn't do that,
Yes,
but it's never been a heavy hand of,
Correct.
you cannot do that.
correct.
And I think that's where learning that exercise now, and also experience, is, like I said earlier, I'm not an expert in 30A, I'm dangerously conversational, so
So
I think the
he-
training's.
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry, Chair, I think maybe he'll update you a little bit, I think when you guys have your one-on-one on more of what we're talking about, but like, I guess my question is, do you see some of that in one sentence here?
Yes and no. I mean, I made a note to myself that to build out a 30A reference.
Okay, right.
So some of it's there.
okay.
And it's further back in the document, because I think I added it. Page 8, number 9 might be part of that reference I was looking for.
Where, Commissioner? What number?
Number 9.
Page 8,
Number 9.
number 9.
Got it. With the comment.
That also just kind of speaks in between interactions between staff and commissioners.
0.7, perfect.
Okay, let's see if we can
Thank you.
finish this section. Section E at the bottom of page 3. It goes on to page 4.
Should 6 be moved to D?
That makes sense. Okay. And are they licensees or
No.
is it?
It's the
Approved
credit.
vendors.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think a credit is rather than credit.
I had a question on 2. Is that the right term? So do we establish and approve the goals, or I feel like I should know that, or is it just approve? I feel like we're kind of doing that collectively.
It's inclusive, but I think ultimately you establish them. I mean, the way it worked this past year was I recommended a draft. I mean, if there's a way to bake in some mutual aspect to that, it would be my preference, but
Yeah.
ultimately I work for you. So if you tell me that you want 15 goals, I have 2 options. I do 15 goals or I go find something else to do.
What do you think is a good word to kind of?
In consultation with the executive director, establish the goals
Yep.
and vote to approve them.
Like
So
that.
I just have a question on that process. So instead of just submitting a draft, is there a way prior to the draft or like for you to send out an RFI to all of us? So like, for me, like, if we had certain things in mind before you even put pen to paper, you could have our thoughts before you even put pen to paper.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do that?
So if I may, I'm sorry, on page 7, there's a section on executive director goals. And it kind of lays that out, but we can be more
Yep,
specific.
in that section. Okay, sounds good.
Anything else on E?
Do we feel like 3 matches our discussion from earlier on the budgeting process?
What do you think is missing?
Nothing necessarily. I just want to make sure it tracks with that, knowing that we just talked about it in this document predates that.
So approve is synonymous with vote. I just want to be clear on this, throughout this document, does
Yes.
approve mean vote?
Yeah, I think that should be said.
Should I change everything to vote?
I don't know.
What's your
I'm
preference?
just asking, like, I don't know if that's synonymous. Approve mean vote? I mean, he presents it to us and we don't have any objections. Is that implicit approval?
I wouldn't be comfortable considering that approval. To me, an affirmative vote is approval.
So then approve is synonymous. Like, there's no, like, ED down the road could not misinterpret that and say approve does not mean vote. That's
So
my
Add it to the
concern.
glossary.
I think there's something that says commission's decisions are made by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. But we can change, wherever it says, it can say approve by a vote. Or we can just
Vote
say
to
vote to approve.
Vote to approve makes sense.
Yeah, I don't have a preference.
Sean?
Sorry, go ahead.
I think somebody asked if there was anything missing on number 3. I just wrote in my notes right now, I just said, and commission goals. That's it. So approve the commission's proposed FY budget request in conjunction with the executive director's goals. And I just wrote and commission goals, but I'm assuming
That was
commission's
just about,
proposed.
yeah.
Are they exactly?
Are, okay,
The one in the
right?
Yeah.
Same thing? Okay, all right.
I think this is missing an element though, because it talks about the budget request and that's at the, at the beginning, but, we just spoke about revisiting this, close to the end of that, the budget cycle. So maybe, I'm trying to think of the right terminology to use here.
You just take out request.
Proposed proposed FY budget.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But then it's no
I see
longer,
what you're saying.
right, you know, so.
I think we need to add something about the process, because that's what we talked about. So let me just make a note of that, because this is a role, is to vote to approve, but there's also another activity, which is to kind of consult with the executive director and perhaps the CFAO to develop the budget proposals, right?
I think what I'm referring to is not the actual proposal, it's the process,
The
the
check-in.
mechanism for the check-in to make sure that if there's still money that's not being
Oh,
We
utilized.
can reinvest in other
Right.
Oh, I
areas.
see what you're saying. Got it, okay.
So it could be approve the FY budget request and
Performance or
Is that like
any
a separate
reallocation.
Reallocation.
Two separate
That's
functions.
a
I
good
think it's,
word.
I think, I think
It's a
it's separate.
separate one.
Not the reallocation, but like a follow-up meeting.
Monitor.
Because in reallocation, it suggests that we are allowed and want to reallocate.
Something like review spending at the 6-month mark. Some,
It's almost
let
like a
me,
performance in progress.
Like an assessment,
Yeah.
an assessment and.
Like, oh, you know, by chance, we didn't need the money at the lab thing. Oh, but we all need laptops, like, and there's this money left, like, how do we do that?
all right, let me put something, because I've got a lot of language in my
Yeah.
notes from that.
Yeah.
So I'll add something there.
The other thing I would add to 3 is, again, maybe it's a tail or something, is vote to approve the commission's proposed FY budget request in conjunction with the executive director's goals. And I would add in related outreach.
Yeah.
That then tracks back to the
Legislative.
advocacy aspect of it, that those two things coincide as well.
All right, can we move to F?
One
You have
other
something else
item.
on E, sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. One, it might just be okay to leave as hire the executive director, but do we want to include any reference to in a public meeting, because it is a unique aspect of the job?
What do you say?
Hire the executive director in a public meeting.
I thought we were gonna do that.
What number is that?
We have to, how do you decide otherwise?
Going to E1.
Oh, 1. You're saying to add it, Commissioner?
Yeah, or maybe we don't.
Isn't it assumed that everything we do is in a public meeting though? What's the, I'm not dismissing your point.
It is assumed. I've always found candidates who wanted to be executive director didn't necessarily understood that as part of the process, but maybe that's something that we'd walk through at whatever point we decided to undertake a search, so.
I
I
just,
talked myself out of it.
so on
Good
E,
job.
just to go back to 2, do we need to insert the word annual? Only because in ED down the road, well, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, do we need to set something along the line to say, like, annual goals, or, I don't know, just throwing it out there, thinking down the road.
That just made me think about how the goals always shift too, so even,
Yeah, thank
you know.
I'm
Go through the hourly goals.
I'm so
the
sorry.
afternoon
You're
goals.
not going to Hawaii.
That's in my best interest, because otherwise you all could have done it differently.
You were asking how you get to go to conferences, this is exactly you go to conferences.
I'll even pay for the passport.
I've got conference on horse cannabis in Nova Scotia.
All right, about that
We're
horse.
going on
Horse
Siberia.
cannabis.
You can go to that conference in Siberia, you're approved.
Anything on F?
Siberia.
Anything on F in relation to topic expertise appointments?
I have a thought. I'm throwing something out, but I know this is me, my own opinion, and my own capacity.
It's okay, we all are.
So F, I brought up the fact that the way that we were assigned CAB, you know, what is
Yes.
our role? I'm sorry.
We are liaisons.
Liaisons.
Yes.
And it still it frustrates me
Doesn't make
because
sense.
it doesn't make sense. Because as the public safety commissioner, you would think that I would
gravitate
to the
yeah.
public safety CAB subcommittee. And then we have this bullet point in 2 about tracking issues related to our topic-specific seats, and then bringing that back to the commission and, updating the commissioners. And I just felt like when I read that, that's directly in line with what we are hypothetically supposed to be doing with the CAB. So that is my thought process. I'm just throwing it out there, and that's my own, I don't quite understand it.
And can I, this was one question that I had, and again, I wasn't part of this discussion, but I'm trying to sort of figure, are these topic-specific seats? Because that's not how I see this. I see that this as there needs to be a breadth of experience on the commission. And, I don't see these as topic specific. It's like, I see this as you get the ticket to be on. You've qualified here to be on, but you may bring, you may have checked that box, but you may bring far, and I presume you do, far other experience. So that was the one question that I wanted to just, because I wasn't part of this conversation. To me, I'm not sure that that's what the statute means. But it's how it functions.
That is
That is interesting, it is.
Because I've had
You're right.
to appoint people, with different statutory background and rules and, living up to certain.
Like, I want to help, she's public safety, I want to help her, I worked in a correctional facility for over a decade, and I want to help her with expungement. So is that kind of what you're saying, like we leave our lanes and help each other, or there is no lanes?
I
You think there's no
don't,
lanes?
see, I'm asking you because when I've looked at the statute, I don't see that as a lane, I see that as a door you walk through, that someone saw that you checked that box and that they want your experience on there. And that's,
once you're a commissioner, you're a commissioner.
right.
It's just
Oh, that's
Right.
qualified.
And I'm just
commissioner
asking you because I
based on
wasn't
that.
able to be a part of this conversation, and again, I don't,
Well, should we just remove?
trust me, you don't want me,
We can-
doing
we
your
can-
taxes.
We had a really long conversation about that was aligned with what you're saying, and I thought, I might have mistakenly thought that there was a sense that that the public would expect some connection to the topic specific seat. But we can.
Conversation being like that also.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But that's the problem, as far as I'm concerned, is that commissioners are pigeonholed. And commissioners, and sometimes, and this is in the entire history of the agency, sometimes it's by choice, and sometimes it's just that's what the public assumes. And I have I think, an answer to the advisory board issue, because it was my idea, so I need to confess to it, which was, it was,
To mix it
yeah.
up?
But it was to frankly combat that expectation of, so, well, I'm the social justice chair, so I should be the liaison to the market participation subcommittee. And my thought there, my fear there was, so we're just gonna gravitate to those areas and we're not gonna expose ourselves to other topics. And so, and it was like, Commissioner Flanagan in public health, and it was, we're sort of like self-isolating versus getting that holistic perspective on. I think there's a good tension between, say, the public safety seat and the market participation seat. That's a good reference point of those two worlds should talk to each other versus alienating ourselves and just isolating ourselves. But I think, yes, that is a crux of a historic problem, is that we've looked at our expert, and I say our, like I have an expertise that would qualify me somehow, but instead it's, I'm here as that chair versus I'm a commissioner.
Yeah.
I have rights, every right incumbent upon all commissioners. And I think commissioners have brought that expertise to bear, but it doesn't mean that you can't care about public health, that you can't care about social justice or social equity. And then also, I think with all due respect to Commissioner Stebbins, how do you interpret that across the agency? Regulated industries is such a broad category that how do you even pigeonhole that?
And it's embedded in the entire agency too. Because
It's
even
a
the
culture, it's a
staff-
culture shift
Yeah.
that we've been working on.
Yeah.
So with
So-
regards
so
to
we're-
this
I also
draft,
think that it also engages all of the commissioners to be very thoughtful about what they do want to contribute and what they do want to
We've
focus
had a
on.
heavy conversation on that
No, no,
last
no.
time we met.
But we
I-
couldn't, sorry, go ahead.
No, I would I think this is important, right? For all the reasons you just laid out, where people have an assumption of where we pigeonhole ourselves,
Yeah.
and where we only get to play.
Yeah,
So true.
even ourselves.
When I was on gaming,
Yeah,
they
we
were
did.
like, oh, Bruce, you
You're
fill the
right.
Western Mass
I
seat.
do it.
I'm like, there is no Western Mass seat.
Right.
So I
Don't
think,
people from Western.
I never told the people from Western Mass that, but
Oh, you in Western Mass?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
yeah, I moved to Holliston. I was still
Excuse me, the
told I'm
Spring,
in-
I've been living in Whitman for 28 years, 30 years, and their Springfield unit is like, oh, Western Mass.
Yeah, I moved to Holliston. They still think I live in Western Mass.
Western Mass problems.
They are abused, they were abused,
Right.
abused and forgotten.
15% of the population were abused.
I love Western Mass. Come on,
I
Commissioner.
would take some of this because I think it is an important message and build it back somewhere into the background, if we can. But I think we do need to kind of tear down those walls to your point, Chair. Yeah, we all vote on the license. I don't vote on the regulatory pieces of the license. You don't vote on the social justice pieces of the license. We vote on a license. Everybody's name is attached to it. But I think there is some education of the public that, to your point, we get in the door because of our background, but we're responsible for, as it says, lived experience to address all commission matters. But I'd want to build that back into the background someplace, not necessarily as a function.
Yeah, I know you had something to say.
So I'm just.
I remember the conversation. I just remember that we talked about sort of the public,
Pressure.
expectations.
Perception
And also
of
I
us.
remembered speaking about if this ball drops, then who does that land on? If someone,
Public safety, something.
right, public safety, public health, whatever, it's like, I don't know how to remove the seat from that responsibility.
I was gonna say that this topic, Chair, may be something that you may wanna sort of like analyze. We've been having this conversation. The first time that we came together, we've been having this conversation. But this is a heavy topic and it's part of the culture shift that has been taking place, I think,
Yeah.
amongst us as commissioners. But the reality is that we also haven't been able to talk about it, sort of amongst ourselves and even with our, what does that really mean? So it's a big topic. This is like another procurement and another contract.
But I think it's important that the last conversation that we had was aligned with exactly what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah.
That everybody here sees themselves as a commissioner,
Yeah.
not a particular commissioner. I love your framing as it's the entry, it's the door as
The
opposed
ticket.
to
Yeah, the
yeah,
ticket.
it's really nice.
We were watching Willy Wonka. the
I
other
like
day.
the song.
My grandson.
So my sense is that we take this section out, we
Yeah.
remove F.
I really
Right.
like the way that you characterize that though. And I wonder if there's a way to get that in here somewhere.
Right. It sounds like,
Yeah.
and Commissioner Stebbins suggested background, it sounds like there should be a sentence right after number 2 of background, which identifies your seats. And some sentence that says all the commissioner, I don't know what the sentence is at this late hour, but something that says something to the effect that all the commissioners are full commissioners and are
Can we have them
Are
both?
not relegated to any.
We're not
one
relegating.
subject matter sort of thing, okay.
I don't want to dilute what we've all been working on, right? You've worked a ton around equity, social equity. You've worked a ton around suitability and expungement. I've worked a ton around prevention. We've all worked on things like poison control. We've all worked on things. Like, I don't want to dilute.
I don't think that it does that at all.
You know, what
It's-
we've
it's
been
really-
working on, but
It's really
still
just
to be
moving forward,
Right.
how people approach what they'd like to tackle.
Mhm.
And I think that as you build a congenial and collaborative working relationship with the chair, the executive director, and your fellow members, how do you do what you want to do that you can add the most value? Because there are lots of, there might,
Yeah.
that's all.
Did you have a proposal, suggestion?
Well,
where you-
I think we could to do both, right? So to still keep you wouldn't work any less harder around equity, even though we wear our commission hat, but we still try to promote things, based on our designation. But we help each other, so we're gonna tackle regs, there's gonna be areas we're gonna partner together on different areas that'll help tackle that. So I think there's a way to share the lane,
still like,
I think it's sharing, but also making sure that as you're using staff resource and other things, to just have a consensus, you know what I mean? A consensus and a communication, with you about how the resources are.
Yeah.
Because it's, for me, it's twofold, just
We're gonna come back to this. I just
Yeah.
wanna get some input on G so that we've gone through that whole section.
that's a really good.
And I wanna let you all out on time. So any comments on G?
I think we're still stuck on the other topic.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
I just
but I
wanna
think
thank
that-
the
I
chair.
think that
I just
we
wanna
can
thank
go
everyone.
on for
That's
2
an
hours
amazing way to
on
look
that.
at it. And I wanna just thank her
Okay.
for that. I will come back to it.
Okay.
But that was a really great conversation and I've never really thought of it that way, so I
And how
appreciate
do
that. Thank
we,
you.
how do we get that message to the public too? That's a whole other thing. It's just like.
Yeah,
just make sure
that was like a
understood
different way to look,
beyond
you
itself.
just like turned it on its head and
Yeah.
it's a good way to look at it.
This is such a mission.
Okay, all right. Any comments on G as public officials?
So I guess here is where I'd want to find the right appropriateness in the context of that adjudicatory process. So like sharing expertise or updates with stakeholders, where is the line? And what is an update versus a
Statement.
over the line inappropriate engagement? So, but I don't want to just embed scary stuff.
Right, I'm gonna need help with that because I'm not gonna be able to find that one. So if you can
And can I ask, are we scheduled to stop at, I have 6 hours on here.
schedule to stop at 4.
Okay, good, so I just have to make a call
Yeah.
before 5
Okay,
o'clock.
so real quickly, we talked some about outreach and consultation. Well, I would ask you to come to the next meeting with some more specific ideas about when and who. So I'm gonna revise the chunk that we looked at based on our conversation. I'm gonna draft new language for the items that we didn't go over, that we workshopped this session. And then I'm gonna give you a new version. I'm not gonna ask for comments because there isn't time between now and the next meeting. Also, it's kind of better if you really read through carefully what I send so that we don't have to take time reading when we're together, which the open meeting law kind of compels us to do if I try to give you a document that integrates all of your opinions. So I will revise this, I'll send it out to you. Our next meeting is the 22nd, which is in only 9 days. So I'll get this out to you probably by the end of the week if that's possible.
I wasn't on my calendar, the 22nd.
22nd.
So
Should be.
Friday was canceled.
Friday was canceled because you have a public meeting tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's make sure it's on the calendar.
Public meeting's Thursday, not tomorrow. What's today?
Just-
The
yeah.
22nd is supposed to be our next governance.
Well, it's on hold.
I don't even have that on my meeting.
I have hold for governance.
Yeah, that should,
Public
that's,
meeting's Thursday, Friday's canceled.
so the 22nd from 10 to 4.
And so just a question, and I apologize, I wasn't
Yeah.
feeling well yesterday, but this revised one, you had sent it.
I didn't send the
Oh, okay,
request.
that's fine.
I'm not allowed to, under
That's what I
the
thought.
open meeting laws, I'm not allowed to
So
do
what you
that.
said, make sure that we read before, what were you?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send a new version based on this discussion,
That one we
which I'm
can.
allowed to
Okay,
do. It's when I ask you for individual comments
Got
and integrate them into another version
Got it.
that
I did that
send
part out, so thank you.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
So I'll send it out to you. So we'll meet again on the 22nd. We should be able to get through like the whole thing on the 22nd and then plan for outreach and consultation. Remember, you also wanted to do job descriptions for the commissioners, as well as review the executive director job description. So we'll figure that out at the next meeting, how that's gonna happen.
Can I add to that? So the treasurer role that you had sent out, someone sent this job description, I don't know. I got this from, I think, did I get this from you?
I didn't send it.
Oh,
No.
okay, so I have to figure out who sent me this. It's just a state, alcohol beverage control commission. Oh, you know what, no, this is title of commission co-chair, disregard. This is, somebody
Okay.
sent this to me, I think, I don't know how we, but I guess my question was, do we have any kind of draft of a treasurer and secretary role?
So it's in here, there's a draft in here, but it's minimal, and if you're working something up and you could develop that
Okay.
proposal for us, that would be great. I think you're gonna do that for the secretary position, and then both of you were going to
Yeah,
do
no,
something
I'm
on.
actually going to the National Corporate Directors Breakfast tomorrow, so.
Oh, there you go. You can ask her.
What was it that
I'm going to NC, it's the National Corporate Association or Public Directors of New England, and one of my friends is the chair, so I'm gonna ask a few people.
Okay, but just remind me the substance of the proposal that you're gonna.
It's coming up with corporate board standards of behavior.
And reporting functions.
Specific, like around the vacancy situation.
Yeah,
Okay.
or
Thank you.
reporting,
Yeah,
how does a malfeasance?
Right.
right, okay. I'm starting to remember.
Alcohol Beverage Control Commission?
You probably got that from maybe some of them, I mean,
I don't know, I thought it was during this process and they gave it to me to look at it for the treasurer role, but.
All right, do you think there's any chance that you get to that before the 22nd?
I'm gonna see her tomorrow, I'm gonna ask her.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm going to breakfast at 7,
Okay.
which is very hard for me to do.
That's
Pretty
great.
much.
All right. And do you think you might have some more language for treasurer?
Yes, because we've started to have the conversation internally. So, but I've been looking for job descriptions, I haven't found any, but
Okay,
I'll see what I
I
can.
might have a little more language for those.
okay, great. I'll send you a memo an email to remind you of what I just summarized.
Okay.
And see you on the 22nd.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you,
Sonia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just, thank you, commissioners. Just a reminder, we do need a vote.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call.
Oh, I will take roll call. Commissioner? Yes. Commissioner?
Aye.
Yes. Commissioner? Aye. Aye.
I want to stay longer, but yeah.
All right, and it is passed unanimously, so we're adjourned.
Thanks, commissioners. Thanks, Mr. Executive Director. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'll leave myself and I'll take you.